the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't stop
8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Busy show indeed. Lots of recap. As today's not any day, it's the 22nd anniversary of 9/11. We'll talk about that. And we were discussing before the show started. We cannot believe it has been 22 years. We'll break that down. We'll also have Max Lucado in. You know, he'll push a book. He's got one out. God never gives up on you, and he doesn't. And we'll talk to Max Lucado today on the Rick and Bubba Show. So let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys?
What up, gentlemen?
What's happening? Good, good. We were discussing yesterday. I had the CBS game on in the background. They had NFL started, so everybody was nonstop NFL, and the Patriots were hosting the Philadelphia Eagles, and I had that game on and got into something. Game had ended. I came back, and 60 Minutes was after the ball game, and they were dedicating the entire show to the 9/11 anniversary 22 years ago today. Just insane that it's been 22 years. But they were honoring the New York Fire Department and playing audio and communications that I'd never heard. And over the 22 years we've seen and heard just probably about every 9/11 documentary there is, some that have followed the president and been in Air Force One, and then different one. I had not heard this, and they were honoring the first responders there at the World Trade Centers and detailing how it was all transpiring and how everybody was trying to make sense of this and how they were trying to get to the top of the towers, and the 9/11 dispatchers talking to citizens that were up at the top of the World Trade Centers, going, "Hey, what's going on? It's hot." It was
wow.
And I had such mixed emotions. First of all, just what they did. Just these men and women, they had total disregard for their own life and were trying to save others. And you were just so proud and just trying to honor them. And then the other part, I was just getting so mad again because
brings all that back.
It just brings everything back to that day. And Reese had come in. He had been out of town. He came in about the time this was wrapping up. And, he's only 19. And JC's only 21. Tyler's only 26. So, I mean, he's too young to really remember anything. And so you just realize that, most kids that are in college, wrapping up college, or a few years out of college, that they have no idea what life was like before 9/11.
Yeah.
And we were just talking to them about, man, I wish you could have experienced that. It was just.
I can't believe it's been 22 years. Good night.
Yeah, it's one of those days where everybody remembers where they were, what was going on.
Yeah. Sure.
And I know we hear a lot from our audience where we were live when it was happening.
Yep.
Trying to make sense of it all. And you had mentioned that you were on the road. Where were you?
I was working, I just left Anniston going to Heflin. And on the radio, they said a plane hit. I thought they meant a small private plane.
Yeah.
By the time I got there, they were saying, "Hey, Pentagon's on fire. We got a lot of stuff going on here." And then I remember standing in a little store up in Fruithurst, Alabama, watching the TV when they fell. So it was, like I say, it brings it all back, and it doesn't seem like it was that long ago. But wow.
How about you, Helms?
I was in between college athletics and getting married, and
Wow.
I was at home actually.
That'll mess a honeymoon up. When
Yeah.
you're trying to
Let
travel.
me tell you.
I had just graduated and was trying to figure out what I wanted to do in my life because I thought I was going to play baseball for the rest of it, and was at my parents' house hanging out, and was about 3 months from getting married, and Dad came upstairs and was like, "Hey, you need to get up, check this out. Something bad's happening." And I was like, "Huh?" Of course, I was asleep and didn't really know what was going on in the world anyway.
Didn't care.
So I didn't. And I'm like, "Huh?" And so I finally come to. And, of course, as you get older, you realize the significance of it. I was dumb and young and dumb and those type things. And But you look back now, and it's you can't believe it. And I got 3 kids that didn't experience it, didn't know. To your point, Speedy, on the kids not knowing. You know, they learn about it in history class, which is strange to me.
I know.
The fact that they do that. And so, yeah.
It
made me respect my dad more than anything because he was a fireman. And I think it was at that point where I realized, okay, wow, so when he gets up every morning and goes to that 24-hour shift, this is what he's doing. He's going in when everybody else is going out. And so if there's one thing that I gained from it, positive in that moment, was that. I gained a ton of respect for my dad that I should have had all along.
True.
Yeah. They were talking a lot about how in what's so crazy is that they were like still photos of some of the firemen before they were given the responsibility to go up. And they were like, you know, here they're discussing the plan or whatever, and they were trying to make sense of it all, but yet knew they had a job to do as well. And in the beginning stages, they never worried about the integrity of the towers.
No,
because that didn't even comprehend.
The towers falling was not on anybody's mind.
And one of the guys that they were interviewing that is still alive was talking on this special. He said, I don't know who it was. He had to be an engineer, but a gentleman looked at me and said, he looked up and he said, hey, the integrity of this tower, I don't like the way the edges or the side of the building is leaning in from where the plane went in. I think it was on the south tower above. And he said, when that plane hit, of course, it took down all the beams when it came through of where it hit, but also there was a spray foam insulation protection that they spray around the beams and all the steel that protects it from heat and different things. And, of course, that had been all ripped off. And so the middle of the building was structurally was giving way, which was making the outside parts kind of bow in, and
he was right.
He was right. And so they sent a runner to the chief that was on the ground and in charge to tell him, hey, if you look up, we're starting to be concerned about the integrity of the tower. And they said that when he got to him, he was telling him what the engineer had said, and while he was telling him that's when the first tower came down. It's just
it was on then.
It was. It was. But today's 22 years from that moment, 9/11, and so we will look back and remember, as we all do. And if you have kids or loved ones that are too young to remember, I hope that you help them on those horrific events 22 years ago. Make sure they know the truth. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Fresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 LiveGuard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. If you're listening live, it is the 22nd anniversary of 9/11, the terrorist attack on this country. And we remember back and are reminiscing a little bit on that day as the Rick and Bubba Show was live. And we hear from all of you, or a lot of you that were listening to the show that day about how y'all were trying to make sense of it like we were. And so Greg and Helmsy were not with the show at the time. And so we heard from them on what they were doing. But today, the 22nd anniversary of 9/11. And so we'll talk more about that when the main show starts. My dad was texting me as well. He said in 1997, because, we all think back about, not everybody's been to New York, but if you have and you've been to the World Trade Centers, you remember like we were just a few minutes ago, because we were there in 2011.
Yeah.
Oh, no, excuse me, 2001. I don't know why I said 11. We were there on that January. When was
January,
it? Was it
February.
February of that year?
Yeah. We were eating in the restaurant on the top of the Twin Towers.
Yes. And which one was that? Was that the north one or the south one?
I can't remember.
And it could have been that day.
Yeah.
I mean, we were up there at that restaurant. And I remember looking out.
Oh yeah, we were in the very top.
Yeah. But he you know was
I mean, it's pretty expensive.
he was at Wall Street for 2 weeks training, and he and a couple of the guys went up to the North Tower and to the very top floor. I think it was 106th floor, to a restaurant called the Window of the World.
Yeah, that's where
and
we
that's
were
where
at.
we were. So he said, "Hey, I've been there too."
Yeah, it's way up there.
Yeah, yeah, it sure
We're looking
is.
out the window.
Yes, gosh, you could see everything.
I'm telling you.
So college football rankings are out. New AP top 25 poll. How about Clemson not in it?
They're out.
They're out. Georgia still 1, Michigan 2, but from there on, there's been some change. And see, Florida State now 3. Texas jumps from 11 to 4. They after beating
look good.
Alabama. USC at 5, Ohio State 6, Penn State 7. Washington 8, Notre Dame 9, and Alabama has moved from 4 to 10. And then Tennessee is at 11, and looks like LSU stayed where they were at 14. Some notables, Clemson on the outside looking in. Colorado, after their win, they've moved up 7 to 18. Let's see here.
They're playing really good.
Yeah. Some non-ranks that have now moved in. Miami beat Texas A&M. They're 22. Washington State beat Wisconsin. They're now at 23. UCLA beat San Diego State. They're in it now. And Iowa beat Iowa State. And now they're at number 25.
That's where Trump was at. You see him flipping burgers and stuff,
Yes.
and tailgating with people.
I was going to say, we have tons of video for Adler to play for us today. It was mania with Trump there.
It was. The crowd was pumping it up too.
Well, what's so amazing is you see video like that, and then you play like video of our president right now in Vietnam trying to talk, and you're like, that's just two ends of the spectrum
Yes,
right there.
Yeah. It is, yeah. But Trump, like, he's having fun.
Yeah.
He was taking in the full
You
experience.
see him
that's
go
for
to the
sure.
frat house too.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And throwing the football to the crowd.
But when he got that spatula and was flipping that burger,
How about he held it?
Yeah,
held
held it up and put it back
held the
in.
patty
Flipped
up.
it.
Yeah, flipped it. Good, he did. At least he knows how to flip it.
Yeah.
You think Biden could flip a burger right
no,
now?
Biden can't. No.
But it was there was a lot going on Saturday.
Yeah.
A lot going on. Hey, wow, Alabama and Texas.
That was a good game.
That game was back and forth for a while.
It was. Alabama, y'all fans, y'all calm down.
Everybody
you
calm
idiots
down.
that say Nick Saban's done, calm down.
Right,
a minute.
yeah.
Okay.
I know that's a tough loss. It is.
It is,
That's a tough
but
loss.
don't you be stupid. Wait till the end of the season before you start your stupid stuff.
Yeah.
It also shows you how good the quarterback is for Texas. Everybody wants Arch Manning they want to go ahead and put him in there. Hey, then he said, hey, y'all just tap the brakes on that. I got some pretty good game myself.
Yeah, because that was a pretty big deal when I came out of high school too.
Yeah,
that's right.
In fact, I graduated early so I could go get an NIL.
Yeah, and this is really what's best for Manning.
Yeah.
Sit back and just watch, continue to get bigger, stronger. It'll be your time.
I mean, Manning knew he was there when he committed.
And
he
I think
could have went anywhere he
I
wanted
think he's
to go.
okay with it. I think everybody else is the ones. But to your point, Helmsy, that kid, he's pretty special. But I have some friends that are just diehard Alabama fans. I'm talking about, and there's two ends of the spectrum, and it's either, three. There's one that's very level-headed. Hey guys, we got beat. It wasn't an SEC matchup, not yet.
Second game of the year.
So we
good
can
team.
rebound, still win the West, and be in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And you can.
And still win the whole thing.
Others think they're going to lose. Going to be 7-5 and lose 4 more games, and then it's doomsday for the others. So, but that's fandom, you know.
The
people are so, and I love the experts that work at the pipe shop, but for some reason they think they know offense. You know what should have been ran.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come on.
It
Nothing
turns
against the
me
pipe
off
shop.
from
I'm
the
just-
sport for sure. Somebody had, I think we have pretty interesting lives. All three of us, all 6 of us that are here, we have some pretty interesting lives. But this weekend, Matthew McConaughey may have the most interesting life of any human being.
I'm telling you.
And I'm going to tell you why. And there's a part of this that you may not even know. So he was, of course, at the game.
Had his hat on like he liked.
He
Yeah.
did, and enjoyed that. And then I look up Sunday, and he's sitting in Novak Djokovic's box with his wife and family, and
That's
good to be
at the
Matthew.
U.S. Open.
Yeah.
You know,
And
Good
I
to
was
have
like,
money.
and so here's what's weird. when Novak won his 24th major, and they'll walk to the box and hug everybody. McConaughey was the first person he hugged, and they screamed and hugged. And I'm
you
like,
wonder what is their relationship?
Yeah.
what? How did this happen? Like,
That's
I
funny.
get yesterday when you and Fowler,
strange-
and that was another thing. So Fowler was doing the Texas Alabama game, then he's doing the U.S. Open the next day, the championship. But I'm sitting here thinking, I get the Texas thing, but why are you in Novak's box?
That
and
is
Novak
weird.
is the first person to greet you after he wins his 24th major. That's pretty interesting.
Wow,
and his wife was
hey,
there too.
wow, what a weekend.
I know. I know.
Pretty good one.
Nice. Yeah,
So I thought I had an interesting life.
he's got a real interesting life.
Crazy.
I read his book. He's a bizarre guy.
Yeah.
He was.
I mean, he goes to the Amazon and like flows. He went to some village and fought some guy that was a villager. They had to, it was like it wasn't like mean. It was just, hey, you're gonna have to fight our champion.
Yeah.
Like a rite of passage.
Uh-huh.
So he had to fight some guy, wrestle.
Yeah.
Unless he made that up, but it's in the book. It's really weird. But he was floating the Amazon. He's doing all that.
Yeah. I don't know. I never watched these type things, but they had that simulcast thing with Pat McAfee, and McConaughey was a part of that too. And he I don't know how long, but I saw some clips, and I thought this is hilarious.
I thought of Greg whenever I see that broadcast. I think of you because I'm like, well, you would hate that.
I don't like it either, but I just I saw some highlights and clips from it. It's pretty funny.
I just wish we weren't wearing tank tops. But here's the thing about
he
Pat
did
McAfee.
he did something pretty cool on game day though. When it comes to the Tide,
well, he does things like I got to be in a certain mood for him. Sometimes I'm good with him, and then sometimes I'm like, I'm not in the mood for McAfee today.
Now I will tell you this: his show is a lot like this one, and the fact that now his show's on ESPN too, and they were live in Tuscaloosa, and they were trying to shoot the basketball into a goal that was off in the crowd, and he was like, okay, if we get this one, you get 3 years of scholarship or whatever, and of course nobody can make it, but still that would be us.
Rick and Bubba.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life, and I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got my coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of my coffee, or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. If you've missed the first 30 minutes, hey, shame on you, but we're glad you're here. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. Max Lucado, his latest book, God Never Gives Up on You, we'll talk to him in a few hours from now as that book is out and available. You can go to maxlucado.com for all the information about Max, and he will churn some books out, let me just tell you. And he's got another one out, and it's a good one. And so you need to go check that out at maxlucado.com or wherever books are sold. All right, weekends to recap as we're looking back. We went through just briefly some of the new AP Top 25 that was released. There's been some moving, most notably Alabama now 10, and Texas has moved up to 4. And then there's some other ones, but Georgia still remains 1, and Michigan is at 2. Some big games this past weekend that I was kind of looking at. We went through the Texas A&M Miami game, which was interesting. There wasn't a ton of big games, but there were some that were just like, okay, let me check this out. I had split screen on ESPN Plus. I had the Alabama game, and then I had Mississippi State game going, as well as the UAB game and the Jacksonville State game. I had all of them going, and I would just kind of flip through all of them. Landed really on the Mississippi State game. They ended up beating Arizona in overtime. I think before that
Why'd
game.
they have the home whites on?
You
know how I am about home whites.
I know it was a whiteout. I'm not really sure.
In their non-conference game, you can do that.
Yeah.
Because I think the SEC, except for LSU, has an exception.
Yeah.
That you have to work. But anyway,
and
you know how I am about home whites.
Yeah, and them beating Arizona was the Pac-12's first loss of the year. I think prior to that they were either 18-0 or 19-0. And then Auburn won later that same night and beat California.
Well, that was a barn burner.
I tried so desperately to stay awake.
Oh, I couldn't do it.
I
got through the first half, and I think I nodded off a couple times. Of course, the game wasn't very good either.
No.
When a lot
Did
happened.
California miss like 3 field goals or something?
What they
had some turnover. I don't know, Helmsy.
I
the
did
minute
not
it
watch
came on, because it ran long.
It was a weird
delayed,
play.
They were looking at it where the quarterback fumbled, and the guy they blew the whistle, or it would have been a touchdown. But the guy had blown the whistle and waved it off.
Yeah. So, but going back and forth to that game, I did miss some of the Alabama game at times, and at church, a lot and just downtime and in between services and stuff, we were all just sitting around talking, and in the sound room, and was there a play where the center, snapped the ball back in shotgun, and it was mishandled, but they labeled it a pass or something. Are y'all? I don't know. I didn't know. I was going to ask y'all about that.
And we're talking about Alabama.
Yeah. In that game.
I don't know what's going on with that center, but my goodness, there were snaps were all over the place.
Yeah, he would move the ball a little bit too, and then try to snap it back. But anyway, there were some interesting moments this past weekend, to say the least.
Every time a little Alabama was fixing to take over, Texas would answer.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, so they're still in.
Right. Couple things stood out to me. You brought it up, so we'll start there. You watched a little bit of the Jack State game. Mm-hmm. Are you okay with that field?
Mm-mm.
What in the world?
I don't like.
I knew it was there.
Is it the light blue?
It's a teal.
Yeah. It's everything that
they call
Coastal
it the
Carolina has. It's every and about every.
I can't
sport
watch
too.
Boise's field.
Right.
It gives me a headache.
Yeah. I don't like that.
This would have gave you a headache too.
And is it Wyoming that has the red field?
Eastern Washington.
Eastern Washington. Okay,
Yeah,
I couldn't remember. I don't like any field that's not the standard color.
I agree.
I want a green field.
I do too.
Yeah. Okay.
Look, I know we all got turf now, but let's stick to green fields.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear your Mississippi State coach forget he was live on air?
Yeah, the F-bomb he accidentally dropped with Cole Kubelik after the game.
Greg, yes.
He didn't know he was live. And
you thought him and Cole were just having a conversation?
Hey, how about that?
That's great.
Hey, it was
you talking about Vin Diesel?
Yeah, and then he said,
yes.
Yeah, then he was like, oops. And Cole just had to kind of move right on past it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Well, look, he's learning.
He is.
He
was passionate.
Yeah.
Nobody would say anything because it was a win, but it was funny.
Yeah, I laughed at that. I was
Oops,
like,
hot mic.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Didn't realize that.
We are live.
And we're live.
And we are live, Coach.
Well, he was excited.
Well, he was. He also said, look, that Arizona quarterback, and I apologize for not knowing his name. I just know that it's one of those teams where you're never comfortable because either the quarterback eludes the rush and gets out of the pocket and runs for 20,
so hard to defend.
Or he extends the play for a completion.
You have him wrapped up
can't
and
ever
he
hem
spins
him up.
out of it.
You just can't ever. So you're a nervous wreck every time he drops back.
There's nothing worse because you get there and you go, ooh, sack, and you look and they spin out.
Yeah,
Here they go.
And I think when he said that, Cole was talking to him about that and they had to get ready for that, and now they got LSU who's going to do the same thing this weekend.
Yeah, that's true.
Is
that in Baton Rouge or
no? It's at Starkville.
Okay.
But hey, he accidentally dropped one.
Yeah, he did.
That happens.
I'd rather hear him say that than look at that blue field, though. Surf turf is ridiculous.
Say, well, why don't we?
I was nauseating.
Can we just have a green
It's hard
field?
to watch.
What's so hard about that? The boys wouldn't really. It drives me crazy. Yeah, and they'll wear the solid uniform and you can't see them.
Yeah.
I don't know if this
How about Coach Arnett's only 37 years old too?
Yeah, he looks young. He looks young. Yeah. I don't know if
dirty mouth.
This is true or not, but I hear that like geese will land in these fields. They'll find dead geese thinking it's water. I've heard that before. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. That may be something somebody just makes up.
Maybe surf turf.
But yeah.
All right, so
what's so hard about?
No, I know.
Green grass.
Yeah. Also with the Colorado Buffaloes, they beat Nebraska at home. They've got Colorado State this weekend. I think College Game Day's announced that they're going to be there.
Well, let me ask you this: why would you be there? Because is Colorado State any good?
I don't know. I think they're just going probably because
they're caught up in the hype.
I guess because the
wait till they
Buffaloes
play
are
somebody good, then go.
Yeah, I don't know. But I understand there was an incident before the game I didn't even know about. Matt Rule and the Nebraska
I just
team
heard,
was the Cornhuskers were on the logo at midfield, and then Shador Sanders had to go and kind of break it up or something. I don't know. We have some audio video.
Don Rule had been critical of them using the transfer portal.
prior to the game, and then that happened.
But every week it's just running theme that hey, I've tried to say it, I'm getting them back. Just play the game.
I don't know what happened before or after, and maybe it was just the shut-up juice that got him finally. But Matt Rule was very complimentary of Deion and that program after the game.
Right. Well, maybe,
I don't know what happened before, but
maybe Matt Rule's not a bad person when he thinks. Hey, I think it's a little ridiculous you cut 80-something people or whatever. We got 80-something new players. I'm not going to do it that way, but that don't mean that I think you're a horrible person. I just don't agree with the way you do it.
Right.
You know?
He'll take a loss back to Nebraska, though.
Sure he will.
Yeah. He was, though. He was very complimentary and kind of Deion and that whole program. Yeah. So maybe it was a little shut-up juice, or maybe that's the way he's been talking the whole time. I don't know. But to your point, Greg, you can make a comment that you don't agree with the way somebody's approach and strategy is, and that be okay. That's not a negative.
They're a bad person.
Right. That's just his strategy.
I wouldn't have ran every person. It looks like it may have been the right thing to do.
People take things so personal, and it may just be that he was talking about, I just don't go that – I don't take that approach, and I don't like that approach,
and if I have any
okay.
problem with Colorado is that seems to be the theme. Well, they doubted us, and we all get that. But to me, the biggest shut-up juice is what you're doing on the field.
Right.
It's really good.
Yeah, and I think back to
I get tired of hearing about how so-and-so said something. We showed them.
Deion lost me a little bit. He lost me a little bit a couple weeks ago or last week when he brought race into it.
I still love what they're doing.
Because he brought race into it last week, and that he lost me a little bit on that.
Well,
nobody's talking about that, Deion. Not at all.
Well, back to before the game and what
Shador
was talking about. Is that they were on the logo of the field of the Colorado logo at midfield and disrespecting the logo, and some of the players went and broke it up. That's what he was doing.
I'm just one of these people. I don't care.
You do that. I understand that, y'all. But I'm just saying.
I know.
You have that leading up on the back end of all the bad talk that was. And I didn't know this because I don't follow either team or haven't. But apparently the Colorado and Nebraska. Is a huge rivalry.
Oh yeah,
it is. So you got that on top of this too. So let's not leave that out.
In the old days, it was to the point when Colorado won. You remember they had the quarterback that died of cancer.
Yeah.
I think he was the father of what's his name's daughter's kid, McCartney's daughter.
Yeah.
But anyway,
he
died, and I remember they had some kind of sign saying something about him being dead. I mean, that rivalry back when it mattered was intense.
Yeah. So this wasn't just any game. So you got that on top of it.
But just play the game. You're doing really well. Y'all be proud.
Yep.
866 We Be Big is the number. 15 minutes until top of the hour. Rick, Bubba here. Adler will join us shortly. And after top of the hour, the main show will start. Don't forget, a little bit later in the show today, Max Lucado joins us. His latest book, God Never Gives Up on You, now available, maxlucado.com, his website. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. For a limited time only, get our special offer at nordvpn.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're gonna have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
I've been taking Nutrafol 4.5 years.
My hair was thinning.
I was under a lot of stress.
I like Nutrafol because it's drug-free and the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
My hair feels thicker,
stronger.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Klein tools are new at Lowe's, pros. Lowe's knows you want top brands and quality products, and Klein Tools delivers. Right now, get the Klein 3-piece ModBox mobile workstation for $319.94 and the Klein 5-piece cushion grip screwdriver set for just $34.97, both exclusively at Lowe's. Shop the largest selection of Klein tools, the highest quality tool brand at Lowe's. Because Lowe's knows tools, Lowe's knows pros.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life, and I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. Looking back on some busy weekends and getting through today as we start a brand new one with you. 22nd anniversary of 9/11. The show will be looking back on 22 years. Hard to believe we have done a little bit of that this hour. Discuss some college football this past hour as well. I know the U.S. Open was this past weekend. Coco, I saw one.
Yeah, she did.
That's big.
Yeah, it was big.
How young is she?
19.
Wow.
Yep.
So that's like Reese winning the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
That kind of puts it to
picture.
Yeah.
Really funny.
I'm trying.
There's a I do that.
There he is.
I picture him wearing his work boots.
Hey, son. Yeah, in his high-vis shirt.
I picture up there
Great
there in
job.
the box crying when it's over.
Squalling like this.
Let's way to go, boss.
Coco claimed it was the first time she's ever seen her dad cry. of all these years, which was funny. There's some video surfacing too of her at like 8, 9 years old at the U.S. Open as a kid,
jumping up,
dancing and
that.
all this, and so to see her now winning it at the age of 19 and
Greg got teary-eyed.
unreal,
Yeah,
unreal.
I could now.
It was a good weekend for tennis for sure. You had that, and then you had Novak get his 24th. So good stuff all the way around if you're a tennis fan.
Thought about you when I saw those.
Yeah. I was gonna wait till it came up, but I if y'all don't have anything, I want to ask y'all. Have y'all seen the latest episode of Hard Knocks?
Yes.
So are we just not going to discuss the
Is
fact
it not over?
that
Oh,
Aaron?
you're talking about the last
Yeah,
one?
where it ends where they're talking about going to see Broadway shows and
Yes.
stuff.
haven't
Okay.
seen that.
So are we just not going to talk about the fact that Aaron Rodgers saw a UFO back when he
I
was?
read a story about that.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, goodness gracious.
I read a
That's
story.
where he kind of loses me a little bit.
But he gives this story.
I know.
I mean, we talk about people seeing UFOs all the time.
Oh, is that-
And
yeah.
he gives this depiction of what happened with him and his roommates, and all his roommates are. This is back right when he was about to be drafted or had already been drafted. It was in that 2005, and he tells this story about how they hear this noise, they don't know what's going on, they see this light, they go outside, and they're all looking at each other like, "What in the world is that?" And he said, then the distinct sounds of fighter jets you can hear in the sky. And he's like, "What in the world is going on?" And to this day, he said they came in the next day. They were fully expecting to pick up a paper or something and see it, and the story about what it is and all this. And to this day, it's not been answered. And I'm like, so these are things happening to Aaron Rodgers.
I saw an article, the headline about that. It said that he was terrified or something.
Yeah. It was really kind of eerie in the Hard Knocks because they kind of they toned down the music a little bit and put him behind showed some stars in the sky.
Abducted him, and then when he came back, he was really good.
Well, I just thought because we'll bring up a UFO in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that Aaron Rodgers says he saw one before he was drafted, and we hadn't talked about that, and nobody else would give him anything on it.
Yeah, I just saw one little obscure article about it. Hey, let me ask y'all something. If y'all dealt with this, I was out in the yard yesterday. And I got to look in the flower bed, and it's like something. And my dogs don't dig.
Okay.
And then I got to look in the yard, and there's like clumps of grass being pulled up.
Armadillo.
That's
buddy.
what I'm thinking.
That's exactly what it is.
That or moles or whatever they're called.
Little grubs.
Yeah.
But I can't.
It's probably grub worms they're after.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. And but anyway, I looked at they ripped the grass up everywhere, but I hadn't seen any of my dogs.
Now
need
it
to
could
pay a
be
little more attention.
what Speedy's talking about. Those whatever they're called. I don't know,
know.
moles or
I don't know
something.
either.
But
I've just heard people that
Yeah.
have
No,
that problem.
No, this is widespread, so it's got to be something.
I think it's
big.
armadillo.
I do too. That's what I've seen one armadillo one time.
Do you ever
Hadn't
catch
seen
them because you leave so early sometimes
No, I
because
don't
it's in the
see
middle
them.
of the
I know. I haven't seen them out there, but boy, they're having time.
the mole's like a rat kind of thing.
Right.
You ever seen one?
No, they're little.
Yeah, but they cause a lot of damage, Greg, and they'll make a track you can almost see where they've been because it lifts the.
No, these
the
are
grass
these
up.
are ripped up by the root.
Okay.
And flipped like chunks.
Yeah,
just
that you got
chunks.
hogs.
Good. Yeah, now that is possible. Yeah, this is chunks.
But to your point, I mean, does Mr. Buddy? He would let you know.
You would
that
think. Now I
something-
have woke up in the middle of the night, and heard him out there barking, but could be anything. Deer.
Mm-hmm. But now he gets into that garage just because he'd just be sound asleep and he don't.
Probably.
Yeah.
They're not very
He's probably
loud when they're
dreaming about
doing it.
Daddy coming out. and seeing
One
him.
time I had one. He had dug up under my outside air conditioner, and he come running out of there. Buddy run him off.
Mm-hmm.
That was years ago. I hadn't seen him since.
You know what you need? Moultrie Mobile.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
got
you-
one.
you-
I do have.
Hey, you could.
I do have.
That's a great idea. You could set it up, right? Is there a hot spot or is it all over the place, or is
No,
it just
there's-
one little area?
The couple.
Mm-hmm. Is it
Couple areas.
kind of wet?
Mm-mm.
I don't know.
Well, here's the thing though. If it's the worms and it's going to be more than one area, they'll tear the whole thing up if you don't take care of it. Yeah. You're going to come up within 2 or 3 weeks, and it'll just be. He don't care, which is fine. I wouldn't either.
It ain't that, but I got a lot of grass.
You got.
I know, but it's
That's
still
what I was-
disturbing.
That's what I was about to say.
You probably don't want that though.
I'd rather be away from the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they can do all they want to out there I don't care. Yeah. But anyway,
well, watch out for the leprosy.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm sure there's such outbreaks of that everywhere.
Somebody with a good one just emailed. Heard it was Saban digging around looking for a quarterback.
Oh, that's terrible.
Hey, that's bad.
Everybody
That's
calm
somebody
down.
sent that.
I love
in.
how the people say, well, Coach Saban's too old and he's done now.
Hey,
they've determined this after the second game of the season.
Can I tell
Against
everybody
a really
something?
good team.
Alabama fans, can I tell y'all something real quick?
Helmsy's telling y'all something.
Nick
everybody.
Saban is on record for jerking quarterbacks out of games if he needs to.
Yeah.
Okay? He's on record for that.
Yeah,
He's
well,
took some chances that no other coach would ever take.
He yanked a guy out who is now one of the highest paid players in the NFL.
Yes.
So my guess is
my
guess is if he thinks that Milroe ought to be in there, he probably ought to be in there.
He's seen the other ones practice, and he must feel like they are not
I think,
giving him a chance to win.
what it says is he realized that he's not the problem. It was
the offensive line.
The
got
Texas
whipped.
won the line of scrimmage.
They did.
And
That was
better
different
play it.
on both sides of the ball.
And that's coming. Hey, look, I talked to an Alabama fan that was in Bryant-Denny and watched the game live because sometimes I ask, sometimes being there you can see a different perspective than a TV broadcast. And he said, "Oh, we lost the line of scrimmage."
Yeah, you got to control the line of scrimmage, and if you don't, you're not going to win.
And they'll get better and probably
against a good
rebound,
team.
and you'll probably see
them in the SEC championship.
Yes, yep.
Yeah.
It's a little soon. There is a path to the playoffs for them. Everybody just needs to pump the brakes.
It goes to show you, no matter how successful you are, you give one little blip,
amazing,
and they'll turn on you.
Yeah.
They'll turn on you so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable.
They will. But I understand. Doesn't mean you have to like it, but
it's just a little quick.
But
they're still getting the number one recruiting class every year.
Yeah.
They're still, when all that starts declining, then you may look at, because when some of the other coaches like Paterno and Bowden hung around too long, those things started to drop off.
Yeah. Right.
They're not there.
No.
And let's see how the rest of the season goes.
Yeah. And I will tell you this, it is tough because, and I get it, some fan bases have been pretty spoiled when it comes to winning and losing. I mean, you look at some of the top in the game now. I mean, you got Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia now. Some of those fan bases, they're not used to losing, and when they do, it feels weird. Now, if you are like me and you grew up a fan of somebody like Mississippi State that has a history of just heartbreaking losses, even though some big wins too, you all want to look at these other fan bases and go, hey.
Yeah, I don't feel sorry for you.
You have no idea what it's like.
Hey, let me tell the new offense coordinator, buddy, you don't realize where you're at now.
Oh,
you're fixing
you
to
see
get,
him rubbing his face like
listen, they are going to wear you out this week.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, as we get ready to move forward, we do remind everybody that participating Buffalo Wild Wings today, another charity charge. We really, really, want you to really, really be a martyr for the good of other people and actually go eat.
Mm-hmm.
So look for the participating Buffalo Wild Wing locations, 10% of food sales today. Go to the Outdoor Ability Foundation, and we've talked about that organization and people who have physical challenges who still like to enjoy the great outdoors. They put together the equipment to make all that happen, and you can see all their information at OutdoorAbilityFoundation.com. But you'll help them today by going to participating Buffalo Wild Wings, and we'll get a check for them here in a couple of weeks, and then we'll move to the next one. Those charity charges are making it happen, and I know that you're sitting over right now saying, Rick, if you're going to talk about charity charge, I got to have the charity charge music, and I don't have a problem with that. There we go. Got to have it. Crank it up. Everybody, here we go. There we go. Keep it moving. Move them on through. Move them Buffalo through. Go ahead. There was talk for us not doing it on tax day, but we came to the conclusion people are going to need some wings today.
Yeah.
So
listen, any comfort items you can muster up today, lunch, hanging out with friends. I noticed there's several other things here going on today. People are trying to give people a break.
Yep.
I'm all for it.
Well, what I'm saying is, you certainly don't want to overdo anything, but if you're going to have to walk a tight line today of comfort, anything, we'd rather it be food versus liquor.
Yeah.
So this is just
drown your sorrows.
That's right. Put your bottle down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And let's go out and do something and help somebody at the same time. We'll have and Greg, We'll have the Amazing Three will be on the program today.
There's one of the Amazing Three now.
Right. You'll discover. You know what? A little better this time though. Last time was about 4:30.
Yeah.
So
true. Good point.
So the Amazing Three, three on the string, will be here. They'll sing the tax song. They'll perform for us. Super Tom, the engineer, setting that up now. It's kind of been another way that we kind of, I'd rather laugh because we talk about how many times in life you're on the edge of two emotions, laughing or crying.
Mm-hmm.
So we'd rather go toward the laugh, and so we'll see if we can have some fun with the Amazing Three on the string today.
Well, and Rick, we also offer a $100 check to the person that has to write the biggest check today. Now, not total paid, but who has to write the biggest one-time check today. We offer a $100 prize condolence.
That's right. So $100 toward whatever your additional tax burden is today.
So you can start calling those in anytime. We'll let you know toward the end of the show who had to write the biggest check.
Yeah,
I'm shocked too how big some of these checks have to be.
Oh yeah.
There's some big ones. There's some big ones out there. Now the Trump tax plan should help some on some of those.
Well,
burdens.
it just depends where you fall, and what your deductions were.
Some
will
might
go
hurt.
up, some will go down.
Yeah, you're right.
There was a big, they were kind of making a big wave in the media the last week or so about, refunds are down and all. But if you really started looking at the numbers, it wasn't a whole lot different.
Guys, I hate to bring up the inconvenient truth about refunds again. I was talking with a friend yesterday about how he was talking about his mom doesn't understand that either, and she's on fixed income. He's like, Mom, if you paid more taxes than you were supposed to, the government kept more than they were supposed to. They gave you no interest, and they just gave it back.
Yeah.
You didn't get money from the government.
You got your money back.
You got your money back with no interest, and they kept it for a year.
Yeah.
That if you had held on to, you might have made a penny or two.
Right.
Who knows?
Yeah, a tax refund isn't magic money that comes from the government. That was your money you gave that you didn't need to give, and they just sent it back.
And
a year later.
It's not a reward for doing something
right.
good or right.
Yeah.
And the sad part of it is nobody, I think, in their right mind likes the tax code like we have it. It's just very difficult.
No, it's terrible.
It's hard to getting your returns done. You send in your money, you have no idea if it's right or not. You just hope it is. And we could solve all that with a flat tax. And it could be a flat tax on income. It could be a flat tax on sales, a VAT tax. But our politicians do not want to do away with it because it gives them a lot of control over you and me.
That's it. They want it to be complicated because if it wasn't complicated, we would understand it better, which means we would probably redress them more about it.
And think about this: with all the money, that our government will take in, they still are going to spend more than they took in, and continue to pile on that national debt.
Yep. No matter who's
That's
in
a
charge.
good feeling.
No matter what party's in
it's
charge.
it has nothing to do with that.
I laughed pretty hard, and Helmsley said he has to credit his brother, and I don't know where his brother got it, but
Probably Facebook, Twitter.
yeah.
something.
So we
The W-2 captain.
Yeah, so I was I had a very active Sunday. It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new hour beginning now on a brand new week, brand new day. It's all here for you. We start this baby with the national anthem. Here we go. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Coming to you from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology from sweet home Alabama to the world on a brand new hour, on a brand new day, on a brand new week. The kickoff hour is behind us, so that means that Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they're already here, stretched out and ready to go. Eddie Van Adler is joining us for another week. The YouTube experience is ready, both live and archived every day. If you're one of our over 100,000 subscribers to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, if you haven't subscribed, doesn't cost anything, do that today. It's another option for you. With all the other ways you can get the Rick and Bubba Show live and archived. And we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Yes, it does. Bubba, 22 years ago today, we were live on the air, and it hit me how young we were. I mean, take our 59 years, subtract 22, and there we were. Weren't even 40 yet, and then we were sitting here not knowing what was going on, and all of a sudden. The whole world turned upside down.
It did. It's a day that certainly we'll never forget. I think each generation kind of has that day.
Yep.
You had our parents with JFK being assassinated, and then our grandparents when Pearl Harbor was attacked. So those things always are markers. And, we were talking about it before the show started, what lessons we learned that day, and have we learned any lessons? And,
nope.
And have we drifted back to the old ways today? And are we any better off?
Well, I told Bub, I said, I think everybody, I remember the churches being packed, and I think we all were afraid, and God had our attention, and I'm being gracious here, for about 6 months. And then we turned right back to the way we were, and probably, I would say in the 22 years since 9/11, we've become more decadent, more dark, more wicked than ever before.
Yeah, I think we went the other way.
So I don't think we learned a thing, frankly. I really don't. I mean, I hate to be Debbie Downer, but I mean, it doesn't look like we learned anything from that lesson, really.
And it's, that's kind of where we are today, sadly.
Right.
So, a lot of fronts.
Right. And we've said it so many times, and I know that Max has got a book today, and it is a positive note, and it's true, and what he says is true about individuals, and it's wonderful about God never gives up on you, and of course at some point he does, but the story of Jacob and it's an incredible story, and God has used flawed people throughout time. It's one of the reasons why with the manchurch.com, one of our curriculum is called Real Men of the Bible, and what it is we take 8 really flawed guys and show you, how you should do things and how you shouldn't, and how God still used them. But we also know that just because God is slow to anger, according to everything He's told us, that doesn't mean the anger never comes, because it is coming.
Yeah.
And it's ugly when it gets here, by the way. But you know what? What everybody can say to God if we decide to continue to go our own way, we cannot look at Him and say, "You never gave us a chance."
No.
He has been more than gracious and more than merciful. But at some point, the old age of grace turns off like a faucet, and it goes back to the left, and then here comes the wrath.
And so we get to see little warm-up acts of his wrath that remind us that it is there, and we're supposed to learn from that. But I don't think. I think individual people have learned.
Yeah,
but
I hope so.
But I know I've learned from things that I've been through. I don't want to go back and have to learn those lessons again. But
it is, and we've listened to bits and pieces of the show that we were doing that day.
Yep.
And for those of you not around, we were literally had our mics open when the building was hit, the second one.
37 years old.
Yeah, and
we weren't even 40 yet, Bubs.
And listening to the commentary,
we're about to be 60,
and the theories about what was happening, and we ended up staying on till a little after lunch that day, and it was quite a day. I'll never forget it.
No, I won't either, and it's definitely a marker, and it's as you said, every generation has theirs, and that's definitely ours, because. I just remember that feeling of, so we're being attacked on our own soil, which I don't think we've had that since 1812, have we?
Well, Pearl Harbor, it wasn't
that's
continental.
true. That's
it wasn't
true.
a continental
That's true.
United States,
Right,
and it was a long way off.
Right.
But you know,
the lower 48, I guess you have to go back to 1812, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
because the Civil War, we were all on the same soil,
Right,
but that's not the same thing because we were going against each other. But
I think when the Brits burned down the White House, it's probably as close as you get, and that was 1812.
Can I tell you
that was the one that really was a biggie?
Well, no,
it doesn't get the press that the Revolutionary War got, but it was the one that really mattered.
You know, our little conversation about that, for some reason, like I'm talking about a person that knows history forward and backward.
Yeah.
And I mean, they love it. They read mounds of books on it. And I slayed him with our conversation about the War of 1812. And, you know, because you figure if there's anybody that thinks that's not funny, it's going to be him.
Right.
And you can tell he never really thought about it. I said, really, we need to talk more about 1812. I said, they came back.
Mad.
I said, no more swamp fox.
No
more being fooled by all that. And they were really, really mad.
Yeah.
And how he got to laughing. And he goes, you know what? You're right about that. I said, that's a bigger victory than the Revolution. We kind of surprised them on the Revolution.
Yeah.
We didn't surprise them in 1812. They were ready.
Now, that was an expeditionary force. We beat up on the Revolutionary War. They came back 1812 with the regulars and the all of the Navy to go with it.
When I threw in that Swamp Fox couldn't hide anymore, they had slayed him. They weren't going to be fooled with that again. Of course, we still won. Of course, God intervened, apparently, if you look at some of the history of it.
Yeah.
But of course, what we've taken, all he's given us and trashed him with it. But I'm sure it'll be all right. 15 minutes past the hour, so we'll come back. And we'll unpack some of that today. We got to look back over a busy weekend, a lot of stories from the weekend. I had a great trip representing the show to Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. And I'll tell you some things I saw that were very, very interesting involving two things. And we'll recap that today, too. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Got a podcast now, Rick.
He does.
You knew that.
He's talking Helmsley's brother. He does. He does.
Oh, yeah.
He and 16,000 other people. You know what I mean? But I was.
He'd like you to go out and rate it.
Right. So I had a very active day yesterday, including, and I'll talk about it in a little while. I got to go see the C.S. Lewis one-man deal that we interviewed Max McLean about, and it was fantastic, by the way, as that continues to go around the country. And then I ended up at someone's surprise 50th birthday. So I was there at that dinner, and we were all cutting up, having a good time. And I knew that Tiger Woods had won the Masters because I saw texts from Helmsy and all of you that chimed in. But what I was not ready for was this picture that Helmsy sent via his brother, because we all know that we thought, well, Tiger's got to address his life, and he's got to address it now after the car sitting in the middle of the road, not moving.
He wasn't sure what state he was in.
He wasn't sure what state he was in. And
that was a sad day.
That horrifying video of him at the police station and all of that. And so this picture that Adler's going to show for those of you watching on YouTube right now, and it has Tiger's mugshot and then it has Tiger in the green jacket winning the Masters, and over the picture of his mugshot, it has Obama's America, and over the picture of him in the green jacket again, it has Trump's America.
That's funny. That's funny. I don't care who you are.
And by the way, if you don't think Donald Trump's not taking credit for Tiger's
Well,
turnaround,
sure he is. Right?
sure he is.
There's no doubt.
I mean,
Oh, he tweeted about it. I don't know if y'all saw that.
no,
yesterday.
I heard this
Me too.
when they told him that Tiger had won. He was watching it there, and they asked him what he thought about it. And I heard this.
Today, I'm very proud of myself.
but I don't know what he tweeted.
Our president
He
tweeted,
uses that line a
great
lot.
Masters going on right now. Tiger Woods is leading with 2 holes left to play. Very exciting. Tune in.
Well,
Thank you, Prez.
Thanks, POTUS.
Thanks, POTUS, for making sure. Do you? I mean, where do we put this turnaround? I mean, it's got to be one.
big one.
It's got to be one of the biggest.
I can't think of anything like this in my lifetime. I'm 41, so
I mean,
maybe you guys can that had a little more time on your hands, but I can't. I can't put this in any other category.
No, are we talking about a turnaround or a comeback?
I would say just somebody
It's
who
kind of a combo.
I think it is.
somebody who you said, all right, they're done. They're over.
And we didn't just say it. He did. 2 years ago, he even said, "I'm done. I can't play anymore."
He didn't come back, guys, and just say, all right, I'm not an embarrassment.
Yeah,
He came back and won the Masters.
One of the greatest tournaments that's on the planet against the greatest competition that's on the planet.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's crazy.
You know what this is like? To me, this is what I would liken it to. And I know there were a few. He did have some things that were going on in his life, and there wasn't. Well, he did overcome that too, but he'd already kind of done that. But if Brett Favre had taken the Vikings and won the Super Bowl, this is what this is like, and he almost did it because you thought Favre was over, and he gave you one last little,
This moment yesterday, I had never seen anything like this. When people are, it was almost like those old black and white movies that we used to see, where people would put people on their shoulders and cheer for them and scream their names, and it was one of those moments where everybody's chanting Tiger, his son and daughter, his mom. You have all these players that I wouldn't have expected to stick around to congratulate him, and hearing some of the other players that played that were tied for second, that were in the hunt on the last 3 holes, were getting emotional talking about it. It was just a crazy day.
Well, you realize he was at the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, personally, professionally, and had injuries and all kinds of problems.
Well, I'll tell you what it was, is a lot of these players that this was their guy that they watched. He's the reason they're there playing today and playing. He's created this generation of players.
Right.
And now they're actually getting to see him do what he did back then while they're actually playing.
You can probably hear him.
Congratulations, Tiger. You're the now Masters champion.
Now Jim Nantz and I don't know whoever's in there with him. They're in the booth.
Yeah,
but everybody else is on the course.
Okay, so that's why.
All right, Doug.
So that's it.
I like when they say we go to 16.
Yeah.
That's the reason why so many people, when they want to nap, they watch golf.
Yeah,
it puts you right
it
to
is
sleep.
relaxing.
Yeah, it is relaxing.
Doug and Hartsville. Doug, go ahead.
Here's my scenario. 2 years ago, if you'd been asked in 2019, Jalen Hurt with a 26-2 record as a starter transfers to Oklahoma, Auburn shows up in the Final Four, or Tiger Woods wins the Masters, which one of those would have been the hardest thing for you to believe?
Wow.
I got it. 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we work our way into another day. So we'll recap some of that coming up. And I don't know, we haven't, honestly, to be honest, we got Max Lucado coming up a little bit later on in the program. We haven't really talked about, it's almost like 9/11 snuck up on me. I'm just being honest with you. I was literally looking at the schedule and I'm like, wow, it's 9/11. So I don't know if we have any real plans today on what we're going to do. It's 22 years. We certainly should always remember it, but I don't know to what level we'll dive into it on the show today. But that is out there.
Yeah, we've always got the little thing that Speedy edited together that's so good.
we
And
always play that,
I always
yeah.
enjoy hearing that.
Sure.
So we may do that a little later in the show, too.
Okay.
So a lot going on. Man, it was a busy weekend.
It was. I know the kickoff hour touched on some of the college football stuff, and of course we had NFL action this weekend too. College football, had some pretty big stories over the weekend. I had a chance, the way my schedule worked, which I was really thankful. I got to watch Colorado and Nebraska, not the whole game, but I got to watch a good bit of it.
Yeah, I did too.
And I think if you're in the Colorado mode and you're excited about the Sanders era, I think Saturday, and I'm not saying that Nebraska is some great football team yet, but they certainly are better, and they're working their way back. I thought what looked good was that Colorado last week had to win it with their offense, and then this week they won it with their defense. And I kind of thought, well, that's got to make you feel pretty good because it makes the team look more balanced because their offense couldn't do anything. And Nebraska had a really good defensive plan against that offense and held them in check. But fortunately for Colorado, while they were trying to figure the offense out and move the football on Nebraska, the defense was making plays and keeping the game close, so they were never really got in trouble. Because if that defense had not held up,
it could have
they'd have found themselves
deep hole.
in a deep hole.
Yeah.
So they looked a little sloppy when I saw it, but before I left to go to Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, they were kind of putting it together, and it was all kind of coming together.
Yeah, they did.
And I think you would say, well, what do you mean? I should be happy that the team looked a little sloppy. Yeah, I think you should. The fact they did and won. They put it together and then pulled away against another. I mean, they're not playing directional schools, and they're not playing some of the minor programs in Division I. I know that TCU last year didn't. It's not the same team they had last year. I got that, and also know Nebraska is not the Nebraska of their heyday. But these aren't bad football teams they're beating. They're not beating the kind of teams that a lot of big time schools play the first 2 weeks. I mean,
no, you're right.
They've beat two pretty good teams. I mean, considering they won one ball game last year. So I think if what's happening in Colorado just continues to be special, I guess is the bottom line.
Yeah, I mean, again, a little early to say they're playing for a national championship.
Strictly talking about the first 2 weeks.
When you look at what left the field last year at 11-1, and what entered the field
1-11.
Yeah, 1-11. I'm sorry, and what entered the field this year, it's just remarkable.
And I know Nebraska may not want to hear this. I think you should feel pretty good. I think you've made the right hire. I think this team looked more physical, especially early. Now, the quarterback's athletic, but obviously he looked a lot like Alabama's quarterback. One moment you would think this may be one of the finest players you've ever seen. Then the very next series you go, my goodness, what is he doing? But that's going to come. Yeah. That's going to come. I think Nebraska, you're kind of on a good trajectory with this coach, so I think you're good. I know you
don't panic yet.
Don't panic. And, of course, this Deion Sanders hire just continues to and it's more than just he's a good marketer, which he absolutely is. I mean, Sherry and I were laughing. I made her come look at some of it. And when now they go to the break and you've got the president saying we also have a prime location. They show the mountains behind it and all that. I mean, what he's doing so many ways for that university. Yeah. Of course, he probably won't be there very long, but that's all that's good. But I think that he's more than just a hot dog and a hype man. He's put together a really good staff. He's able to get really good players, and really, he's quite the disciplinarian with the players. Now, like he gets to do certain things, but he didn't let them do it.
Right.
You know, and so now I don't know how his career will be when it's said and done, but what he's done right there and the product they have on the field right now, you really can't say anything other than that's impressive.
Yeah, Colorado needed to do that. You can have a good hire, or you can have a spectacular hire that's going to change the landscape immediately, change the national narrative, and that's what Deion did. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Well, I did something for you guys and for the staff I haven't done in a long time, and that is I sat through a segment of Lee Corso.
Oh, no.
And I did it for you guys because I knew.
Did you bail him?
I knew.
Could
Joe,
you not do it again?
No, I watched it, but he wasn't on as much. Okay. They dialed it back, I think.
Well, I knew because they had teased it that Joe Namath was going to be the guest picker, and that they were going to be sitting. They were going to be sitting beside each other. And I got to tell you, Joe Namath, as far as just speaking and caring, he's fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
I mean, he's rolling. But
that particular play.
But Lee Corso, on the other hand, bless his heart,
not so much.
Kirk was he was just so fidgety and so worried about Lee Corso during the entire segment.
God love him.
But I sat through it for you guys. I want y'all to know, and it was hard for someone that suffered from secondhand. But Tuscaloosa was showing out. It was a great atmosphere for college.
Speedy
game day.
brings up a great point.
Yeah,
Speedy brings up a great point in Kirk. Kirk's great, and we all love Kirk.
Hard to go.
But I don't even think we're getting his best because he's so worried about Corso.
How about I worried about that?
Yeah.
I worried about that. Doggone
It's a great point.
Can I tell you honestly?
It's taking all of his attention.
I think this is it for me because I got up in time on Saturday. I did. Okay. And I didn't have to leave till like 2-something in the afternoon. Okay. So I had time.
Yeah.
I can honestly say, because of, unfortunately, where we are with our dad right now, Greg and me, and where we are with our president, I can't take a third one.
It's just
Okay,
more.
I get it.
I can't see any more of that.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's almost like that
It's too
tank.
much.
That tank is empty. It's like I can't struggle with another man.
Yeah.
I just can't. And so I made a decision not to watch it. I was like, I can't look at that.
Yeah. Well, it just so happened it timed down. I saw the
thanks for bringing up the Kirk thing.
Yeah.
I saw the
Understand.
tees coming, and I was like, wow.
Yeah,
now, Joe
yeah.
wear those pants high, but, I mean.
That's all right. He's earned it.
He sat down, and he owned it, but good night. Poor old Lee.
We'll come back. Speaking of that game, Alabama, Texas, well.
Yeah.
Well.
How about that?
Well. And I'm going to tell you how I got caught in that game in kind of a unique way that involved the trip to Kentucky. It was I found myself immersed in it, and I really had not thought that through. And it's pretty funny. I'll tell you about that too. And it was so interesting because Bubba, you brought them up, all the stereotypes of the states.
Yep.
And I got to live in two stereotypes.
Yeah.
And I was like projected from one culture into the other in such a short period of time. It was really amazing to watch it. So we'll be back. Bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I got to go Auburn Final Four.
I think I do too. I mean, this is amazing what Tiger Woods did, but I saw him doing this before I saw Auburn going to the final.
We can at least document Tiger has the ability to win the Masters.
Look, none of us saw Auburn going to the Final Four 2 weeks before they went. You know?
I think that may have still been more outlandish.
I agree with you guys.
Thanks, man. I appreciate the call. And Greg, we're a little surprised at you.
You know, usually when you have a feel-good story and everybody's moving in one direction on it and it's sweet and everybody, usually Greg is the trout that swims up the stream.
Absolutely.
No, I don't know.
Greg has not made a waitress comment.
No,
Greg has
not one. I've used all of those in the past.
Not a Buddhist comment.
And no, I just look. I appreciate athletically what he's done.
Now, here's what's happened, and I told Bubba this in the break, and I could tell you agreed. Greg becoming a grandfather was like when the Grinch's heart grew three sizes. Greg's heart has grown three sizes.
And the screen broke.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that's not true, but but I'm still.
Your heart's gotten so big, you now have room for things like this.
Well, whatever. But I'm just.
I mean, Baby Ellis takes up most of it. I got that, but there's
you got to admit, in the old days, you would have come in here and you'd have punched holes in this big canvas of love.
Canvas of love.
Well, I used so many stripper jokes on him in the past.
There it comes.
Now, Greg, you go with how you really feel. We're just looking.
I had said earlier when he was chasing strippers, he seemed to play better.
You did?
Did I say? Now, am I accusing him of that right now? I'm not going to go that far. But
Well, he did win the Masters.
Well, he's had on course and off course trouble.
Well, yeah, that's what makes it so incredible.
That last time
But
was
when
he didn't know what state he was in that time.
That
California.
that
no,
didn't look good.
guess again.
Well, it's clearly, I think, good for Goff that he's back and winning. And now the question is, can he keep it up? Will he be able to catch?
No, this is it. He's done.
You think this is it? One and done.
One and done. He's out. He's going to crash from this point on. He ain't going to make a cut the rest of the year. But it's a good moment.
Now we're beginning to see Greg. He's in there somewhere.
I'm just saying, I could see that happening.
Right.
So let me ask you this: with his back problem, and look, we've all to some degree had back trouble. I know, Helms, you've had a block lately. I did too a few years ago. When your back's hurting, you're done. I mean, you can't do
pretty
anything.
much controls.
So what did he have done that fixed his back so he could get to this point?
I don't know specifically. I just know it's called fusion.
So he fused a disc?
Yeah, and he talked a little bit about that because he was asked the question, how do you guys, he's 43, somebody referenced Tom Brady winning the Super Bowl at 41, and he said that it's, how have you been allowed to come back and be in the shape you're in, do the things you're doing, even though your back had some issues? And he talked about, he used this word, which I found was interesting when you're talking about nutrition, and probably some of us in here I definitely do, need to get on board with this. But he said, when you have perfect nutrition, and I thought, remember how we've always talked about Tom Brady's diet and how crazy it is?
Yeah.
But evidently it seems to work. I mean, he's on record for how well it helps him. I think Tiger's been on something similar, and then he talked about all the weights and some of the things that he was doing weight-wise put himself in that situation with his back, and plus as hard as he was swinging.
So are you saying he hurt himself by overworking out the weight?
Yes, yeah, that and then the way he swung the golf club, and so he
very violent.
And so back to the thing, he had it done. He's pain free, and now he's taking care of his body the way he probably should have done prior to having the injury. And some, I mean, I'm just not willing to. I talk about all the time. I can't play golf more than I play one time, and I have to take off for 3 or 4 days and can't because of my back. If I really wanted to, if it was in me to do it, I probably could go the route of nutrition and stretching and doing all these things to put myself in a position to play more, but I'm not willing to do that.
That's it.
I don't have the time to do it, number one.
I like when anytime some people will come to you and they act like they've come up with the truth that you didn't know. If you just knew that, you would do it.
Right.
I'm like, well, there's nothing about what you say I haven't. I fully understand that when you put the right fuel in anything, it runs better.
Yes.
I mean, that's not hard for me to follow.
Yeah.
I also understand that if you will burn off more calories than you take in, you won't put weight on. I fully understand that.
Right.
I understand. I understand the whole thing about processed foods versus foods that were actually. Here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show and Cook's Pest Control. What a combination. We've been locking arms for years against all pests, all comers. We won't have you. And, of course, termite protection with the Centricon system. We all have it at all of our different homes, protecting our property from termites by building a fortress around the property. Once they get there, it's too late. You got to keep them from ever getting there, and Cook's is the best at that. They also handle any problem with pests and rodents and put them to work for you. Let them come out to your property and give you a free, no-obligation evaluation. Now, we want to save you the hassle and the trouble and say, go ahead and use them. But anyway, they will say if you decide not to use them, that's fine. But at least let them evaluate your property and let them tell you what needs to be done and put them to work for you. Cookspest.com, that's where you go to find out about them. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. You can find them right there under the sponsors button. We have loved our relationship with Cook's Pest Control, and we love it so much we even sing, looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. Still to come on the program, a look back at 9/11, 22 years ago today. And Max Lucado with his new book, God Never Gives Up on You, coming up later in the program. So a couple of things about this game with Alabama and Texas. I'll start there. So I was headed out to Lawrenceburg, Kentucky for a man church event on Saturday night, then honored to stay and actually preach the 2 services on Sunday morning at Sand Spring Baptist Church. So we were looking at the schedule, things that we have, and Sherry and I both were in this, what we call this 30 days we've been waiting on, where we have 2 sons getting married inside of 30 days. And so we got a lot going on, getting ready for that. You got this, and don't forget about this thing coming up. Don't forget about that. And so the only way that I was going to be able to get this Lawrenceburg opportunity is to go private again and get me up there and back. So we had budgeted for that through the Burgess Ministries budget too, because we knew it had to happen. Sometimes we go commercial if we can, and of course drive if we can, but sometimes you don't have a choice. This is the only way you're going to make it happen. And thankful we have the opportunity to do that. So when I got to the airport, keep in mind this is an airport that is designed, basically, I don't think they ever do anything there other than, charters and leases and things like that. So normally, if it's a wheels up at 2:30 on a Saturday afternoon, you get there, it's pretty much a tumbleweed. You're pretty much the only one going, because people usually, if they're going for a weekend, they left on a Friday. If it's business stuff, they're going during the week. And so I start driving up, and there are airplanes everywhere. I'm talking about when they told me where our plane was parked, I couldn't even see it. I was like, "What?" They said, and I look, and here come the Texas burnt orange coming off these planes. All these big all money. That Texas money. Buddy, there were planes
Private
from one end
jets
of that
everywhere.
plane, and they're getting off in their Texas colors, and they headed to Tuscaloosa, buddy.
Really?
And I mean, they were jacked. And I ain't never seen so many planes. I ain't never seen so many big ones. I'm talking about our little plane was like sitting there going, "Come on, let's get out of here."
Yeah.
I mean, these were Gulfstreams. I mean, these were the big boys. I'm talking about big
money.
I'm talking about big money. And I'm talking about, like, we've all left out of there. You walk in there normally, it's just you and a couple of guys.
Sure.
The lobby was packed with people. I mean, and they're all in there in Texas colors. They're waiting on their cars to go to Tuscaloosa. I guess what happened, any of these airports that were closer, those of you who don't know around the country, that'd be about a 45-minute ride to Tuscaloosa, which is not bad. But I assume there's small airports, these, what do they call them? What do they call those airports that are just for leases? There's a name for it. And they have the little
abbreviation.
Yeah, I can't think of the name.
FBO.
Something like I think that's it. But there's probably one closer. But I guess there's so many of them coming in that they had to use Bessemer, Alabama too.
That's probably one
in Birmingham.
closest one.
And so I mean, hey, it was. And so when this is what's funny, talking about the difference. So we get on this plane and we leave all that mania, okay, and go to do the event. But it's also funny when I'm talking to Pastor Mike Hamrick, when he first reached out to me and said, "Hey, we're doing the men's discipleship strategy. Scott Dawson kicked off year 1. We'd like for you to kick off year 2." This was a year ago.
No.
And he was saying, we're looking at this weekend in September. I said, "You don't want to do men's ministry in September." I said, "You're not really going to do that." He goes, "This is Kentucky, right?" and I said, he goes, "I wouldn't do that if I was in Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Florida."
Yeah, okay.
He goes, "We're not going to have an issue on a Saturday night.
As long as it's before Midnight Madness."
Yeah, he said, and of course, Kentucky, the football team also played earlier in the day that day.
Yeah.
He said, "So we're not going to have an issue." He goes, "First of all, there's going to be very little interest in the football game at all." He said, "Now, I wouldn't bring you here during basketball season." But here was another thing I didn't think about Kentucky. So we land now at a version of this that's there. Well, when we land in Lexington, here it is again. There are planes everywhere. And now there's one, I don't know the name of it. The pilot told me, and I tried to remember, and I can't remember. But it's the biggest private airplane I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, it looked like the size of something you would fly overseas in, because it did. Like,
So it was Jesse Duplantis.
It look, that's funny. It looked like something that Trump, it looked like Air Force One.
Right.
And, of course, you see the Middle Eastern writing down the side. And I said, "What's going on?" He said, "Horse sale."
The thoroughbreds.
He said the thoroughbreds are all on sale on Monday. And he said, and that bunch right there owns a thoroughbred breeding operation here, and they've flown in for the sale. And he goes, and all these others you see, they're all here for the sale. So I left Alabama, and we're Alabama and Texas. They filled up that airport for a football game.
Right.
I get to Kentucky, they filled it up for a big horse establishment. You know, and I'm just like, what have I caught in the middle of here? I'm in two different cultures. I'll tell you that.
Cross that Tennessee line, it changes.
Right. Yeah, and it was interesting to see. I ain't never seen so much money in my life in both places.
It's just vulgar.
I mean, vulgar. Do y'all realize how much an airplane like that costs?
Oh,
You guys, don't picture a small airplane. I mean, picture Air Force One, straight up. It looked just like the same plane. It was just painted different.
That's crazy.
And they were planes like that, all these horse thoroughbred operations. And, of course, the Middle Easterns, I told him, one guy there, I said, look at that right there. He goes, oh, the oil money. He said, that's pocket change for them. He said, that's probably one of 5 they got.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, that's unbelievable. You could put you could put the horses on that.
Yeah.
I mean, and so it was, you'd leave football and then
how you do ship a horse to the Middle East.
I don't know, but they all, that
very carefully, right?
Been around Lexington and all that. There's all those operations there for thoroughbreds. And, because in Louisville's about an hour away, and you got the Churchill Downs and all
Barns
that. So,
everywhere.
Oh, and as soon as we got in the car to drive to the church, I mean, you just see these beautiful horse operations.
Yeah.
I mean, just there's it just, of course, and then Bones says, well, the grass doesn't look blue to me. I said, it's a different. it's a different.
He thought it looked like Boise Stadium.
Yeah, right. He's like, where is that? So, but it was so that I thought that was very, very interesting. But on that note, when those Texas fans got back to their planes, they were celebrating.
Oh,
They were.
Do you realize how well we know the number? How much of an uphill climb it is for anybody to go into the Saban era, and of course the Bear Bryant era, either one of those eras, to go into Bryant-Denny Stadium
and win,
and
win by double digits.
Now I heard, because I watched it at the hotel room after we
don't have much
when we were done with the man church service. When I got back to the hotel, I got to see probably 2.5 quarters of the game, the end.
Yeah.
And I saw right before halftime, then the rest of the game. But did I hear – now, maybe I didn't hear it right, okay, that once Saban got into year 2, not year 1, because when he got there, the program was in shambles and, and he was getting rid of people and changing out. But from his second year on, this is the biggest loss he's ever had. He's never lost by double digits. To anybody.
Really? Is that at home or just?
I think it was
that
at home.
Well,
it may be anybody.
But
because he hadn't lost a lot since then.
It might have been at home, but first of all, at home they haven't lost many times.
Well, think about it though. Once they got to rolling, they I can never remember them getting beat bad.
No.
And when we talk about double digits, let's keep
in,
we're 1 digit away from being not double digits.
Yeah,
Okay.
10 points.
10 points. Yeah.
They were in the game.
The Clemson loss in the national championship game may have been more than that.
Yeah,
Right?
it was.
That's the one I can think of.
But I guess they're talking about Bryant-Denny Stadium.
Right.
But think about it, that's still quite the accomplishment.
Oh, and you break it down just to the
very
month
rare.
of September, and it is.
Well, that's the first time they've lost since 2019 at home, and that was Joe Burrow. I mean, so it's been a while since they've even lost.
That team won the national championship.
Right. So for Texas to do that, and I'd forgotten last year, that Bama only won by 1 point.
Yeah.
And so now you've got Jimbo Fisher has beaten Saban. Of course, we know that Kirby
That's
Smart.
about all he's done.
Kirby Smart has beaten Saban, and now Sark has beaten him.
No team. There's individuals that have done things in sports over the last 15 years, but no team has ever done anything like they've done in this run, and we can't be happy about it.
Oh, the fans.
You know what I mean?
He's done.
Nothing.
Done.
You can't name another sport or another team that has done what this group has done. Yeah. And today, for how long they've done it, and today we just think a change has got to be made. I don't get it. I really don't.
I mean,
well I know.
I'm not surprised by it. It's a better thing to say.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't get it, but I'm not surprised by it. Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Created by God, versus things that were created in a laboratory. I follow every bit of that. None of that is like, oh man, I never thought about that. But then there has to be a willingness to actually say, well, then I'm actually going to apply that. It's just like there's a lot of people that believe in the Bible, but they don't apply it.
Right. And your body. When I see a 2 or 3 day run where I have eaten exactly the way that I'm supposed to, and it's kind of a kick on those 3 days to try. You know what? I feel amazing. Like my body feels completely different than when I have a Pop-Tart and a glass of milk at 9:30 at night.
Well, when you get older, especially when I was young, it didn't seem to matter.
Yeah. And he said, "Look, it's hard." And evidently, he's starting to chew gum a lot out there, and they're like, "Why are you chewing gum? This is new." And he said, "Because I'm constantly hungry, and this is one of those things that's helping me get through that without eating."
Yeah. There was one scare.
I'd have to chew a big old wad of gum.
Man, I'd have to chew Yubba Bubba.
It looked like I had a dip of Red Band.
Did y'all see the security guard almost take him out though?
I'm sorry?
The security guard almost take
right
him
up your alley,
out.
Rick.
I haven't seen it, but I know
it was in one of their
Friday?
rounds. Yeah, it was raining, and of course he hits the shot in the gallery, starts rushing, trying to walk with him, and the security's trying to race to hold everybody back, and one of them slips and hits his ankle and kind of twists his ankle a little bit here. He's going to come running in.
I see him.
And then hits his ankle.
What he's exaggerating a little bit.
Sure, he is.
What if
he was high stepping?
I'll show you.
He was high stepping it to be sure it was okay.
I'll show you.
Y'all remember that time he had hurt his back and fell out there?
Well, the first I thought he was exaggerating, and he probably was, but I'm sure it kind of startled him a little bit because he wasn't expecting it. Yeah, he did.
He hit his foot. Watch, he hit the foot part right there.
Hams, let me ask you this, because I heard him refer yesterday to him having to get up, very, very early to start his stretching that he does before he plays.
Yeah.
What all does he do? Do you know?
Well, I don't know his routine specifically, but if he tees off at 8:30, it was 9:30 Eastern
he's got
time.
A back time that he does.
They all get up and start getting after it about 4 hours prior to that, and that includes weights, that includes gym work, and that's what separates these guys. Think about the times like if I'm going to play a tennis match tonight, I won't do anything today because I got to get through the tennis match. Like I couldn't go to the gym and then do that too.
Right.
If I was playing a round of golf, there's no way I would do something like that extra. These guys are constantly.
Well, you also have to look at it this way, and certainly, again, it's the intellectual belief and then actually action.
Yeah.
But I don't play. This is not this. What I'm doing right now is what I do professionally. So if somebody said, Rick, there's a 4-hour routine that you would do every day, I'd go, well, that's out because I don't have 4 hours that I'm going to devote to anything because I have a job that this is not.
Yeah.
I don't have to stretch to do what I'm doing on there. It probably make me feel better, but I'm probably not going to get up at 1 o'clock in the morning and get all this 4-hour routine going so I can be here running at 5:30. Probably not going to do that. And then you think, okay, so let's say like tonight, what you're doing, and I've got a game I'm coaching tonight, but let's say I was playing tennis or golf or something, and all of a sudden, you tell your family, hey, I'm done with work, but hey, guys, I got 4 hours that I got to start preparing for the next 3 hours I'm going to be gone. So now 7 hours I'm going to be taking up that I can't give y'all. Because Daddy's got to go play golf or Daddy's got to go play tennis. I mean, it's lunacy.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is all this is interesting to study.
Yeah.
But unless we were going to do these sports professionally, it has no concept in someone's regular life like us.
Right.
Well,
right.
you have to.
Now, the nutritional things we could look at and do.
And you have to squeeze it down. You can't take that much of a lead time.
Yeah. One comedic moment here. Zach Johnson, one of the professional golfers. Whenever you watch
won
these
the Masters.
guys, whenever you watch these guys, you're like, well, that's so professional. Not the average golfer can't pull that off. But he actually did this during a practice swing. He accidentally hit the ball, and so he didn't mean to, and that counts as one. So now he's hitting 2 from right there on the tee box.
No, I don't think it actually counted. I don't think it counts.
Does it not?
If you're not addressing the ball, I don't think.
Okay, well, it did when I was playing with my buddies.
He just picked his lie up.
They'd be like, "That's one."
Yeah, no, it doesn't count.
Well, but I mean that's
still a hilarious moment that we normally don't see.
Yeah, average golfer kind of thing to do.
We'll be back 14 minutes to the top of the hour.
It's like something I'd do. Region.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today.
All right, so also don't forget a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out over the weekend. We talk with Jordy Henson. How about this? Got a lot of great feedback on that already. It was a powerful podcast, and I think you're out there, you're going through difficulty, and so many of us are, or you will, or you have. You can go catch that if you didn't. So it was a good conversation. Max Lucado on the show today. We'll talk with him coming up a little bit later on. 9/11, 22 years ago today. We'll talk about that a little more. So I know the Alabama-Texas game is getting a lot of hype, and like I say, I was immersed in some of that trying to get out and get to Kentucky. But there's it is interesting, and it is part of it. I mean, growing up as a coach's son, if there's one thing our father did a great job, and he did a great job at a lot of things, is reminding us that the same people that cheer for you will also boo you, and they'll boo you pretty quick. So it is so you just have to understand that. And as Dad would say, as long as we're winning, everybody will think I'm great, and if we start losing, everybody will think I'm terrible. But if you don't like that, don't be a coach. And he said that's part of it. And as he said, when they named the field after him, he goes, same people named the field after me also fired me.
Yeah.
And so you have to understand the business, and I think the great ones do understand it. But it is confusing to watch sometimes, because you can have the greatest resume in the world, but if on this particular Saturday fans don't like the way things look, they'll turn on you pretty quick.
Oh yeah, that's fandom, and that's, I think, all fan bases though.
Well, remember what that word "fan" comes from? Fanatic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that is just a nice way of saying maniacal. So they don't really reason and think clearly, but I also understand. Of course, if you don't understand the game, it gets frustrating. But I also understand both sides of it. These tickets cost a fortune, and we pay a lot of money, and we do all this stuff, and so we want the team to do well. If it doesn't, we get mad.
Yeah.
And we paid for the right to get mad. Mm-hmm. So I understand that too. So there's two sides of it. Can I tell you one thing though? I don't mean to, because I know for some of y'all this means a lot to you, more than it should. And so I don't mean to rain on your parade and this come across as I'm just being funny. That's all I'm doing right here. I know it's too soon. I got
too soon, Rick.
But there's no way I could see this Sunday and not share it. As soon as I saw it, there were tears running down my face because I've been there. Okay, can I try that?
Yeah.
Try that.
I've been there. It's a rough patch. It's just what we're talking about. Okay, it's a can't have nothing, guys. So when I landed on Sunday, Sherry was at the farm. And she said, "Hey, I'm at the farm. Come on down here, because I'm doing something this weekend involving the wedding coming up and all that." And she said, "I'm down at the farm. Just come on down here." So okay, so I hit 65, south, and I just felt so bad, but it was so funny. So how football fans are when we're fanatics. Okay, and just put your team on here. I'm not going after one particular group. I know that's how to be portrayed. Okay, but this is the game that happened. Okay, now I do live in Alabama. So you get all this money together, and you're going to tailgate. If you can get there even on Thursday, you will.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and you're going to get your RV and your trailer set up. Hey, and so, Dickie's, I can't imagine how he's feeling right now. I think I know. But anyway, so, and you couldn't wait for this game. Okay, you've gone through all this. All right, so you've spent all this money, you've got all this together, and your team loses. Okay. I'm going down 65 knowing that Alabama got beat pretty good. I mean, everybody that's a real fan said we got beat. They controlled the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball, which you don't see anybody be able to do that to them too much. And Texas did. Okay. Mm-hmm. So as I'm hitting 65, suddenly I see the giant Alabama A. I can see it off in the distance on the side of the road. And it's a giant pull behind RV type setup. Okay. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I may not be using
the big A.
I don't know. And it's got the big logo on it.
Right.
And I look, and there are these frustrated fans, and they've got a flat tire.
Oh.
And that thing is jacked up, and they're on the side of the road coming from the game. And I thought to myself, God bless them.
They're thinking you can't have that.
I think if it could get any worse.
I thought to myself, you can't
even have a smooth trip home after a loss. Now you realize when one of those things has a flat, this is not a minor. This is not a minor setback.
Hours.
But I just could you?
Because you normally don't have a spare.
Can you imagine the frustration if you're riding in that thing and Daddy's up there mad at the wheel? I mean, he's gripping 10-2 and he's furious with the team. Okay, and he's so mad about how it went. And also, that
big A is just shaking.
Greg, and I could see the big A and just see. I saw sweating, frustrated people trying to get that thing jacked up, and I thought you can't have nothing. So were you shocked by that game, or did you? I wasn't shocked by it because I mean,
no, Alabama lost some very key players last year. They've had turnover in some coaches, and I knew it was going to be a big game, but I wasn't totally shocked. It could have gone either way, just like last year's game.
I got to watch it on streaming because the hotel I was staying in apparently was Spectrum.
And,
no!
Yeah, and I went up and I started looking at the channel lineup. I'm like, "Where's ESPN?" That's I thought. I bet there's. I bet there's Spectrum.
Yeah. Let me ask you this because I asked y'all.
Of course, I just streamed it and watched it. Yeah,
with the Texas quarterback playing so well, and I think he's a sophomore. What does this mean for Arch Manning?
Well, Greg made a good point that he came out of high school early, so he's going to get his eligibility, if he keeps playing well, for the NFL sooner than you would normally.
Yeah, you got to be out of school 3 years.
Yeah, so he can go on to the NFL.
That's his third year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he can.
Or is it 3 years with that class that graduates? Does he
it's
get
just
credit for
you're
leaving early?
Oh, I don't know. You're right. They may not give. You're talking about when he left high school early.
Right.
I'm not sure. They may be a little deal there.
Yeah. Well,
Arch will just get redshirted, and so next year he'll be a freshman again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And plus, you can have a bang up early season, and before you know it, the same fans that are ready to give you the Heisman, they'll be calling for Arch Manning about game 5.
Yeah, you're only a few tip balls away from
That's true.
The crowd cheering your name.
Hey, and he may not be ready.
Right.
Let's talk about that.
Did I hear that he's actually third on the depth chart?
He is, by the way. He's third on the depth chart.
Yeah, and look, let's just be honest.
It goes back to fandom, what we're talking about.
Well, they said the fans of Texas were calling for the other guy, not Arch, and Arch. Okay. But now that this guy has played well, of course, magically they love him now.
Yeah, well, sure.
And this guy was highly coming out of high school.
He's the one that went to Ohio State.
Yeah, he left school
and got the big NIL deal, and then transferred.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Old boy looked pretty good Saturday.
Yeah, he did.
So this coming weekend,
they do.
Our first dilemma with CBS. The 2:30 game is Georgia at South Carolina, and if you're a direct TV, ATT, Uverse person, you don't have CBS.
You have to watch it on Paramount Plus.
Yes, correct. Mm-hmm. So this will be the first dilemma with that. Yeah. I know Spectrum and ESPN and all that drama. Well, same thing's happening, but with CBS.
Yeah, sad thing. Yeah. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so life insurance is not something that I know we like to talk about, but it's pretty important because one of the things that it really makes you anxious to think, all right, I'm not really set up financially that if I were to go on in before my family, they're going to be destitute. I mean, that's not a good feeling. No. So what you want to do is make sure that's not the case, but you also say, yeah, but boy, this life insurance stuff can be a hassle, and it can. Let's simplify the process with our friends at ladderlife.com/Bubba. Couldn't be simpler. This is how simple. If you're going to try to get coverage of $3 million, or less, there'll be no doctors, there'll be no needles, no paperwork. Just answer a few questions about your health in an application. Ladder's customers rate them 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot. They made Forbes' best life insurance again, the latest list that came out, that was in 2021. So there's no hidden fees. You can cancel anytime you want. You get a full refund if you change your mind in the first 30 days. And Ladder's policies are issued by insurers that have a long, proven history of paying claims with no hassle, okay? They're rated A and A+ by AM Best. So here's the bad news from your friends Rick and Bubba that literally are aging right before your eyes and ears. The longer you put this off, the more it's going to cost you. And there it is. I'm just going to say it. So make a move on this now. Ladderlife.com/Bubba. Ladderlife.com/Bubba, and have the peace of mind that your loved ones are taken care of if you go first. Bubba next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, the Amazing Three is here.
The Amazing Three. It is a
Amazing
tax
Three.
day tradition. We've done this for many, many years.
Yeah, right now, a man named Mike is writing an additional check to the government today of $27,000.
Hello, now.
That's the number to beat. If you pay the most to the government today on top of what you've already paid, you get $100 from Rick and Bubba Incorporated for you and someone who doesn't eat a lot to go to dinner.
That's right. Somebody who can stay in a budget.
That's right. So anyway, we have the Amazing Three. They come in to kind of ease the tax burden today. If you are not following them on Facebook, you're missing us live on Facebook. We've been having some fun with that. Also, the website, 3onastring.com. All this in show notes today. You can see everywhere that they may be playing. And I was told by the founder, Jerry Ryan, for some of you to go ahead. Now, you're going to need a computer to get this date down because there's no hard copy calendar that would allow you to write down a date in 2021 just yet. But Jerry wants me to know that they're going to have their 50th anniversary show in 2021. Now, that does mean, Jerry, that there's people listening to this right now that will be dead when that show gets here. And hopefully no member of Thrill and Strike. Hopefully.
Let's say Lord willing. How about that?
How about Lord willing and the creek don't rise?
Yep.
There you go. Yeah, 50 years. So we're 48 years of the Amazing Three. And you guys have been on our show for most of the 25 years. I mean, if
happy
not
25, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Happy
Thank
48 to you. So you guys have been coming by for many, many years. And we want to start, Jerry. People need the tax on. They need it. And so let's start
Just
with
to lay down the basis.
Let's just lay down the foundation.
I pay another man to do my taxes.
Yep.
Because that's one more deduction I can take.
That's right.
But when they bring the W-2s around, they take from a third to a half of everything you make.
They sure do.
I am just as patriotic as the next man.
Thank you, Jerry.
And you know I love that red, white, and blue. And I'm going to help to pay this rising cost of freedom. But I be danged if I'm going to change my point of view.
Take it home, boy.
'Cause every time them bureaucrats run out of money, Congress socks it to the working man. And I don't think it's one bit funny when they take so much of my money and do things with it I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know why they think they gotta squeeze us. But I'll tell you just exactly where I stand. I believe if 10% is good enough for Jesus,
take it, boys.
It ought to be enough for Uncle Sam.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Come on, Bobby Horton.
Yes. You know all them folks we keep on sending off to Congress.
Yeah.
They think that all they're supposed to do is spend and spend. But it's hard to run a family, much less a country, with more money going out than coming in.
I know, we couldn't do it.
And the debt just keeps on getting bigger.
Oh, doesn't ever, Bubba.
And we're all gonna have to pay, so you don't laugh. One day you might just look down at your paycheck.
Already there, Jerry.
And you'll figure out, well, now they just started taking half.
Yep, that's right.
Because every time them bureaucrats run out of money,
come on, baby,
Congress socks it to the working
Sock it to me, sock it to me, sock it to me, sock
I
it to me.
don't think it's one bit funny when it takes so much of my money and do things with it I don't understand. I don't understand. And I don't know why they think they gotta squeeze us. But I'll tell you just exactly where I stand.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. Excited as we do move forward. Your phone calls coming up this hour. Max Lucado coming up later in the program. Also, a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, available for you today. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick and Bubba Show is a federally protected trademark.
All right. Bubsy.
Thank you, Rick. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
So, looking back over the weekend, I want to remind you some things going on this week. Calvin Speedy Wilburn available to you if you're coming to Birmingham, Alabama for Louisiana is coming to town to play UAB. Speedy will be there representing the program because he's the big stadium guy. And Bubba, like you said, one of the most sought after in the country. So be sure and see him. Also, looking ahead, because you need to register for this, go to rickandbubba.com under events and see Venetia's Foundation Crap Run coming up in Piedmont, Alabama. This is an annual event that Greg and his wife Lisa support this wonderful organization. Greg will be there, and you can run with Greg. Or, if you are one of our more, fans that are radical, you can maybe chase Greg. Anyway,
I won't be hard to get to catch because my training's not going very good.
I want, like in Rocky, I want everybody following you, and I just want a group running. Greg's group.
I do too. I'd love to see Greg.
What do they do when I have to stop?
I'd like to see him
and breathe.
I'd like to see him being chased. I'd like for this crap run, Bubba, and I think you'll love this one because I know you love that movie. What was the one where the kid's on the bicycle wanting his $2?
Yeah, Better Off Dead.
Better Off Dead.
Yeah, that's a classic.
So picture that scenario, but the person chasing Greg is Philip Webb.
That'd be good.
Philip's got other.
That's it. That's what I want.
I want my crap run shirt. So I got that higher.
I just want everybody just following Greg.
Yeah, so register to be part of that. You're raising money for a great organization. So I did get a chance to go to Lawrenceburg, Kentucky this past weekend. Sand Spring Baptist Church, they have finished the first year of the men's discipleship strategy. They're going into their second year with the next 40-week curriculum, and I was there for their second year service. Scott Dawson was there for the first year. And Pastor Mike Hamrick, thank you for trusting me. Not only did I get to come in and speak to the men on Saturday night, he was kind enough to trust me to do both morning services the next day, which I had a great time. See, the big fella standing next to me, go back to this. I want you to imagine if you're a fan of the show, and there were many fans of the show that came, and I'll tell you about that. So this guy's name, he's a worship leader for hire. Because their worship leader was out of town, and he works with the Baptist Association there in Kentucky. So his name is Jason Stewart, but his name, everybody calls him Bubba.
Huh.
So I want you to imagine.
I'm familiar with that.
Imagine this. You've come in.
William.
You've come to this church. You're not a member, okay? You're there because you listened to or watched the show, and there was a lot of that, which I was thrilled to see. And all of a sudden, the pastor says, Rick's going to do the message. Now, Bubba's got worship for us. Can you imagine the confusion? And people kept going, tell you one thing, you and Bubba's knocked a little weight off. And hey, by the way, Greg, you ready for this? Now, that's a big old fella right there. And he had dropped a little weight. Do you know where he graduated college from?
Where?
Jacksonville State University.
Oh,
He was in the Marching Southerners. And he said that he was in the Marching Southerners during Dad's time there.
How about that?
Wow.
And,
I bet he played the 22.
Well, you know what he said? He said when he got to college, are y'all ready for this? Now, this guy's, what do y'all think?
That's
Look
a
at
big
me.
fella.
He's probably 6'5", you think?
At least. He's getting there.
Yeah,
Probably
6'5", 6'6". All right, when he said when he graduated high school that he was 6'1",
wow,
and he weighed 175 pounds.
Wow. Hit a spurt.
He said he grew 7 inches in college. So I guess he said he was 5-something, yeah. He said he grew 7 inches in college, and he walked into the cafeteria, and Dad was sitting there. And he walked by, and he said, hey, son, what do you do? And he said, well, I actually play in the band. I said, the band? He said, why don't you consider walking on? And he said, the band.
Let's give this thing a
We
try.
got you playing trumpet. So anyway,
He's a big man.
Yeah, he's a big man.
That's great.
So,
what a good story.
So anyway,
The
and
band.
yeah, that was it. So, but what was cool? So here's what happens. You know how when you're not familiar with an area, so you don't know how far everything is. So listen to this. Is such a I just want to fire you guys up about the show. And of course, some of it's stuff you have to overcome. So, Litchfield, Kentucky's had us on for years.
Right.
104.9. So a lot of the men just packed up, and I think Litchfield might have been an hour or something from there, maybe a little less, a little more.
Mm-hmm.
And they just came and said, we're coming because if we're looking for, of course, I kept telling them, why don't y'all start it at your church too? But they're like, what are the odds of one of the guys from the show? If it's Lawrenceburg, let's all go to Lawrenceburg.
Mm-hmm.
So they all came, and then these are the really special people because Litchfield's taken care of. We've had an affiliate there for years. Well, Louisville, God love them. So they get the show on, and then it gets taken off the air.
Yeah.
But the people that love the show, they now have become tune-in people. They become YouTube people, and we had people come all the way from Louisville. And that is an hour because they told me that's an hour from there. And I couldn't believe this. Some of the men came, and I don't know why they did, to bring their wives and get a hotel. I still never followed that. They left Man Church, went back home, then brought their wives and families for the Sunday morning service, the later one, the 11 service. And I was like, why didn't y'all just get a hotel? I mean, but they're like, well, it's an hour.
Commute.
Yeah. And I thought, well, you would think about it. Greg does that every day.
Yeah, ain't nothing to that.
But it was really kind of cool to see, first of all, how the show is solidified in Litchfield, and the fact that, a lot of people came from Litchfield. Matter of fact, the pastor was like, I think most of the people here are from Litchfield. and then I think the Litchfield people are more excited than the actual Lawrenceburg people. And then you had the Louisville people that have just they keep continuing to fight and claw and still, be part of the show. Right. And so that meant a lot to me on behalf of the show that there was such a.
That's right.
And then we had people like that came to the Man Church thing, and they had their Rick and Bubba Common Sense, the Superpower shirts on. And met a lot of just incredible stories about the show and how it all works. And of course,
isn't it amazing what some people have to go through to get the show?
Oh yeah, and they'll do it. How about this? And they'll do it.
I know. I'm amazed.
And the good news is kind of like what I had to do to watch the Alabama-Texas game.
Mm-hmm.
The good news is if your affiliate cancels us, you can just go get it somewhere else. So they only are doing that, and just what they're doing is just handing you to another platform.
Yeah.
Now these days, they can't keep you from getting the show. Mm-hmm. But you hate to have to work as hard as some of them have to work. But it was great, and enjoyed that a lot. And of course, there's always the dilemma of a Sunday morning in a Southern Baptist church. I mean, the pastor tried to give me a break, and he was like, "Look, I normally do wear a jacket and all that," and I'm like, "Well, it's bigger than you. It's my grandmother." I don't know what she can see in heaven. I don't have any idea. But if I am in a Southern Baptist church on a Sunday morning preaching, I will have a suit and tie on. And I said, I don't know whether she could come to the foot of my bed tonight and haunt me. But
why take chances?
Yeah, but I'm not taking any chances. So I took the suit with me. And what was funny is this for some reason makes Bones, who's kind of like our road manager, it makes him nervous because now he thinks. I said, you don't have to wear a suit. And he's like, I don't know if I even have a suit. I said, you don't have to wear a suit.
Wear them knee shorts.
Yeah, just wear your knee shorts. Wear your good blue jean shorts.
The real good.
Wear those that are still darker ones.
Yeah,
the darker ones.
Just press them.
You're right. And so he gets, and then I look, and he pulls a big love on me. He comes walking up to the plane he doesn't have one of those zip up bags. He's just got clothes carrying clothes flying everywhere.
They sell those like at Walmart.
Yeah.
Oh, they're everywhere.
Oh, put a trash bag over.
Yeah.
So
I've done that.
But and then.
Scented.
Tied at the bottom.
And I will tell you this. Hey, let me tell you all this, because in Alabama we can be a little prudish about a barbecue.
Oh yeah,
and rightfully so. Okay,
yeah, we got some barbecue.
Hey, let me tell you something. They had dinner before Man Church on Saturday night, and I don't know where this place was. They catered, and they had brisket.
Oh, I love a good brisket.
And then they had some shredded chicken. To put on buns too, with some barbecue, and they had barbecue beans and some potatoes au gratin.
I like him au gratin.
Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, had pecan pie.
Come on.
It keeps getting better.
Yeah, let me tell you. Hey, that meal was fantastic. It was good.
Mouth-watering.
So had a great time. And for those, so Bubba, you may get some emails today from Kentucky saying, "Let me tell you something. You were looking good."
And the son of a gun can sing.
Wow. The one guy said, "Here's my dilemma. You're smaller than I thought. Bubba much taller than I thought."
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big. Phone calls next. What's on your mind? Let's go. More Rick and Bubba coming up with phone calls at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I believe if 10% is good enough for Jesus, it ought to be enough for Uncle Sam. Yeah. I believe if 10% is good enough for Jesus, it ought to be enough for Uncle Sam.
There they are, the amazing three. A music treasure. A music treasure. And you know what, Jerry? I think that might have been your best rendition of it ever.
Ever today?
I'm telling you, we had those years that fell off a little bit.
I remember one time I couldn't remember the words.
Well, I think that's what he's referring to.
We don't ever sing the second verse.
Yeah, but you did today. Didn't it feel smooth? It did to me.
Yeah.
It really felt smooth.
It felt in the pocket.
It did. It felt like
it's nutrition.
That's what it is. Tiger has his good days, and so do we.
Well said.
How that goes.
That was amazing, wasn't it? So we got Jerry, Barry, not Barry. He'll love that. That's for you, Barry. Brad, Andy, and Bobby. Here they are, three on a string on the Rick and Bubba show, a Rick and Bubba tradition.
So we don't have a harmonica for Bubba. Bubba, we have to go get you a harmonica.
I still got the one.
We got one right here.
Friends, you'd never guess it.
No.
I really must confess it. I just met the sweetest woman in the whole wide world. What key is this? A friend of mine said, buddy, in case your mind is muddy, don't you know that girl you're fooling with, old Pegleg Johnson's girl?
No.
You're talking, it doesn't matter. Old Pegleg's big and mean and tough and grim. He'll brain you with his artificial limb. But next morning, bright and early, I stole old Pegleg's girlie. Uh-oh. And I also took his wooden leg just to play it safe. But there weren't no time for laughter because he started hopping after. And now I keep on running faster. But he won't give up the chase.
He's dedicated.
And now I'm running across the country, far and wide. I got his wooden leg right by my side. I'm a three-legged man with a two-legged woman being chased across the country by a one-legged fool. Oh, he's hopping and he's flopping, but he showed no signs of stopping. I tell you, boys, this life is hard and cruel. Across the deserts and the valleys, and those old dark Chicago alleys, across the mighty Mississippi to the hills of Carolina, across the mountains of Montana, through the swamps in Louisiana. Every time I look back, he's 1 foot behind. And I know he must be cold and wet and sick. But in spite of all his woes, he still can kick.
Take it,
I'm a three-legged
Bubba, you gotta be honking right here.
Nobody was chased across the country by a one-legged fool. Oh, he's hopping and he's flopping, but he showed no signs of stopping. I tell you, boys, this life is hard and cruel. Now, he's ragged and he's filthy, and I'm feeling kind of guilty.
Yeah.
Especially in the evenings, when I hear him plead and beg. What's he say? He says, spite of all your stealing, friend, I bear you no hard feelings. You can keep the blamed old woman if you'll bring me back my leg.
Uh-oh.
'Cause although that leg you meant to take was wooden, in the dark by mistake you took my good.
Hey, hey!
So I'm a three-legged man with a two-legged woman being chased across the country by a one-legged fool. Oh, he's hopping and he's flopping, but he showed no signs of stopping. I tell you, boys, this life is hard and cruel.
Hey, Eddie,
I can't look at them while I'm Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, I thought this year, I thought this year I wouldn't mess it up for y'all.
Right, right.
So,
The
and
harmonic-
hear it in the purest form.
Yeah. Did you hear Jerry talking about he was watching March Madness? He couldn't believe how many three on the string fans there were.
Yeah, I know it.
People just kept holding up threes all the time.
Right at a big moment. They're like fired up.
All right. So what are we gonna do next year?
Brad's gonna play a fiddle tune.
All right, here we go. Brad's gonna play a fiddle tune. Find your mic here, Brad. There we go.
Fiddle tune.
This way where I
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my.
Here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. First phone calls of the week. We've thrown a few pitches at you. There's a lot to discuss. We'll talk about 22 years ago today coming up in the next segment as we work our way through the actual time when America was attacked 22 years ago today. And we were live on the air. And Bubba and I were a whopping 37 years old. So 866 We Be Big for you to join us to talk about any topic. The real Greg Burgess on the phones at 866 We Be Big, and there are lines available if you want to join us. Let's talk to Daniel. Daniel's out of Auburn, Alabama. Daniel, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show, likely listening on I-92. Thank you for being with us.
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
It's our pleasure.
I was just wanting to know why or if there's ever been consideration for the Rick and Bubba Sirius XM channel.
No. Well, we were actually on satellite radio for a number of years.
Off and on
a couple times. What our problem, and you probably heard us, Daniel, discuss this before, is that the industry would prefer, the industry really likes cookie cutter, okay? And they like for you to stay in your lane. If you're going to be news talk, be news talk. If you're going to be sports, be sports. If you're going to be comedy, be comedy. And if you're going to dare talk about your faith, then of course you must go over in the Christian radio category and stay there and don't make trouble. That's not who we are, and it never has been. And a lot of wonderful people have tolerated that and given us access to you, but something about that really grinded the satellite people. They didn't
care for it at all.
And you don't hear Bubba and I laying down we're a bunch of martyrs and everybody's after us because we love Jesus. We've been very fortunate. We certainly get attacked for what we believe, but not any more than anybody else that gets attacked for what they believe. But we really haven't had that. I mean, I think it does limit us to get into some markets, no question. But that was the first time we could really document that our national syndicator was told they need to decide what they are, because we don't know where to put them. We want to know what they are.
They want that genre button to work.
And the person that we were dealing with started to indicate that the faith part of the show they weren't crazy about, but they'd be okay with it if we just do that. Then they'd know where to put us.
Yeah.
But if we were going to mix it, that didn't really work. So we were on and off at various, what do you call those? Is that channels? Those things on satellite?
That's exactly.
Yeah, they moved us around to different places, and then finally they told us to hit the door.
Mm-hmm.
But again, we don't really need them. You have plenty of ways to get the show without them. Let's go to San Antonio.
Yeah, there's other options now, for sure.
Mark, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, this is Mark, but I'm in Houston. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Yeah, your phone must be from San Antonio.
Okay. It is. I have a San Antonio phone number, but I drive a truck for a living, and I deliver to Mobile, Alabama a lot. And I made a bet with the worker over there that if Texas won the game, that he would have to wear a hook'em horn sticker on his hard hat for a year. Oh. And I'm afraid that with the Alabama fan base, they're going to kill him at that plant.
No, you're right. Bama doesn't take losses very well. That's why they're great, because they losing makes them physically sick, and they hate losing more than they can enjoy winning, which is why they're so good. But you're right.
So should I give him a pass to not wear it?
If you care about his life, probably.
Well, you know what I would suggest, maybe that he puts letters on the side of his hard hat that says "I lost a bet."
Right.
You know, you might get by with that. That might help his safety.
Yeah, he needs some sort of explanation, because you know how when a dog has been injured and people tell you not to go near it, you learn that as a kid. Hey, don't try to pet that dog now. He'll snap at you. The Bama fans are sore and angry and they're ornery today.
So just look after your friend. I like Bubba's idea of giving him an explanation. He's got to be able to explain to everybody why he's doing that.
Just go ahead and letter it and be done with it. Because if you try to tape one on there, it'll fall off or something.
Yeah. Or if you're like all of our friends, you won't do anything for him because he's getting what he deserves. Funny. We continue.
Be careful of those bets on football.
I know, but they're not worth it. Let's go to Rhonda out of Dothan, listening to News Talk 103.9. Hey, Rhonda, how are you doing?
Fine. How about you?
Good.
I called up. I'm a medic and have been for 36 years.
Thank you for what you do.
This is a very important day for me.
You said this is a tough day for you. Do you?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Were you part of all that? Were you there, or just the fact that?
No. But as a medic, we're like all family.
Understood.
When all those firefighters and medics went in and died, it just really hit hard.
Yeah.
It just really.
Yeah, well, it's it was there were so many people that did such heroic things, and all of your colleagues certainly did, and I understand that. And we're so thankful for people like you because that's got to be a call in your life. You're certainly not doing it because you're trying to get wealthy and because you want to have an easy life. So thank you for what you do.
This time of year, when we bring this up, we talked about it in the kickoff hour. That it made me respect my dad so much because he was a fireman, and sadly it took that for me to have a level of respect. But I looked at him much different that day.
I bet you did
than I haven't before.
I bet you did.
Yeah,
and again, he certainly didn't do that to get rich.
Correct.
He did that because it was a call in his life.
Yeah.
Let's go to Todd in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Todd, go ahead.
Hey, Todd, what's going on, Big and Judd? All right?
We're doing great.
Look, in a couple of hours now, I was on the road to Prattville. I was part of the 217 MP company, and as the QRF, and we'd got, of course, activated, and we were headed down to the EMA building in Clanton to do Lord knows what. We were headed to the Armory to get our rules of engagements, our ROEs, and man, I remember going down there. I tried to call my mom and dad, let them know what was going on, but couldn't get but I was able to listen to y'all on the way down, and it was a real calming effect. I don't know what was going on or why, but it was. And I want to say I called y'all. If y'all can pull it back up, my memory's probably shot. I'm 54 years old, so I'm a little shoddy. And my daughter was born.
I mean, don't start talking about 54 like that. You losing your memory. We're sitting over here at 59. But
y'all can feel me a little bit then, right?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we certainly can.
And man, what a day! My daughter had been born August 6th, not even a month before, and here I am headed off, and I'm listening to. I got a trooper escort. I ain't gonna lie to you. From Hoover to Prattville, I made it in 40 minutes.
Yeah, well.
So listening to y'all was a common effect. I just want to appreciate y'all.
Well, thanks, man.
We appreciate you being there for us.
Yeah, we'll play back some of that. I mean, I've never. It's never been so honest to say we had no idea what was going on, and it was just being on the air and everything you're saying in the microphone, people are hearing, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. You're trying to figure out what's going on, and
you really can't believe what you're seeing.
No, and then as we kind of got through the show, by the time we're done, we kind of have it figured out.
Yeah.
But it was a process. So we'll definitely look back 22 years ago today, the attack on America. 9/11. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. Still to come, we will look back at 9/11. It was really this. If you're listening live, we're getting close to the time it all happened. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, you ready, boys? There you go. Ready? Yeah. 1, 2, let's go. Devil went down to Georgia looking for soul to steal. He was in a bind and way behind and willing to make a deal. Came across this young man, saw him on the fiddle and playing it hot. Devil jumped up on a hickory stump, said, boy, let me tell you what. Oh, Andy, we gotta do it. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, okay. Here we go. Devil jumped up on a hickory stump, said, boy, let me tell you what. I'm working with the elderly.
Y'all can see me squirming every time.
You know, the Boom Boom Boom's big. It's big enough.
I wish y'all could come to a 3 on a string meeting. 15 minutes on who's got the next doctor's appointment. Then we talk about the crossword puzzle, you know.
And Sudoku.
Then somebody's got to go to the bathroom. Hurry up. Now I forgot the word. Guess you didn't know it, but I'm a fiddle player too. If you care to take a dare, I'll make a bet with you. Now you play a pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due. I bet a fiddle of gold against your soul. I think I'm better than you. Boss said my name's Johnny. It might be a sin, but I'll take that bet you're gonna regret. I'm the best there's ever been. Hey, Johnny, rousing up your bow and play your fiddle hard. Cause hell broke loose in Georgia, the devil deals the cards. If you win, you'll get the shiny fiddle made of gold. But if you lose, the devil gets your soul. Devil opened up his case, said, I'll start this show. Fire flew from his fingertips as he rosined up his bow. Pulled that bow across the strings and it made an evil hiss. Wait.
That's the hiss. Is that the hiss? It was an evil sounding hiss.
It was. Like a flat tire.
You know, there might be some songs we just can't do. but we're going to try.
Yeah.
Made an evil hit. Band of demons joined in, and it sounded just like this. Johnny said, well, you're pretty good, old son. But sit down in that chair right there and I'll show you how it's done. Round and round, run, boys, run. Devil's in the house with the rising sun. Chicken in a red pen, picking out dough. Right away, you don't bite no child, no. Yeah, devil bowed his head, knew that he'd been beat, laid the golden fiddle on the ground at Johnny's feet. Johnny said, devil, come on back. If you ever want to try again, I done told you once, you dang dude, I'm the best there's ever been. Hey! Round, round, run, boys, run. Devil's in the house with the rising sun. Chicken in the bread pan, picking out dough. Right away, you don't mind no child, no.
And there they are, the amazing 3 on the string. Get them up, get your threes up. Get your threes up.
Did I ever tell y'all on the air, or was it off the air, when we went to Italy and, you know, you're trying to kill time on the plane, you watch all these movies, that documentary about how Bill Murray shows up at all these different places all the time, did I ever?
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. Somebody say. Yes, the lady comes from all around. Are you looking to make a hire right now? That's a biggie. It better be a good one. Your next hire could be a detriment to your company, or it could be a wonderful asset to your company. LinkedIn.com/Bubba.
is here to help. As a matter of fact, we have teamed up with them. We can get you a job post for free. Bubba, the old free word.
How about the freebie?
That'll get somebody's attention. Go to linkedin.com/Bubba. What you'll do is you'll get with them and you'll put out the old purple hashtag saying, hey, we are hiring. There's about 50 million people that look every week at LinkedIn.com. And then they'll give you some tools that'll help you screen and kind of prioritize those that are the most qualified. So when you sit down and say it's interview time, all you are interviewing are the best of the best. So go right now to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. That's LinkedIn.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, I know that you grew up an Auburn fan. I grew up an Auburn fan. I've had a son play for Auburn, a dad play for Auburn. Did you feel enough devotion to Auburn to stay up to the middle of the night and to watch a game on California time?
Well, I did try to stay up and watch it. There was a lot of curiosity there on what was going to take place. Now, I'm not going to tell you I didn't drift in and out a few times.
How did you do it? I don't even think that's possible for you.
I felt like every time I woke up, California was missing a field goal. I don't know how many they missed, if it was 3 or 9 or something. I mean, every time I felt like I woke up, they were missing a field goal.
Yeah.
Very bizarre game. I think Auburn took a page out of Brad Gilbert's Winning Ugly. But, you know, as I was trying to comfort some distraught Auburn fans.
Who was still up?
No, later on in the weekend about how ugly it was. Look, at this point in your program and where you're at and you're trying to rebuild, a win's a win. Take it, be happy, move on.
Did you watch the whole game?
Pretty much all of it.
Guys, do y'all realize what kind of time we're talking?
Yeah. I went to bed at 1:30.
We have to put this on the list.
Wow.
Did Gene Hallman make you watch it?
We writing this down?
It wasn't even a very good game.
Did Gene Hallman make you watch it?
No, I took.
Did you take a nap?
Yeah,
you had to.
Yeah, I took a nap and slept till about 6, and then got up. And then that way I was watching
So
Alabama.
you were wanting to see it?
Yeah. Well, I watched Alabama and I watched Auburn and. All of them I could.
Yeah, so help me.
Early in the day, I watched a little bit of. Didn't watch every play, but I watched a lot of the Colorado game. Which, you know, I will have to say, I don't think ever in my life I've been looking forward to watching Colorado play. But the curiosity now is off the chart.
They're kind of like my new favorite team.
Yep.
I've always liked black and gold anyway.
You know, they said something during the game. I'd never really thought about it. Auburn has never won a football game in California.
I ain't played many, I don't think.
Like 0-4.
I think I heard this is the first time these two schools have ever played each other.
Yeah.
Ever, right?
And I don't know if you saw, you know,
after the way this game went, we kind of hope neither one of them ever played each other again. Apparently, a very good mix.
You know, we're about to start the Aaron Rodgers with the New York Jets time tonight, and it was kind of funny to see him yesterday on social media. He had to wear an Auburn jersey and hat around all day because he had a bet with C.J. Uzama, who is the tight end for the Jets that played at Auburn. He wouldn't holler War Eagle, but he did wear the hat and shirt. So he didn't look too happy about it.
And I got into one of these weird things about what time it really is. And this kind of that's funny.
That's funny.
This kind of stuff drives me crazy because of where it is. So when I went to Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. And by the way, that's awful close to the word Lynchburg, so I messed that up a lot. Okay, but Greg, you'll be glad to know you realize the big product there in Lawrenceburg, wild turkey.
Oh, yeah, Tennessee whiskey.
Yeah, that's it. All right, so which I thought was interesting, but anyway, so it's Eastern time. So when I was finishing watching Alabama, Texas, I was really, really sleepy. But then I tried to convince myself that when I look at that clock, it's really not that time for me.
Yeah.
Because I'm from the Central Time Zone. But myself wouldn't listen.
You're visiting.
Yeah.
And I said, it's really not. It's only 10:30, self. It's not 11:30. And you know, and so Self kept saying, the clock we see and the way we feel, we're not up for Auburn, California. I mean, you're not going to do it. And you have to preach in the morning at an 8:45 service. Yeah. And I would say, and then Central Time, Rick would say, I think we could do it. And then Eastern Time said, we're out of our minds. You know, and let me tell you why Eastern Time, Rick, won. Because Eastern Time reminded Central Time, Rick, that the church service is on Eastern Time. So you're actually getting up at 7:45. So if you want to play the Central game, we'll play it. But you ain't gonna like the way it's gonna be for you to be there.
No, you lose either way.
Right. So you're about to lose. Now you're gonna like it on the way home, but you ain't gonna like it in the morning. And I thought to myself, I must listen to Eastern Time Rick. He must win. Because what do I say about my gift? I just get on the time of where I am.
Yeah.
And
It's true. It's your superpower, Rick. You got to use it.
Can I tell you one of the things that's been funny about that? God love her little heart. Is I don't think my wife understands jet lag. You know, jet lag is only something that comes into play if you travel around the world.
Yeah,
and,
it's not.
And what she means is she's tired from traveling.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that is real. Okay, and we've tried to explain that.
Yeah.
But when we got back from New York last weekend, she
careful
goes,
here.
"Ooh, I got jet lag." I said, "Baby, you don't have jet lag from New York." And like that, and I said, "Now you can say you're tired from the weekend and tired from the trip." Well, no, I got because we had to fly with jet lag. I said, "Baby, a 2 hours and 20-minute flight is not jet lag." And we just left the Eastern time zone and we went back to the Central. You don't get jet lag from that.
Says somebody with a superpower.
Yeah.
Well, I think, Rick, I think what
I got jet
happens.
lag. You don't have jet lag from a 2-hour flight.
I think by definition, when you start crossing time zones, that's where the official term came in from. But it has now grown into I'm just tired from traveling.
Right. Yeah. Well, jet lag though is when you go to a place that's a different day from the day you left, and jet lag does not apply to just like I would have. What am I going to say? I got jet lag because I went to Kentucky. I mean, it's not.
You might.
Yeah,
But I think,
not
like
quite.
I said, it's become. You know how definitions and sayings will grow and expand. I think it's had mission creep.
Yeah.
And now it's just I'm tired from traveling because I hear it a lot too, and I'm thinking you didn't cross enough time.
No, you don't have jet lag. You may look. How about traveling makes you tired?
Yeah. I mean, you travel to the West Coast, it can mess with you a little bit, getting 3 or 2 hours off.
But I never saw that game. I think the only thing I saw, and I heard Greg mention this in the kickoff hour, is because they went from the Alabama-Texas game to the Auburn-California game. And all I saw as I was drifting into Eastern Time Rick winning, because Eastern Time Rick had to preach the next morning on Eastern Time, is that I saw some controversy about where the kid was out of bounds or not when he fumbled and California ran in for a touchdown.
Right, got called back. And lucky for Auburn, it got called back.
Yeah, and
if they hadn't blown the whistle, it wouldn't have got called back.
Right, you're right.
But the referee, in all fairness to him, he was like, I mean, he was right at the play.
Oh, yeah.
But he was behind the quarterback.
Right.
So he couldn't see the ball coming out when he started blowing it dead and doing his thing, and everybody quit.
It was just one of them things, you know.
But
is that one of those
So
where
that's all
they
I
should
saw.
let them play
Yeah.
and then go review it? So, I mean,
Well,
he didn't know there was anything to let him
shouldn't
keep
have blown
playing.
the whistle, but he thought it was.
Yeah. The big
and
problem.
I could see why he did.
The big problem is if he blows the whistle, now the defense, the offense that now is on defense because of the turnover, because your offense now turns to defense, they all get to make the case, well, our players stopped because we thought you blew it dead.
Yeah.
Then that throws the whole thing off. Yeah. So, and that's what.
And the missed field goals. But look, you find a way to win, and that's all that counts is on the scoreboard. So
War Eagle, baby.
Got to be happy.
Yeah,
with
Eagle,
that.
Eagle.
Hey, Eagle.
Take that, Aaron Rodgers.
2-0. Hey, there's a freeze warning.
Well, look, I'll say this for Coach Freeze, he did something they had never done before. That's win in California.
That's true.
And they were very close to losing in California, so I'd be happy.
Oh yeah, look.
I wish you felt the same way about the Vikings sometimes.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, the
He's-
Vikings lost.
He's inconsistent with his stuff.
He's much harder on the Vikings than he is on
He
us.
is.
Yep. The Vikings lost. You can't call it a win.
That's right. Let me say, if you ever want to get a win in California, though, California University is usually the place to get it done.
The Bears home and home with UCLA coming up in a few years.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tell you about that?
No.
There's all kinds of Bill Murray legends, and of course, if you look at the documentary, the picture on it has Bigfoot and then Bill Murray's face on it, because it talks about all the legends of like. Undoubtedly, Bill Murray, obviously is not trying to be successful. He's been successful, and people keep asking him about a Ghostbusters full blown everybody who's alive come back and do it.
Because one of them passed, right?
Yeah, what's his name?
The one that was the scientist of the group.
Yeah,
I can't think of
Harold
his name.
Ramis.
Harold Ramis
went on in. Who's done a lot of funny movies.
Yeah,
and
but he's directed a lot of
Yeah, that's what I mean. Directed them or been in them.
Stripes was
Oh,
awesome.
yeah.
Oh,
So
that's gold.
I was
by
on the
way.
other day. I had to watch it.
It's a fact, Jack.
Sergeant Holcomb.
Is it called Searching for Bill Murray? It's something Bill Murray.
There's a lot of days I feel like Sergeant Hulka and something I'm doing during the day because I see it going over the cliff and you try to warn them and nobody believes you, and there it goes.
Yeah, pull up the documentary about Bill Murray sightings, and I can't remember.
I'm missing your point. What do you mean they cited events?
This is what it is. Like all the stories are in there, and then this guy's saying, are these real stories? Are people making them up? Did it really happen?
Claim interactions they've had with Bill Murray,
right? And they're amazing. Like for instance, like there was a couple that was like somebody was doing wedding pictures of them, and they're like, I think they were in like Charleston, South Carolina, which he has a house. He hangs out there a lot, I think. And they said they're standing there, and then all of a sudden they look up, and behind the photographer, Bill Murray's making faces at them. And they're like, that's Bill Murray. And then he goes over and gets in the picture with them. So they document theirs. Then, like, guy said he like went over to somebody's house like this. It was just a normal get together, and they had a band in there, and they look, and Bill Murray is there.
Okay, I get it.
See him, and they look over, and he's washing dishes. And like one bar they went in, and Bill Murray was bartending.
Oh my God!
And they look, and he's and everybody, and people go out in the street and says Bill Murray's in here bartending, and they go in there. He just like they said he just kind of lives this life and just goes around, and they said and they said that he's part owner of a minor league baseball team there too. And they said so he'll show up at those games all the time in Charleston, and
that's just funny.
And
that is funny.
Like those people were playing kickball, and they look, and all of a sudden the outfield's Bill Murray, and he just keeps showing up, and of all these stories,
that's great
about people that says Bill Murray will just come out of nowhere,
just normal situations. Also, you look, hey, there's Bill Murray here with us.
Yeah, there he's hitchhiking.
Yeah, a guy was on the side of the road he was broke down, and the guy all of a sudden he looks and over helping is Bill Murray. And
this footage, it is Bill Murray.
Yeah. And they keep seeing him everywhere. And I watched the documentary. They said that he, like, there he is. Like the funniest one is when it was some kind of college thing, and they go in there, and the kitchen was a mess, like college people live in these rented houses, and they look, and Bill Murray's in there washing the dishes.
That is funny.
And he just shows up. And the one guy said, I'm like a nobody, and I come in, and Bill Murray's like sitting at the bar, and I get to talking to him. And he said, I literally had walked my dogs, and so I had them kind of over there under. No, I had to go check on my dog. That's what it was. And Bill Murray's like, well, okay, why don't you go make sure your dog's okay and come back, and then we'll go hang out. And the guy's like, are you serious? And he goes, and he said, I come back, and he goes, well, I didn't see him. I thought, well, okay, he's messed with. And also, the guy comes and said, hey, are you so and so? He said, Bill Murray's outside waiting on you. Look, and they go, and then he goes and watches some concert with Bill Murray. He said, I got an extra ticket. You want to go with me? One woman said he took her in to watch the Red Sox. She's standing outside.
There's one
she said, all of a
thing.
sudden Bill Murray walks up and says, hey, have you got a ticket to the game?
And
she's
the gravy, please.
So we're back. 22 years ago today, we were doing the show live. As a matter of fact, if you were following the timeline of us live on the air, the first plane hit the first building about 4 minutes ago. So we were on the air, and we were doing the show, and all of this started breaking loose. And we have a montage that you can watch and listen to that Speedy put together and Adler put together.
And it will kind of take you through the process of us on the air, but also what was going on all over our country when the attack happened on this day at this time 22 years ago.
What once seemed unthinkable has happened.
The World Trade Center's on fire.
To grasp the enormity of it is almost too much for the heart to bear.
Really on fire.
September 11th,
Huge explosion.
2001.
Thousands of people in the building.
It is a date that will be etched in history,
Flames.
engraved in stone, and in our memories.
Look at all the fire.
The day of the attack on America.
Oh my God. Another plane.
Another plane.
We are under attack.
Are we under attack?
Yes.
Another plane just hit it. Oh my God.
This looks like it is some sort of a concerted effort to attack the World Trade Center that is underway.
We knew it was coming. Here they are.
Oh my God. Did y'all see that?
Someone told me love would all save us.
That was like a 737 looking plane, wasn't it?
It hit the other one.
But how can that be?
It hit the other Trade Center.
Look, here it is in slow motion.
Oh, this is terrifying. Oh.
We're under a terrorist attack. Where's the military?
They say that a hero could save us. I'm not gonna stand here and wait.
Terrorists took over planes and had forced them to crash in.
Hold on to the wings of the eagles. Watch as we all fly away.
Something bizarro is going on in New York.
Yeah, we had lunch in the top of that building. Can you believe that?
It's unbelievable.
The plane was possibly hijacked and flown right in.
Other countries live with this kind of stuff, on a weekly basis. We're not used to this kind of stuff happening right here on the soil of some kind of bizarre attack.
The world isn't ending. It's love that I'm sending to you.
Both World Trade Center towers have had kamikaze piling attacks this morning.
18 minutes between the two planes.
The plane has now slammed into the Pentagon.
Look at that.
Y'all, the building has just fallen on New York City.
The whole building?
The whole building just collapsed. Look at that. The Pentagon is on fire.
Well, and I tell you what, we need to be hitting our knees.
God is in charge, and He is the one and only living God. It is time to hit a knee.
This is the air I breathe.
And it was time to pray for His intervention and pray for His mercy.
This is the air I breathe.
And for His protection of this country and the people in it.
Your holy presence living.
Of course, things happen that we wonder what they're about.
It looks like it is snowing in New York City right now on the ground.
This is my daily bread.
It is white dust everywhere.
This is my daily bread.
It was just a spray of bodies falling everywhere.
Your very word.
People are weeping coming out of there.
Say a prayer as Rick and Bubba Army. That's the second tower, y'all.
Is that the second tower just failed?
Yeah, that's the second one. Now both towers have crumbled.
My God.
I'm lost without you.
There are no World Trade Towers in New York.
Plane crash 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh.
You think the pilot said, no, I'm not going any further. This is it?
It could be a hero who said no. I hope everybody at churches all across this listening audience, I know that people of faith are joining hands right now because you believe that we are a nation that was blessed greatly by God, and we need to pray for his intervention here.
We are now learning that the FAA is shutting down all takeoffs anywhere in the country.
We're reliving December 7th, 1941. This is a major attack against the United States of America by multiple operatives and attacking multiple targets, all in a synchronized and very organized way.
If you are in the military, did you ever think, if you're these pilots, that where you would be circling over the rubble would be New York City?
It's amazing to see America come as a united one.
Does that make you sick to see that shot right there? And that's America. Does that upset you?
Really does.
What is standing is under a cloud of debris. Boy, it's disturbing.
There are people out there that feel like we are evil. And that we are their Satan. And that's the way they look at this country, and they look at every one of us as being disposable.
This is the air I breathe.
I would never, ever say that we shouldn't pray in a situation like this.
Oh, I know.
This is the air I breathe.
If the people who are responsible for this, whoever they may be, if they had nuclear capabilities,
they would have used them today.
They would have used
September the 11th.
On September the 11th, today, against America.
May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
So there you go. 22 years ago today, the moments from the show, the late Mickey Dean was in there, Jim Dunaway, Mark Prater, Roxanne, who was our news person at the time, and then, of course, Speedy, Bubba, and me, all as that happened live right here on the show.
Still tough to watch.
Yeah, it is. And Speedy, you and Adler did a
really good job,
masterful job of doing the audio, and then Adler, you marrying all that video to it. Really, I'd forgotten how good some of the and horrifying some of the video was.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some of the shots of that second plane. There's some really, really incredible, sad, tragic videos of that.
Well, there's a lot of cameras in New York.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Right. Yeah.
And as that began to filter in, it was you just couldn't believe what you were seeing.
Well, and like we said, you heard Prater mention that we all thought that there was some pilot that might have been in training or whatever that accidentally hit one of the buildings with a small plane. That's what we thought.
Yeah, because
even though that was bad, but it was. We thought, well, most people probably won't be bothered by that. There'll be property damage, and probably the pilot's lost his or her life, but we had no idea what was really happening, and it all unfolded live before a lot of you that were with us 22 years ago.
Wow.
So there it is, the look back and remembering the attack on America on 9/11 and all those who lost their life.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
us didn't get, your sleep might have been interrupted, and James Spann was doing wall-to-wall weather about the severe weather that was coming through the South. There was a guy that has made social media. It's a meteorologist, and apparently his sidekick is named John. He's also a meteorologist.
What? He's what?
His name is meteorologist. He's with WTVA News, and
it's an extremely difficult situation they're in. I mean, it's live TV. You got people's life in your hands, and you're trying to get all this technical stuff up and out for. And it's a wonder we don't have more of these type things.
Right.
Well, I had some fun with James Spann. I shouldn't have done it, but because he was in the middle of, like this guy, very high stress, because we had severe weather in 4 or 5 states, and I texted him as I was going to bed on Saturday night. I told him that I knew we were still in danger while I was sleeping, but I wasn't going to do anything but just listen for the siren. And, and then I was going on to bed. And
that'll get old James
that
going.
Put him in overdrive.
He loved that. But anyway, but the tensions are high.
Yeah.
And undoubtedly we had an anchor and a meteorologist get after 2 meteorologists. Two weather folks.
Yes, correct. And here is
where is
just
this
a little bit of an exchange. WTVA is the TV station.
Do we know where it is?
That could potentially be a tornado debris signature there on Storm Track Doppler radar. You know what happened, John? In the 5 minutes we didn't have radar data, it produced a tornado. Now we do have reports, John. We do now have reports from the Mathiston area.
What's this guy's problem?
Man, alive.
See what came up? Motley Crue, dirt. Oh, no, don't. Quick, turn it off.
Please come back. Let's see it one more time.
John?
This guy's... reports, John. We do now have reports from the Mathiston area.
He's
that
so
could
mad.
potentially be a tornado debris signature there on Storm Track Doppler radar. You know what happened, John? In the 5 minutes we didn't have radar data, it produced a tornado.
Well, I mean, mad about it.
Now we do have reports, John.
John's the other way now.
We do now have reports from the Mathiston.
Well, John's busy, isn't he?
I bet you think John can't stand them.
Oh, you know.
What about, don't you call me out on air?
What about the meeting today? This was my number one email over the weekend because of me warning all human beings that animals are at war with us, and we are having animal attacks in unprecedented numbers and danger. All the different military they have, they get us from the air, their Air Force. They get us from the aquatic, that's the Navy. In our Marine attacks, we have our ground forces,
and primarily snakes.
Yeah, but
they're special forces, aren't they?
Today, we add to the military of animals going after human beings, flightless birds.
Oh, my God.
These flightless birds, they're more like a tank to me. You know what I mean? They're on the ground. They're big.
Armored personnel carry.
Armored personnel. I don't know how to pronounce.
Wouldn't alligators be more of the tank?
Cassowary?
Yep, cassowary.
Cassowary. I thought these were emus. I've always thought they were emus. They look a lot like emus.
These got the colored head.
They're just an emu with a better color pattern.
Yeah.
On them. It looks like an emu that stuck its head in a paint can.
Yeah,
exactly.
Now they're indigenous to Australia and New Guinea.
Australia.
But unfortunately, hear me. Let me say this again. Gosh, I'm so glad the young people are watching today. Maybe y'all can do something about this in your generation. I'm gonna say it again. Indigenous to Australia and New Guinea, not Florida, not the United States of America, and Florida. So a man decided that, and apparently he was trying to farm them.
Yeah.
I don't know what
Not sure what you do with them.
He's 75 years old.
I bet you don't milk it.
No, sir.
And it said that he fell down near one of them, and they took their very, very sharp razor-like. Are these claws, or do they have a?
It's like a.
Or they have a knife that comes out of it like that.
Claw.
It's just one little
4-inch,
kind of like a spur, but 4-inch knife.
That's about 4 inches probably.
And they are very dangerous.
Very.
And they will disembowel things that try to attack them.
Very dangerous.
And this bird killed the man.
Yes.
Now, Rick, they say these things have very powerful legs and can run up to 31 miles per hour through dense forests and underbrush.
Mm-hmm. Guys, let me give everybody a caution.
Right
Watch
there.
flightless birds. Watch flight. Ostriches are dangerous. Emus are dangerous. And the cassowary, very dangerous.
I got knocked down in an emu pen before, and it's not fun.
Oh, y'all picture that.
Would you get rushed by a bunch of emus?
Well, they grab your shoe strings and think it's worms and pull.
Juveniles.
Oh, really?
Funny as that.
Juveniles pulled his feet out from under.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Golly, those things.
It's recorded, by the way.
So is it that middle one right there that gets you?
Can we not
no, there
declaw
it is. Oh, I see it.
Why can't we declaw it?
It's like their index finger.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's bad news.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, all that
clip
is
that thing
is
off.
It is 6 minutes past. Thank you for being with us for a brand new hour. We'll get more of your phone calls in. Max Lucado has been such a dear friend to the show, and also as many times has found himself in a role of America's pastor and minister. And man, he's just we just look back on 9/11, and of course, we remember. Being at a prayer gathering with Max that was happening in Birmingham, Alabama.
Shortly after that.
Yeah, shortly after that. And Max, we just, by the way, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. Good to talk to you again, brother.
To you, I do remember that day and that prayer gathering. We if I recall, that gathering was pre-scheduled.
Yep.
Right, and yet there we were just a day or two later. All of us a bit in shock.
Yeah, because if you remember, Congressman Riley was supposed to be there, and he got called away because they were planning our attack on how we were going to respond. And of course, you were there, and his wife was there to represent him, and we were all there. But hard to believe it's been 22 years. But when we look back just a moment ago, we were live on the air when it was happening, so we were trying to figure it all out. And but those scars, they are still deep, and sometimes I wonder if we learned all the spiritual lessons we were supposed to learn. I think individuals have, no doubt about that. But
as the country,
on a macro level, it's kind of like human beings have been for a long time. We tend to, when God allows us to get afraid, we run to Him. And then when things settle back down, we seem to drift back away on our own strength again, sadly. It's kind of been a never-ending cycle, which kind of leads us to your new book, God Never Gives Up on You. The story of Jacob is really something. I had the honor of studying and actually doing a message on his story. What a complicated individual Jacob is, just like a lot of us. And the takeaway, Max, you tell the people, but the bottom line, the book, the title says it all. When you see the people throughout time that he has used and used to do great things as part of his plan, you understand that he has always worked with some pretty flawed people.
He always has. And Jacob really fits right at the top of that list.
Yeah.
He was a scoundrel. He was a cheat. He was a passive husband when he should have been an active husband. There were times that he made decisions that just bewilder us. And yet God had made a covenant to use Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And, when God makes a covenant, he doesn't break it. He doesn't break it. And so that's why I say that the story of Jacob is in there to remind us that though we may fail God, he'll never fail us. He'll never fail us. And the hero, I think, of Jacob's story is not Jacob, but it's God. It's God.
Max, what you've wrote a lot of books on a lot of topics. What kind of drove you to cover Jacob and this one? What was the motivation on this particular one?
Yeah. Well, I have an advantage because I'm an old sinner. You're
in good company today, Max.
Pull up a chair.
I became a Christian as a young man. I was a recovering drunk, and I think I became well aware of how evil I could be and just how where that path was taking me. And so when I read the story of Jacob, I related. I'm a manipulator. I can be a negotiator. I've been known to try to have tit for tat with God. You do this, I'll do that, and that was all Jacob. And I've wrestled with God. You know, the great story of Jacob is Jacob wrestling with God in the mud of Jabbok. And anybody who's been through a tragedy or a crisis has had to wrestle with God. So I think I've always been drawn to his story. What's interesting about Jacob's story, I've found, is there's not a lot of books written about him. There's a whole lot written about Moses, about Abraham, about Daniel, about Joseph, these sterling silver characters of the Bible. But Jacob, I don't think we've quite known what to do with him, and consequently less has been discussed about him. But I think he's a colorful, inspiring, and in the end, he proved, you know, the final reference to Jacob has him standing, leaning on his staff, worshiping God.
Amen.
So he finished well. He finished well.
And that's the key, you know, because so few finish well. And, you know, Max, and I know you talk about this in the book, you mentioned the wrestling that Jacob did. That I had missed that for so many years, and it was only in the last year.
It's a very interesting story, isn't it?
Yeah, that I realized reading that, the repentance story there. Because the thing that hit me, and I know this makes me goofy that it took me this long to get it, but, you know, the Bible's always teaching us stuff. No matter how many times we read these historical events, God says, now this time I'm actually going to show you what I've been trying to show you for 12 years, you know, or whatever. And I looked, and it hit me that when, you know, first of all, Jacob thinks that his trouble is with Esau, and he's terrified. You know, he got a little taste of his own medicine, you know, when he got deceived. So God got to show him what that was like, you know, when he was treated poorly. And you know, so he got to experience what it was like to meet the master of deceivers, you know, and so he's survived all that. He's kind of decided to leave. He's working his way back to the land, back, like you said, to the covenant. And then it dawns on him, oh no, Esau. The last time I left, I deceived, and my mom and I tricked Esau, and he's mad at me, and I've got to work my way back through him. And what he doesn't realize is God's got Esau handled. And Jacob's problem was not with Esau, it was with God. And so when this happens, and the thing that hit me is God asked Jacob what his name is. And I'm like, well, God knows what his name is, but he wants him to repent. What does your name mean? It means I'm a deceiver. And to us, we need to tell God. God might look at somebody and say, what is your name? And you'd say, my name is porn. You know, I know that I won't repent of this. I know that I still got this conflict with you. I won't own it. I won't repent of it. And then what God says in the beauty of your book is what? Well, let me give you a new name. Repent. I'll give you a new name. And that's what that whole wrestling thing is about. And of course, sometimes he'll use difficulty. He might knock your hip out of socket and just leave it that way. You know, it says Jacob limped the rest of his life. That's why he's on that staff at the end. God never put that. He didn't put that hip back in socket, because I guarantee you, when he was limping, he remembered it. And
he remembered it.
Yeah, but to me, that was just beautiful.
I think you're nailing that story on the head. And not only did he give him a new name, he gave him the name Israel.
That's right.
Israel.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's a lot of ways to interpret the name Israel. I lean toward the one that says Israel means, the literal meaning is God fights.
Right.
God fights. So every time Israel would say his name, he was basically telling people, God fights. God fights for you. God will come alongside. So his very name went from being, I'm deceiver, I'm a trickster, to, hey, God fights. God fights. He's the hero here.
Yeah.
And what a name to give. We still use it today. Yeah. So it's a powerful story.
Well, we serve a God that offers a new name to all who are willing to just point to our sin, quit justifying it, and say, please forgive me.
Yeah.
And
Amen.
And I, you know, we've all seen it. I will say this, and I know, Bubba, we probably agree. When I see that God uses some really complicated people, so I catch sometimes people take on the attitude of, well, that really bothers me. It don't bother me. It gives me hope. I mean, you know, when what is that kind of, and I know you're taking that on in the book.
Exactly. And because I'm a complicated person, you know, I can be in and out and hot and cold. I wish I could be more steadfast. I wish I could be more like Joseph or more like Daniel. But you know what? I think the story of Jacob is written for people like us who struggle with faith and have to know God is on our side.
And Max, I appreciate the way you write your books because I know you've said this before, but I want to echo it. You write books for people who don't read books. And that's me. That's me. So I appreciate that style.
I bet when Max sits down, he goes, all right, let me write this in a way that Rick and Bubba can actually read it.
Yeah, let me numb it down here.
Yeah. Well, Max, I thank you. And you know what? And Bubba and I, we joke about this, but I just want to encourage you. Your incredible energy that God gives you to continue to crank out this much content. I mean, you have discipled generations. And we're thankful. I know you've been through some. It hasn't been an easy road, and God continues to keep you going. So just thank you for your obedience and allowing God to use another complicated person to disciple other complicated people. So thank you for that.
Well, and thanks to the both of you. My goodness, it's been easily 20 years that we've been meeting each year by radio.
Oh, yeah.
Well, a couple of times we've been able to come by person.
Oh, yeah.
But it's always a delight. Always a delight. May God give you strength and help us all to finish worshiping, still leaning on our staff.
Amen. God never gives up on you. What Jacob's story teaches about grace, mercy, and God's relentless love is available wherever books are sold by Max Lucado. So
And
Max,
if you're in the neighborhood, Max, come see us.
always come see us, Max.
I'll do it. All the best.
Thank you,
too, brother.
Take care. And, of course, Adler excited because Max is from San Antonio. All right, so we'll be back.
San Antonio.
We'll get an update. What about Bubba's truck? We got to have a truck update. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is a modern day version of a dinosaur.
It's dinosaur feet.
Yeah.
Exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
They refer to the cassowary as the world's most dangerous bird.
Good night.
Watch
Why-
it.
bird with an attitude.
Watch out with flightless birds.
Why are you growing them? I mean, what?
Emus. Isn't there an emu oil that's on the market? It's supposed to help with your joints and all that.
I use it once a week.
No wonder they don't want you to get close.
And then we were,
That's an ugly thing.
that's good. Undoubtedly, remember the ostriches was going to, and Bubba and I have eaten an ostrich. Ostriches were supposed to replace beef.
Oh, yeah.
As a better meat. That didn't happen.
The boom of the ostrich farm, it didn't pan out.
Look,
everybody was buying them. Hey, they were expensive too.
I'd like to see one run.
What about the emu? What was it bringing to the table? That oil? That lotion?
Well, it was just
Look
like
at
an
that.
ostrich.
Look at that thing.
You're supposed to be able to eat them too.
Yeah, were you?
Probably.
Yeah. But that cassowary is bad news.
What if you start running, you think, I got away from it. And
31
because
miles
it
an
run-
hour.
And
it's
he's
just right
pecking
there
you
with
right in the
It's
back
just running right
pocket.
beside you.
Little known fact, I bring this up every time. Every time I bring this up,
Okay.
Johnny Cash was kicked by an ostrich.
Yeah, said it got him. He wasn't Johnny drunk. He tried to take the ostrich on.
Correct.
Not a good idea.
Walking through a little animal.
Them ostrich got
There.
big old legs.
They do. But the cassowary is more dangerous because it's got the knife.
But again,
Is it that claw that we see, or is there
Yep.
something else
No,
comes out of there?
It's the one. Look at the one that
In the
doesn't.
middle?
Like their index.
Yeah, look at the one that doesn't have as much skin on it. It's,
Yeah,
it's,
you wouldn't
it's
think
4
that
inches
would
worth
be
of blade.
a dangerous bird by looking at it.
No, it's got pretty colors on it. I mean, it doesn't look scary.
See right there, Bubs? See the one that's...
Oh, that one. Okay.
And then something about
I was looking at the long one in the middle. I thought,
No, it's that one right there, my friend.
well, isn't that odd the way that foot is?
something
And they'll
about,
take it. What they do, they take it with their foot, and they'll just slice you right through the gut, and
I wonder why the old man falling set it off.
something about it
Said it was
spooked him.
fine till it fell on the ground. Then the old man
So-
fell.
well, Greg, you know why?
Went
Because
nuts.
we're dealing with animals that are from New Guinea and Australia, and we've got them in Florida.
Rick, people fall in New Guinea.
I know, and then they get sliced. But what I'm saying is, I didn't worry about getting sliced by one in Florida. To this
No.
idiot brought him. May God rest his soul.
I mean, he
But-
chose to take it off.
He did.
He died doing what he loved, Rick.
Well, right, and then which we never say about fat people. But listen, let's
Look
go.
at that mohawk it's got.
I know, but let's go back to this again.
Now they say these things will charge a bigger animal.
It's kind
and
of a
kill
turkey
it,
head.
or
Of course
kill
they
it
will.
with its claw.
with its deadly claw. Is
there video of that? I'd like to see it in action. Wouldn't you?
I'm sure you could find Cassowary kills something.
I'm sure there's an
Castleberry.
Instagram site for it.
Cassowary, whatever it's called.
Cassowary kills a lion.
I killed one in the Cassowary field.
Yeah, you did.
But what I'm saying is, these wild animals, certain things trigger instincts.
I know.
Ask Siegfried and Roy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ask Siegfried and Roy. And the problem is, like if my dog instinctively does, if you go near their, like I've got this little tiny dog that's really a stuffed animal. But let's say that I don't see. Let's say he's eating his food, okay, and I go down and get his water to change the water out,
Right.
and he does one of these instinctive deals.
Right.
I'm not in danger. But if I've got an animal that if he goes instinct today, I'm dead. I can't take that kind of pressure.
No.
I can't take that kind of pressure. Oh, I made a move toward the.
Oh,
baby.
Yeah.
Well, we got it now.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh,
no.
a guy's getting chased by one. He's got to get out of there.
Gosh,
He's got to get out of there. That thing will kill you.
Oh my gosh.
You got to get out of there.
Yeah, finally. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Remind me to add something to that in the next break.
Thank you.
But
We'll
anyway,
pick that up.
All right, so Bubba, everywhere I went over the weekend, I mean, the people of Kentucky were concerned about your truck. And everybody said, any update on Bubba's truck? And I said, I texted him before I left, and he said they're not even going to start working on it till Monday. But so tell us what we.
Well, I think you or Adler, one of you, were still here when it got towed off on Friday.
I saw it,
and I did talk,
Adler,
and I really appreciate Joel Smith over at Hendrick.
He came
Motor.
through, buddy.
He came through big time, and spoke with him again Friday night, and he said the guy that needs to work on it, he had one tore down, because it was kind of quick notice. And said, but he would be able to get on it first thing this morning. So we'll find out.
It was big talk at the remote. At the Hendrick remote Friday. Big talk.
Oh, I bet it was a big topic at the location it was going to try to fix it.
That's right.
Here's Bubba's car getting towed away, and this does have audio if you guys.
Okay. Look at that big old dude.
Right now, going through a rough patch. Right now,
there it is.
Going through a rough.
There goes a full tank, by the way.
Right now.
That's beautiful.
Hold it out. Oh, that's an Adler holdout right there. That's good.
Keep it.
I wish we could have stacked some harmony on it. Some other Adlers.
That's a rough patch when you see your truck going away on a tow truck, Bubba.
Man.
And I know how dumb it was to do that, and that's one reason I quickly shared it with the public so I would be pummeled and beat beyond recognition.
Greg, punish yourself.
By not only the audience but my own family. And
did they give you a hard time?
Oh, Rick, what are you talking about?
I bet, because we all give our kids these speeches.
Oh yeah.
And so then we do the very thing that we've told them never to do.
Oh yeah. And what about guess who I saw on Friday right after it happened? Gary.
I wish you would have seen.
What do you think Gary had to say about it?
That's. I mean, he sees that as something that can't happen.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what.
It can't happen. It can't happen.
He says you two. I mean, you're dangerous. I mean,
You're dangerous?
and I mean, you can't. I mean, you can't have nothing. You can't even have a doodly.
We were sitting in here during the kickoff hour, and he comes through the door, and we see it all, the emotions. Man, there's something up my truck. Stopped and got gas. I get in here, it was coughing all the way. Now I've turned it off, and it won't crank. And we were all looking, and also, I don't remember who brought it up. Said, "Do you think you put the right fuel in it?" And then his face, well, yeah. And then also you can see doubt on it.
But then you went back confident.
His complexion
thinking,
changed, I think.
Like, what do you think I am?
We saw the receipt. I still want to see.
You're not still holding
no,
on.
I want to see the video of me doing it. I want to see the video.
You want to know how you could reach
so
that?
I can go back and think in my mind, what was I thinking or how did I do that?
Well, I'll tell you what I think.
Let me tell you what I do when I fill up with gas, and I lecture my family on this.
Oh, no.
Is to fill up with fuel in this case, is when you fill up to check your car. You know, to look at the tires, see if you see metal sticking out of it.
Sure.
Make sure, you don't have any broken tail lights or something that happened. You didn't, just do a little visual inspection while it's filling up.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, this makes it worse
Well,
because
maybe
I was going to
busy doing that and didn't realize.
You know what you said? Tires look good. I'm just destroying the engine.
Yeah. Well, I was going to give you a pass because you go back and forth.
Less safety check.
You go from gas vehicle
Let's start with what fuel we're
to diesel, and I thought you forgot what you were in. This makes it worse that you were walking around.
Now, before you check your tires, let's make sure we have the right nozzle.
Right.
Then we'll go to the tires.
Bring it.
Because
I'm colorblind, but you see this green one.
I'm telling you this. It was the power outage. It was the power outage. I'm telling you. Because you were out of sorts.
I'm not making excuses.
You were out of sorts.
I'm not making excuses.
You were out of sorts.
But I was a little out of sorts Friday morning, and obviously so. It may be a costly out of sorts.
Yeah, I said it on the show Friday. If I can put hair gel on my toothbrush and brush my teeth with it, I can certainly put the wrong fuel in the truck.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying I'm not capable.
No, but still, but Greg, you say he wants it though. He wants all this.
He got deprived of oxygen when the power went off. That thing sucked on his face, got his brain a little scrambled.
Took me a minute to figure out where I was.
Yeah.
Took me a couple hours to catch up.
Yeah. So, but you know that's what happened. You just want to see what it looked like.
Yeah.
I wish you could see his face when he realized it may have happened.
I want to relive it in my mind.
Well, I tell you what. I bet was a bip to him because there's no bigger Nimrod in here when it comes to automobiles than me. Okay, so I come by. Hey, I got problems. You think you put the wrong fuel in? You know what I mean? And when you see some idiot like me say that, you're like, "What? Oh my gosh!" Yeah. I mean, this sounds like you might put the wrong fuel in. But
because when he first came in, it was some kind of mechanical problem. You ain't gonna believe what's going on in my truck.
Well, I thought, if you've driven diesel engines before, know from time to time that a lot of the stations will get water in the fuel or something, or water in your tank or something, and it'll cull it up pretty quick.
Absolutely. So we don't know till today, and I will tell you, I bet it was the same way at the remote, Greg. It was the same way in Kentucky. The range of what they think's wrong we're going to be the result of this.
It's all over. There was no consistency.
My favorite's the people thinking ain't no big deal. Now I know that's who we want to draft with.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Ain't nothing to it. Just drain it. Change the filter.
30 years. I've been at this 30 years.
It's got two filters.
And then you talk to one guy.
Water separates.
Then you talk to the next guy. Say, oh, it's over.
Yeah.
I mean, the very next guy tells, oh, it's over.
The metal shards.
Yeah.
Those people.
That metal shard bunch
scared me.
I think the short trip might have kept you from that.
The metal shard people, they're telling you got to file it with the insurance. It's that much.
Luckily, it didn't
You think
stop.
Bones didn't unpack it for me? I mean, he showed me how a diesel engine works and
broke it down,
the lubing of it, and why gasoline takes the lubing away, and that's why the metal shards go. And
metal shards.
Yep. Mate, but that was a very short trip, though.
We'll find out. Hopefully later today.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
we have things to discuss today on the program. I will say, Speedy mentioned it in the kickoff hour. Contest button has a new contest that's just been added. We'll go on location in May for the region's tradition, and we'll be, of course, at the Celebrity Pro-Am. Bubba, you playing this time?
I am supposed to be playing, Rick. Yes.
Really?
Yes. I need to get out and take a few swings.
That might mess it up. It'll make it that make it different.
If my back holds up, yes.
Yeah. All right, so we'll be broadcasting there, and you could be in the Coca-Cola Golden Ticket seats with us, watching all the guests that come by and being part of that Celebrity Pro-Am. It's been a lot of the years of the 25 we've been doing that. A lot of great memories. We've gotten in trouble several times from being there. So if you'd like to be part of that, go register. You could be selected. So that's new to the contest button. We do have a lot to discuss on the program today. I know that yesterday it was kind of a very odd feeling when we all began to look up and see that the famous cathedral in Paris, which I've seen, by the way, and I got pictures of me right out in front of it, Notre Dame, in flames. That was a very strange look yesterday.
Can I ask you this? Let's. I'm really not familiar with that building and the setup. You know, it was very confusing yesterday. We had our sectional tennis tournament, and I was trying. You know, people started talking about it. I didn't know what was going on. I thought the Fighting Irish were under attack there at one point. Right. I didn't. How do they say it? Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Yes.
Notre Dame. And then when we had the Catholic college,
the one in America in Indiana, we say Notre Dame.
Well, we say Notre Dame.
Notre Dame,
like Rotor.
Yeah, and I don't think we're right. I think it's one of those things that we just.
But they're spelled exactly alike.
Notre Dame.
What I read this morning, because I basically said, and I'm wrong, by the way, according to what I've read, that if you're over here, it's Notre Dame, and if you're over there, it's Notre Dame, and that's not correct. They're two separate entities that are called two different things. So over there, I wonder what they call our football team.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
That's what I want. That's what I need to know.
It doesn't really make any sense if you've got a Catholic cathedral that's named Notre Dame and spelled the same way.
I know.
Then you decide.
See, that's why it's so confusing to most of us.
And then you go to Indiana and you say we're going to build the premier Catholic, most popular Catholic college, and we're even going to put a big old dome in the middle of it in a big building. And then we're going to spell it the same way. We're going to call it Notre Dame University. Yes. And both of those are the way you're supposed to say it.
And we're going to be the Fighting Irish.
Yes. Yeah. Don't forget that.
Yeah. Notre Dame's in France.
Right. So so I guess, well, now I'm making myself more confused because
that's when I just kind of put on the brakes and started looking, because I made some stance about, hey, it's Notre Dame here in America, so we're going to call it Notre Dame Cathedral over there. And then I got to reading, and they were like, no, look, you pronounce it over there in Notre Dame.
It's two different things.
It's two different things and two different pronunciations, no matter where you're at.
Right. So when y'all say two different things, you're saying the cathedral and the university aren't even related.
Correct. I don't know. From what I can read, from what I read. I mean, I'm sure there's a tie. I mean, it has to make a little sense, but
somebody's screaming at the radio right now.
They are, but
they can scream at Wikipedia.
But it's confusing. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you see where this is very confusing.
So really, it's the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Correct.
Right. Correct.
Yes.
Unless he had been in America, and it would be the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
He played for.
And he was
and Rudy was at Notre Dame, not Notre Dame.
That's right.
Yeah,
and the real. You about the real Rudy?
The real Rudy.
But in the historic story of the Hunchback, he
Notre Dame.
He sought sanctuary in the building we just saw burn.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Right.
So let me be sure I understand this. This building has survived 800, 1,000 years. Survived World War II, all the bombings.
Sure.
Survived numerous religious wars over the centuries, and the guys doing the renovations have burned it down.
That's what people are saying.
Yeah.
We don't have the official word, but
what if you're that guy?
How about the guy with the heat gun there?
Look, got that look on your face.
Yeah. Hey, did you put that candle out?
Right. What?
That's not good, is it?
That's 800 years of history. You up in smoke.
You don't want to be that guy.
No.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Rickin' on their blubber.
866 We Be Big is the number. As we make our way back, and we got more to cover on the program today. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up here shortly. And so Bubba's let us know we're not really going to have a truck update probably until tomorrow, right? We'll probably you may find out today. Yeah. Then we'll go tomorrow, and so we'll see. And look for Bubba's new YouTube. We're going to put a little content out there. I showed you how to cook spiral dogs. Bubba's going to show you how to put in fuel.
Right.
We'll go there because we
that.
don't want this to happen to other people. Speaking of automobiles, somebody asked me, is the truck covered under CarShield? And I said,
we'll find out.
We'll find out. CarShield.com/Bubba. Right now, if you are driving an automobile that is out of warranty, and so there's none there. Why would you want to do that? Because if you get in a bind, whatever it costs is going to be charged to you. So especially if you're sitting here with car insurance, that if it's something like that, yeah. But if we're talking about something broke down, engine thing like that, and it's not and it's not going to be covered, you need a protection plan. And if it is covered by your protection plan, then CarShield will pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice and pay them directly. So if you want to find out more about these protection plans, now you also can get 24/7 coast-to-coast roadside assistance. I love that. Also complimentary towing, rental car options. So don't wait till it's too late. Just call 1-800-451-7776. Save 20% on your plan because of you being someone here listening to the show. And you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. You can find a link to at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So other things that were going on from the past weekend, we do have the Biden clips.
We've got that. Why don't we? Do you want to look real quickly at Trump? He's at the Iowa State game.
Okay.
And
right.
He made a few stops in town. We have several clips of that through it. But
so the fours there, Adler will go 4A through F. And then it looks like 5. He's also at a rally in Rapid City, South Dakota. So anyway, so we actually have a little another one there, but this is all what you said, the Iowa State game, and it looks.
And he's out throwing footballs.
Rick. Yeah, how's his arm look?
It was well, you'll see. It's pretty good.
All right, so he's signing footballs. The guy there to his right looks like he means business.
Yeah.
All right, here you go. All right, so here comes Trump.
Getting it on the seams.
Greg, there's that face. Yeah, Greg. Okay, he was smart not to try to throw it to me. Yeah.
Well, he's got a jacket.
Yeah, he's got a jacket on too.
Rick,
now, did he even sign that one?
President Trump,
he may have signed them before. I don't know.
Yeah.
Rick.
Okay, Greg.
Just throwing footballs.
Right.
That's pretty good talk.
That's pretty good.
By the way, I've noticed too, because I mean, even though I've got his new cell phone now and I won't abuse it, but I don't. I just had. Well, how can I say this? I don't want to be mean. It has nothing to do with Sean. I had to take a sabbatical from news, and so I just don't watch it right now. So, but I scanned by the other night and saw, and Hannity throws out footballs now and has a studio audience, and he throws out footballs throughout the show. I guess it's been going on a while. I haven't been watching,
I think so.
but that's I noticed that too. So also now we got Trump flipping burgers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Are we tailgating? Oh, look at that.
He's on the grill.
That's somebody that means business right there. And how bad do you want one of those burgers? Huh? What is that?
They're singing.
They're singing that.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Dixieland Delight?
Yeah. That's
So that we sing that in Iowa too?
I think they sing it everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a very popular song everywhere.
How can that song not be canceled?
I don't know.
I mean, in this super sensitive society.
Right.
You know? They said the coach at Michigan State loves it. So anyway, there's a little. so anyway, so also we've got this is just fanfare. It says this is just more people loving.
I mean, there's just crowds everywhere he goes.
Wow, that's so everybody's. So and now I know Iowa. Have they done the whole thing yet? Where the Iowa caucus?
It'll be one of the early ones.
Okay. All right,
Have they done the whole thing? Who won the game?
Iowa.
Did they? Was it close?
I don't think so. I think they jumped in the top 25 too. I think they're
okay.
Aren't they both under some kind of investigation for gambling?
Are they?
I think they are.
Now, Rick,
I think they are. I think
this is outside the stadium.
All right. So is this not the frat house?
No, I skipped the frat house.
Yeah. Okay. That's
He was just saying hey to him.
That's probably wise.
He was outside the frat house while ago.
They're chanting USA.
USA. Yeah, it's
This is where Iowa State and Iowa both agreed on something. You can see both colors following him.
So is this him into the stadium next? He's actually going inside there when they're in pregame, ready to go. And all
he's
that.
overlooking. It looked like something going on the field, but it was this way everywhere he went.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so there he is actually getting in the game. I expect him to have better seats.
Yeah, you would think
that's.
that.
Looks like he's just walking in.
Yeah, he's just working the crowd. He's working the crowd.
Look.
There.
A little bit of booze. I do see a couple middle fingers, by the way.
Oh,
You get that.
you're gonna have.
Oh
that.
yeah, absolutely.
You're gonna
Can't
have
please
that.
everybody.
Not a whole stadium.
Yeah, there's one.
Trust me, you can look at my email and I know that.
You're right. The only stadium he can go into and get 100% all positive and not one negative is Bryant Denny.
That'd be Bryant Denny.
Roll Trump and roll Tide.
That is the best part of the games, though, when special teams goes out because everybody's happy.
Oh yeah, that's
music's going.
Yeah, oh, sure. Nobody's got it handed to them yet.
Yeah.
No one's realized the guy they've got to cover. They can't. You know,
Yeah, it's gonna be a long day.
the guy that they need to block, they can't. You know, it is so funny. I mean, because we treat it like it's a video game. And, hey, coach, I love that little right there. But that 3 technique, you're telling me to block by myself, I can't do it. So I might want to come up with something different.
We got him here at the stop in South Dakota after that.
Okay. Yeah, well, I don't know if it was after that. I think it might have been before, actually.
Whenever it was.
I can't remember,
Sometime
but he throws back to where the lady in glasses was on the ground screaming and crying when he won.
Yes,
He throws back to that.
Okay.
This is one of my favorite clips of
Yeah.
all time.
Oh, it's a dandy.
Don't forget, you look at this arena and it's packed. Look at this arena.
Greg, he loves
It's
this.
packed. We're a year before the election. These guys don't pack an arena the night before the election. They have a smattering of people. Oh, good Lord. Remember Hillary with the thing with the women screaming? That one woman with the glasses, she's become famous? No.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States.
I've seen that 1,000 times. 1,000 times.
You know what? I didn't know how she felt till I lived in Biden's economy. Now I'm doing it. I walk in the grocery store and I go,
And I'll tell you one of the funniest things. It's not a particular clip now because it's just everywhere, but the Biden administration trying to get out and convince everybody that the economy is really good. It's one of the funniest things, and they give it names and they talk about it and they quote numbers, and everybody, even the people on CNN, MSNBC, are looking at them with their mouth hanging open like you got to be kidding.
It is.
You got to have you got to come up with something better than we just don't get it.
I know that some of that is they too realize this can't be their candidate. The more,
they're horrified.
But don't you think some of it is too that people, there comes a time, which think about how far you have to go if you're a leftist, okay, and you're in the woke camp. I think even they can reach a point where they're going, I can't look dumb enough. I care about how I look supporting this guy. Now I feel like I'm looking really stupid. Kind of like when you got now Van Jones being against him. I mean, come on. I mean that's.
We had an interesting clip here. I don't know if we have time for it right here of Gavin Newsom who come out and said he's not going to run. Which
he's not going to run.
You know what that means? He's running.
Right. All right. We'll come back.
He wants somebody to beg him.
We'll do that. And we got some Biden.
He just won't go. No,
please run, Gavin. You've done so good with California.
And then we got some Biden clips. Maybe we can do the Gavin Newsom. Looks like we got a cringe city from Kamala. Because Gavin Newsom's going to tell us that she's the one that needs to run.
Yeah.
Greg, I'm telling you.
Rick, come on. This
Gavin
Speedy said it right. He's saying this so people will beg him to run. That's all this is.
Yeah.
Especially by
He
pointing
didn't want to come out and announce it himself. He wants to come back and go, well, I said no, but man.
Yeah, everybody's just begging me to run. We got to save the country.
15 minutes to the top there. Y'all both are
we
absolutely right.
can't let Trump go in.
Absolutely right on that. All right, we'll come back. We'll hit some of that when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick. Picture when they bring you in to get the paperwork for you to go on unemployment. You're surely not going to make a stand that we shouldn't fire you. Nah, I got nothing to say. Yeah, you burn Notre Dame down. Yeah, I know. I got it.
So you might want to find something else.
Yeah, I guess no good reference for me here. And that's kind of what they're thinking, right? During the renovation, some things that had to be repaired.
Now the good news is the interior almost is relatively untouched.
Yeah.
So they have saved a ton of that.
Yeah,
which
the big cross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smoke damage, I'm sure. But
16 minutes past the hour. Some of your phone calls, I know, trying to clarify. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just pronouncing it differently. I mean, I have to disagree with the people that say that it's two different things.
Yeah.
I don't think it is. Now, I don't understand why French people would be the Fighting Irish. I don't understand that.
Well, that probably came later, Rick. I don't think when they probably founded it, they were thinking about football.
You're probably right. Yeah, they ought to be called the Fighting French.
That was before touchdown Jesus in the end zone there.
This says that.
Well, Rick, you wouldn't say Fighting French. That wouldn't scare anybody.
Well,
good point.
Yeah.
This says that the pronunciation of Notre Dame is not natural to our tongue here in the States.
See?
And so, to Bubba's point, and in the break, we basically just started saying Notre Dame and then went with it.
Yeah, so it is the same thing.
Yeah,
We just pronounce it differently.
Again, I've read several articles that say the same things. I'm sure somebody with more historical knowledge is going to give
Rick,
us
I think it falls
some
under,
insight.
under that thing, and we have this problem here locally. You have Fayette and you have Lafayette.
Right.
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
pretty much the same.
I know.
It's just how you. It's just how you get a running start.
The one in Alabama is Lafayette.
Lafayette.
The one in Louisiana is Lafayette.
I know, but
Same word.
Thank you. Let's go to John in Mississippi.
I think it's a Georgia one too.
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, John, how you doing, buddy?
Sir.
Hey, Johnny.
I'm doing very well. As a former missionary and as a French teacher, what you and Bubba just said is exactly right. Notre Dame is French for Our Lady. We have lots of French words in our language, words that you and I like. Eating words, beef, that's French. Pork, that's French. The higher class words there, Notre Dame, Our Lady, we say dame, but we've just taken it. For instance, FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation. In French, that's Bureau Fédéral d'Investigation. They just say it differently. But Our Lady is like Mary, and so there's a Our Lady Catholic Church in cities all over the world. The one in Paris just happens to be close to 1,000 years old, if it's not that structure.
All right, so John, all that understood. How are we supposed to say the name of the school in Indiana and the building that burned if I am from the United States?
Well, you're going to say them differently. It is a customary. It's kind of like the word Illinois. Okay, we say Illinois is like franglais. It's not really French. It's not really English. If we were going to pronounce it in French, it would be Illinois. But in English, we say Illinois. And if we're from Alabama, like we are, we say Illinois. All right.
We'll put an S on
Illinois.
Yeah, but what you're saying is this, and help me, John, because we're simple people. But I want to make this clear. If you're in America and you're looking at the exact same word in Indiana, you say Notre Dame. But if you were in Paris, because you're in France, you would say it the way the French say it, Notre Dame. It's the same thing.
That is correct.
You just say it differently according to where you are.
But what if I'm here and I'm talking about the building that burned? How do I say it?
Well, it's still over.
You're still going to say Notre Dame because it is. You are not talking about the college or university in Twin Cities, Indiana. There, you're talking about the church. If in Paris, if you were talking about the church in Montreal, you would say Notre Dame.
10 minutes at the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. All right, so we got a few more political deals, and we'll try to get some of your phone calls in again if you're with us for the last hour today. And you can always be with us. Either you can catch it if you don't have that on the schedule for your affiliate, or you don't have an affiliate. You can stream that on our TuneIn app or our YouTube channel, or you can catch it on the podcast archives that are available to you every day as well. You never have to miss a minute of the program. All right, so as we come back, let's talk about Gavin Newsom. You had said, Bubba, I tend to agree with you that this is going to be the future candidate for the Democratic Party, but he tries to convince us not in 2024. And y'all all hit on what's going on here, but let's hear it anyway. Here's Gavin Newsom. Who's going to tell us?
Filing deadlines haven't passed. President Biden doesn't run. Why shouldn't we consider you a likely candidate?
Well, I think the vice president is naturally the one lined up, and the filing deadlines are quickly coming to pass. And I think we need to move past this notion that he's not going to run. President Biden is going to run, and looking forward to getting him reelected. I think there's been so much wallowing in the last few months and hand-wringing in this respect, but we're gearing up for the campaign. We're looking forward to it.
But you hear these calls privately. What do you tell these donors who are wallowing in this?
Time to move on. Let's go.
And am I supposed to interpret that comment about the vice president, that if for some reason the president chose not to run at this point,
well, that's
everybody rallies around her?
It's the Biden-Harris administration. Maybe I'm a little old-fashioned.
Yeah,
maybe I'm a little old-fashioned about presidents and vice presidents. I was a lieutenant governor, so I'm a little subjective.
That's the biggest load of crap. I mean, he doesn't believe that.
He's a good talker.
So let's look at Kamala here as she dances at her 50 years of hip hop party.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this is who he says is the natural candidate.
Oh, yeah.
What about water bottle guy? He needs to calm down.
Yeah, he really does. Yeah. So,
easy, buddy.
So
watch it. Watch out.
Right.
Oh no, Kamala Harris shaking those hips and those pink mom jeans. Pink mom jeans. She's got the mom jeans rocking. She's pointing.
Yep.
Watch out.
Wow.
Well, it's 50 years of hip hop. Come on.
How funny is that?
Now keep in mind, we're now going to hear also from the man 1A. We're now going to hear from Biden, who Gavin Newsom wants us to believe is actually going to run again, and he thinks that the Democratic Party needs to stop complaining and get ready to get him reelected. And he looks forward to him being reelected. Now he'll be how old when he would be reelected?
Like
86,
120,
105,
somewhere in there. Yeah.
And the line I love that's out there now. Does anybody think he's going to get better with age? I mean,
no, we're not talking about wine here, Rick.
So here's the president.
Oh boy,
he's attempting to talk in Vietnam at a press conference, and mid sentence just gets his mic cut because he's rambling so much. Here we go.
This is him starting it off.
It is evening, isn't it? This round the world in 5 days is interesting. Well, there's that, one of my staff members said, remember the famous song, Good Morning Vietnam? Well, good evening Vietnam.
It's not a song. Not a song.
Good morning back in America.
It's a movie. Sounds like energy is what that sounds like. Pure energy. Pure energy.
Compare that to outside the Iowa State game.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's really mind-boggling, isn't
it? Yeah. And Good Morning Vietnam was a movie. It was not a song.
Right.
And it was a saying.
It was a saying.
The DJ did.
Not a song.
Adrian Cronauer.
Not a song. Now we're gonna. What is he saying about John Wayne?
Just enjoy.
Okay.
It's
all right.
Is he still in Vietnam?
My brother loves having those famous lines from movies that he always quotes. And one of them is there's a movie about John Wayne. He's an Indian scout, and they're trying to get I think it was the Apache, one of the great tribes of America, back on the reservation. and he's standing with the Union. So they're all on their horses and their saddles, and there's 3 or 4 Indians in headdresses, and the Union soldiers. The Union soldiers basically saying, the Indians, come with me, we'll take care of you, everything will be good. And the Indian looks at John Wayne and points to the Union soldier and says, he's a lion, dog-faced pony soldier.
Not this again.
Well, there's a lot of lion, dog-faced pony soldiers out there about global warming, but not anymore. All of a sudden, they're all realizing it's a problem. Nothing like seeing the light.
This one's like
whisper.
No, listen. This is like a Biden best of.
There's
CD.
a problem. There's a problem.
He works all of his best things.
This is a Biden best of CD. He hits us with everything, all of his famous things: the whispering, dog face pony.
Remember he called a woman that?
Did you see where? And I thought this was interesting. In this, he wants to reference this clip from a John Wayne movie.
Mm-hmm.
And as he begins to do it, he realizes he's about to make the Indians the bad guys.
Right.
And he says, "Oh, you're great tribes, what?" And he's trying to work. And then he's trying to act like the Union soldier is there to help him cross the street or something.
Mm-hmm.
He's herding him back to the, and you just see him. Even he realizes he's in a briar patch here, and somehow ties that into global warming.
Well, you're a lion, dog, face, pony.
And he did his whisper. All right, now here he goes.
There's a problem in that clip, and it ain't the temperatures.
Speedy, I'll ask you to leave the room on these next 2.
Oh, it's awful.
Because now he is looking for help from the staff.
This Vietnam thing.
Oh my gosh.
And I see. I'm just following my orders here.
Heavy breather.
Y'all, come on,
guys.
Unreal.
This is our president.
Look.
He's in another country.
Staffers, anybody haven't spoken to... No, I ain't calling on you. I'm calling on... I said I had 5 questions. Anita from VOA.
What is he talking about?
Well, he's fumbling the fact that they have already prearranged who he's going to call on. He knows the question.
Messed it up.
They fabricated the answers.
Find them.
And he gets off the track and can't find who he's supposed to call on because he doesn't know the answers to the other questions.
And now
it's just sad.
And
now, I can't believe the family.
And think about what Gavin Newsom just said to us.
Right.
All right. So let's look again.
You don't believe
now it gets so bad that they just cut him off mid-sentence and end the conference.
Yeah, we talked about at the conference overall. We talked about stability. We talked about making sure that the third world, the Southern Hemisphere had access to changes, had access. It wasn't confrontational at all. He came up
Thank you, everybody. This ends the press conference. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
That was a disaster.
Face.
Lost.
Face. So he's trying to answer, and they've cut the mic.
With every person I've met with.
Mr. President, are you worried about your son being indicted, Mr. President?
I tell you, I gotta go now. I'm a dog face. What is it? Dog face? Pony soldier. Pony boy. Oh, pony soldier.
Y'all, they just turned up the house music on him. Like he's at an award
that
show.
was embarrassing.
That's going too long.
Well, I actually said third world country.
There's no one.
I'm waiting on that time.
We are seeing
one.
a real president acting like Mr. Magoo.
Anybody that claims that he is on the up and up, you're just a liar. Nobody's that stupid.
You can tell when Biden's with his travel team. If he's at home, things kind of go okay. They can get his drugs on the right level with that time change and the flight and the travel. It just falls apart.
Yep.
Can't go to Delaware on vacation when you're over there.
No.
Yeah, I would vote just stay in Delaware.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Talking about Paris, Notre Dame, but we're accustomed to saying Notre Dame.
Okay, if you're in Paris and you're talking about the school in Indiana, how do you say it?
Notre Dame.
Well, they don't probably know too much about the school in Indiana because they don't play soccer, but they would say Notre Dame because that's how they're accustomed to pronounce
Well, then
it.
we
That's
already,
not-
we already been
no,
called.
no,
because
wait a minute. That's
you don't
inconsistency.
know their game.
John,
I got a problem with that.
I followed you right up to that point.
Inconsistent.
You
I
left.
followed you.
Very inconsistent.
John, wait a minute. I followed you to that point. But if you're saying we should say Notre Dame for over there, they should say Notre Dame for over here.
Amen.
Well, you're right, and I'm going to give that a hearty amen myself, but they probably wouldn't.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what does this got to do
I'm
with
not
getting?
gonna say Dom then.
What does this got to do with getting Notre Dame and the football team in a conference?
Yeah.
We got to get it in a conference.
It's messing up
We
the
do have
playoffs.
to get it in a conference, and I think they call it the Fighting Irish because the Irish are known for fighting and drinking, right? And in the South, if you have a Baptist church and a Dollar General, that's a town. And in the North, if you have a Catholic church and a bar, that's a town.
That's good.
That's good.
And there's a lot of truth to that, by the way. Thanks, John. Appreciate you, brother.
And let's be
Good
honest,
call.
no one would fear the Fighting French.
No, Fighting Irish is much better.
Yeah, at least you think they're going to have some luck with them.
Oh, yeah.
And they have had over the years, by the way.
So the right thing to do is call it what it's called there.
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
But he says the French won't do that for us.
Well,
That's a typical
that's-
French
yeah,
man.
exactly.
Same thing here. All the coverage you've heard about this fire, no matter who's saying it, they say Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Right.
All the coverage you're going to have during football season, you're going to hear Notre Dame.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? So there it is.
There it is. It's the same thing, but,
But
you say it
I
different
don't
ways.
think it's fair that they would call the university here Notre Dame.
Well, I don't know, but I'm saying our press here calls that Notre Dame and calls the college here Notre Dame.
Well, it's easier because then you know where you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
I'll tell you, the people in Georgia sure didn't make us call Albany.
Yeah, that's right.
And I didn't want to because it don't
If
look
it's in New York, it's Albany.
right.
Isn't that weird?
I know.
That's true.
You won't go up to New York and call it Albany, I promise you.
See, I made fun of Speedy one time. He said Albany, Georgia, and I was like, what? And he was right.
Well, they
Kind
corrected
of like
us.
Abraham Lincoln's assassination day.
What?
No,
You
it's
missed that earlier. Speedy's an
He's got
expert on Abraham
historical
Lincoln,
facts.
evidently.
That's not what happened. That's not how it happened. It's taken out of context.
nothing
Everything
true
is wrong with what they just said.
Other than the fact that you said something.
Right. Yeah. That's about
After
it.
that, the truth stopped.
He gave us a presidential fact
That-
this morning.
stop.
There's no way he just
No
knew
way
on the
he
top
just-
of his
the,
head.
the way he just set
He
that
either
up
got
is
an
wrong.
email or he heard someone else.
First of all,
Speedy, you tell us.
Helmsy brings up historical facts on April 15th that there's been a lot of tragedies, okay, with the Titanic and other things. And I asked,
I can think of 40 of them.
Is that when Abraham Lincoln was shot? I asked that because I didn't know. I didn't say, hey, I asked the question.
You said, isn't that when Abraham
Yeah,
Lincoln?
Yes.
which is kind of
Because you
like
wouldn't just
phrasing it like
randomly go, hey, wasn't Abraham Lincoln shot? You
No.
thought. And
But
you were
I mean,
right.
but you had brought it up, and they couldn't believe I knew that, and I said I can't remember when it was brought up in the past. It might have been on the 15th. I don't know, but it just when he was bringing up disasters,
Right.
I thought of that,
Right.
and they couldn't believe I
He
even
was
thought
wrong,
of it.
but
No,
not bad.
you're
wrong.
right. You're
Well,
right.
Yeah, I think he
Next
was,
week, I'm going to bring up a date and some disasters and see what he comes up with then.
But
See
do
how
you
they
not
spin
think
it
it's
now
odd that
for
he
some
just
reason.
blurted out?
But I didn't just blurt it
Isn't
out.
that when Abraham Lincoln
the
was
discussion.
And he was almost right. It was actually the 14th.
Okay.
No,
when he
he
was
was-
assassinated, but we found out on the 15th.
Because it took.
Well, he died that morning of the 15th. He was shot on the 14th.
According to Wikipedia, it's the 14th.
Golly. It was weak, but
So I
they
guess I'm wrong. Y'all
The
make fun of
date, the
me.
date on his tombstone says
Rick and
15.
Bubba.
we were looking for this the other day, and we have a legal I had this 45 when I was a kid. Talked about that he had no, it was 9 kids.
9 kids.
He had 9 kids in 6 years, and he laid out how he did it with triplets and twins and all this kind of stuff. And he said, in your case, you dismissed. I'll tell you that. And they're like, how you going to dismiss this? He goes, you heard the man say he's been married 6 years. You heard the man say he had 9 children. This man hasn't had time to put his pants on.
That's funny.
In your case, you dismissed too. I'll tell you that.
In your case, you dismissed.
See, it makes you miss. It kind of makes you. It kind of makes you miss that time when everything wasn't politically correct.
Right.
You could just laugh at
Oh, I
something
know.
funny
You
and
can't
go
do
on.
any of
You
that
know?
now.
Exactly.
All right, so Lori Loughlin, they're saying that her life is in upheaval, and movers are taking furniture out of her mansion.
Now, why? Let me ask you this. I don't understand this move. Now, there was speculation that they may have been downsizing anyway.
Right.
Is that what I'm hearing? And they're just going to head and do that and maybe try to sell off the property?
And correct me if I'm wrong, she has pleaded not guilty.
Yeah, she's still sticking with not guilty.
They're going to trial. They're going to trial. They've waived the what's the case where they tell you? The part where they tell you the charges against you. You know, they've waived
whether
that.
to indict you or not.
The indictment.
The indictment. That's it.
And said, look, we'll just go to
Grand
trial.
jury.
So I don't know. I question. You know, I'm sure she. You know,
They think they got something.
when you get an attorney, you have to. You know, you can't hire an attorney and then not do what they want you to do. But I don't know.
Sounds like he's found an angle.
They think there's something there. Now I don't know if
I think they're doing
the
Bubba's strategy. I'm telling you,
if the gloves don't fit you.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number if we go. Says a joker to the thieves. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. And we thank you for being with us. We'll get more of your phone calls in this hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Well, it's Robbie McCurdy time again.
Oh, boy.
Now, the only thing that makes listener Robbie McCurdy's songs, they're already kind of odd enough when he actually lands them on a special day where he goes and gathers still shots. And, of course, his ability to write an original song is breathtaking. And he puts together the lyrics. But I think which makes one even odder and harder to figure out is apparently over the weekend, you know, singer-songwriter Robbie McCurdy has put together a song for Speedy and his wife Terry, and no one knows why. I told Speedy, I said,
was it anniversary?
I said, are y'all's anniversary coming up? And Speedy's like, no.
Okay.
Didn't you just have one maybe a week or two ago?
No, it was in May.
Well,
But
maybe a month or two
he
ago.
explained in the email why he did it, but
I'd like to hear it.
Speedy, I wrote this song years ago.
Years ago.
Oh, wow.
But I changed the title to fit you and your wife.
Okay, so
Terry.
it wasn't about y'all when he wrote it before.
Yeah.
Okay.
You kind of remind me of myself.
Oh, this is good.
I can say that.
Yeah, I'm coming alive now.
Yeah, too bald, who married way above what we
did
deserve.
you just say?
Say too bald?
Too bald.
Too bald cat?
It's just too. It says too bald. I guess he meant guys.
Oh, you're talking
who
about
married,
hair.
I thought he was talking about.
Okay.
I thought he was getting personal for a
who
minute.
married way above what we deserve. My wife is beautiful.
Okay,
Also.
Okay. So the original song was called Deuce.
Yeah. I will tell you, my voice is not what it used to be back in the day.
Oh, well.
Hey, I'm 6'7" or 67 now. I only sing
You
these.
had him 6'7".
Yeah, for some reason. I only sing these songs now because I can't find anyone else to do them for me. I'm just a writer. Well, kind of. Hope you like it.
Now, how tall is he?
Well, Greg, how about this?
Too bald, 6'7".
You beat me to it. I was running for that line, and you beat me to it.
I'm also sending the instrumental in case you want to sing the song for Terry.
6'7"?
I can tell you, I will not be singing this. No.
We got to hear it. So there's no reason for this.
Well, he explained.
But
the
he doesn't really
reason.
explain.
No,
It's not really
Something
a reason.
about a two-bald cat.
Something he wrote it years ago and changed the lyrics to fit. I guess
because he thinks you and he are a lot alike.
I guess so.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not 6'7".
I've met him, and I thought it was you.
Yeah, right. And but you are too bald. Though.
Yeah.
All right. So
I don't know what to do with it.
Well, we're going to play
6'7",
it.
285.
How about you going to play it? It's what you're going to play. We're going to hear it, and we're going to hear every ounce of it. How long is it?
It's 3:47.
Bill Bubba Bussey, please get.
He'll
yourself
work some strings into it.
Please get yourself ready. I thought that was you, Greg.
I did too.
As I look at the sky, splendor it brings, its beauty beholds me. You can't understand, but it doesn't match the beauty of this beautiful woman. Terry, you're as beautiful as can be.
Oh my God.
Your beauty overwhelms. You can't see. No one could compare you with anyone else. You're all in a class by yourself. Terry, anyone would agree. Terry, you're as beautiful as me.
And it goes on and on. Here's what I would like to do. I've got the lyrics. Could I print them out? And I also have the instrumental, and you go to the rug and sing it?
Would you, Greg?
Oh, that'd be great.
Greg,
please.
Okay. No, I'm not doing that. Greg, again. How about this?
Thank you, Robbie.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm thankful for, how easy I can turn that into Sherry.
Oh,
yeah.
Sherry.
Oh, Sherry.
Sherry.
Oh,
Rick,
Sherry.
you're
second to none.
You know when Cates does his fake singing voice?
Yes.
It sounds just like it.
Well, no, when
he exaggerates.
When he first started singing, I looked over, I thought that you were doing that in your mind.
All right, so
Speedy,
I'm printing
I'm
in.
not singing. I'm not singing.
Yes, you
No,
are.
I'm not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
a singer, and I'm going to sing
Yes,
it.
you are.
No, I don't want
You
to.
will sing it.
What was the occasion for this?
There
for him
isn't
to
one.
do that?
There
He
isn't
don't
one.
know.
Oh,
That was the whole point.
I'm not singing it.
This is like that peanut butter and jelly thing again. Remember when he tried to make you eat those sandwiches?
Greg,
and
you
won't?
will sing the first few lines. Yes, you will. Look,
Just
you may
a couple lines.
I don't remember how the melody.
I'm not. You don't have to sing the whole song, but you will sing the first two
All right,
lines.
so let me let you hear
And
how
you don't
it's-
get to the first Terry. I'm gonna tell you
Hey,
that.
this is how it starts. Just listen, okay?
Are you ready, Greg?
Yeah, yeah. This is just.
I'm sorry, Greg.
Hold on, let's go here. Just listen to when he comes in, okay? And then we'll stop it and play the instrumental.
Listen,
for
Greg.
you.
Over meadows, clear blue spring.
All right, let me have that.
All right, all right, so hold on.
Okay.
All right, now let me go to the instrumental, and here we go.
You will sing it.
You got it, Rick?
Yeah, I got it. You're up. Go ahead. Sing the song.
Hold on, wait.
And
There it is, Greg.
As I look.
You got it.
Hold on, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Come on, Greg.
I think I missed when I was supposed to come in.
You're a little quick. You were a little quick.
No, it's late.
I was like,
Yeah, you were chasing.
I'll tell you when it is.
As I
look over meadows and clear blue springs. This is ridiculous.
Well, that was good. We got that out of it.
That was good. I think it came in at the wrong time again. That's it. I tried.
Stay with it until he goes, oh, Terry.
I can't make it. I can't make Terry.
Here it comes. Right here, Greg. There's the turnaround, and Greg.
Oh, Terry. Oh, Terry. I can't.
Come on.
I can't do it.
So, Sherry.
Oh, yeah.
Your way rhymes with Terry.
I love your brown shorts you wear. All right, now that's sorry. I'm sorry.
What in the world?
Those are my favorites.
I love it. When you walk away from me, I just stare.
So he wrote the words and the music.
You could rhyme stare with then do eyes and then hair. Okay. Yeah.
I love your hair. I just stare.
No, you never.
It sounds like he's in pain.
now you're pressing. Now you're pressing.
You romantic devil.
I love her long walks. I'm sorry.
Speedy, maybe you should have given us some idea on the lyrics.
I love when the boys aren't at home.
That's hilarious. Okay, buddy. All right.
Oh, Sherry.
Empty nest is the best.
Oh, yes it is.
It is
oh,
a
yes,
fest.
it is. Oh, Greg, I'm mad at you.
I can't get
Grown
I couldn't get through
children, number one.
They're older and they're gone.
My children never nap at the same time anymore.
Poor Adler, he wishes. It's all right. You're good. About 20 years, you'll be set.
Good. Yeah, that's not a long time.
Yeah, that goes by so.
Oh, Terry.
Well, once again, Robbie McCurdy's cranked out another one.
Thank you, Robbie.
That was good.
I didn't know he was 6'7". I had no
I
idea.
didn't either. I didn't know what that had to do with the song, but
We'll come back. Your phone calls are next. 18. So 866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you. Find out what's on your mind. When the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are you driving?
To quit.
I believe they're following the Bill Bubba Bussy. They want to get a jury full of Betty Bussies
that will not lock up Aunt Becky no matter what.
Aunt Becky ain't going to jail, and because the thing that about this, and that's all they need to cling to. I promise you, Bubba, I'm certainly haven't heard Betty's commentary on this lately. But as long as Lori Loughlin is saying not guilty, that's all Betty needs to hear.
I don't know that Betty would even go along with that. I think Betty's put her in that column that she can do no wrong. She's been in too many Hallmark movies.
Yeah.
How can you do any? And I want to tell you, too, that look right there, did y'all see the Saturday Night Live skit with the guys in the prison in L.A., and they were all talking about what they were in for, and she walks in behind them and says, I paid $500,000 to get my kids in USC. Of course, they've got an actress that looks exactly like that clip you saw.
Of course.
And it is funny. I have to give them that. It is funny.
Well, you have to go into this. They say the property is $35 million property. And they say that some people are saying they were going to downsize anyway. So are they making a bigger deal out of the moving trucks than it really is? I mean, would they be doing this anyway? Whether she was, are people just drawing lines saying they're trying to get themselves in a position that if they have to spend a lot of money, they can? Or
yeah, I don't know, but it's a hypersensitive situation now because they got cameras staked out at their house, 24/7. So, look, there's the actress on Saturday Night Live.
That's that same one that plays everybody.
Yeah, she's good. She's really
funny
does a good
too.
job.
Oh, she's funny.
Do
Man,
we have the clip? Can we play the?
To me,
just
she's
that
the
one
funniest
clip
person on
where
right now.
no doubt. She walks in and tells her crime because it sure was funny.
All right, so they're saying the couple has used the property to secure $1 million worth of bonds last month after they were arrested. So the property is in play.
Yeah.
So
I tell you, they're rolling the dice here, and they had the plea. Felicity Huffman took the plea deal, and we don't know what her sentencing's going to be now, but they're saying it will be minor.
You see two different strategies.
And it's two different cases.
Let's get it over with, and let's see if we can get the minimum sentence. And then one that says, I'm a celebrity, people love me, I think I got a shot, and go into trial.
So let me be sure I got this. And this is a roundtable discussion here. So Felicity Huffman, she was the one who actually paid to have grades changed, right?
SAT score, something like that.
She paid $15,000.
So, but Lori Loughlin, they paid just to get them on an an athletic scholarship.
Yeah, just so they would be accepted to the university.
Because they set it up to look like they were on the rowing team, and they never rowed in their life.
Yeah.
Now, don't forget the fake charity charge and the laundering of money.
This laundering charge and all that big difference. Even if they threw
that's
themselves
a biggie.
At the mercy of the court, they'd probably get a good bit of time.
Yeah, the government doesn't like you to launder money through fake charities unless you're the Clintons and they let it run.
Right.
Yeah.
Imagine if you really got to the bottom of all that. What they'd have hundreds of years. Really.
Can you imagine? Is there anything more greasy than the Clinton Foundation? I mean, that's
the international.
Oh, can you imagine?
What is the Clinton Initiative? Oh my gosh, we've seen the Clinton.
We've seen your initiative, my friend.
We had to clear the rug out to be clean.
Careful. We had to fumigate the whole Oval Office.
Good night.
Before anybody could sit down in there again.
Oh man,
is this what you were talking about?
My favorite.
I'm slipping this here.
Yeah, that's it. That's you better watch audio.
Oh yeah, you think that's insane?
Go back just when they're telling what they did, and then she walks in.
Okay, I'm trying to let's see if I can get this here. It won't cooperate with me here. I go for it.
Need a body.
Damn, that's insane. Oh yeah, you think?
It's freezing up on us.
You get the idea.
It's freezing up on us. Sorry about that.
I don't
know what's going on here.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866. We Be Big is the number. So there's your updates with the original Pig Meat Markham song. We found the original, and it brought back a lot of memories too. So Lori Loughlin still pleading not guilty. selling off some furniture and property. We'll see what happens. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trumpy. Let's all look at Trumpy Bear as we sing. So here we go. Phone drill time, baby. Speedy is on the phones. Still got a little tear in his eye after that moving song. But there's lines available for you, and you can get in right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the old buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. Then we move to the next caller, and there are lines available. If you want to get in right now, you can. Looking at some things that are going on, Speedy, of course, will be doing the stadium work with UAB this Saturday. Louisiana comes to Birmingham. Then looking at the manchurch.com, some things coming up on the 22nd of September. We've got Andy Blanks and Lance Ingram. Of course, Lance is who gives you Dr. Lou on the Rick and Bubba Show. They'll be representing the Man Church in Ottawa, Tennessee. They'll be there at Ottawa Baptist Church for a Man Church event. You can be there and plug into our curriculum. On the 28th of September, Northside Baptist Church, Jasper, Alabama. Andy Blanks will be there. They're already going through the strategy. This is their next Man Church. And then another church that's been in the strategy for 2 years. They're now in year 3, Winfield, Alabama. Winfield First Baptist Church. Tony Cooper will be speaking there. And then Bubba Todarewski. Todd Jones will be speaking at Salem Baptist Church, Lake, Mississippi, on October the 1st. And you can find those and others by going to themanchurch.com or look for other members of the Rick and Bubba Show at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Now let's roll. Let's go to Lisa out of Huntsville, Alabama. Lisa is listening to us on 100.3 The River. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Lisa.
Hey, Lisa.
Hey. I think that, hey, I love Craig. Hey, Craig.
Hey.
And I think he's been given a Speedy kind of down the road. But, Craig, I have to say I've been noticing your receding hairline is catching up to your bald spot. So watch it there.
Is that really a woman? I think that was a man trying to be a woman.
Yeah, I think
was that Kennedy?
Good point.
Yes,
That's
could
very
have been.
Could have been.
Brett in Nashville. Brett, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Brett.
Gentlemen,
Hey, buddy.
I couldn't get the image out of my head of Morgan Freeman standing there screaming at Greg, "Now sing the school song."
That's pretty good. Johnny, Birmingham, Alabama. Johnny was a schoolboy when he heard his first Beatles song. Johnny's listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Johnny, go ahead.
Hey, guys, got a quick question for Bubba. Bubba, when it relates to your truck and the fuel, did you go to a BP station? Because they have the colors of the gas and the diesel flopped around. So your gas will be green and your diesel will be black. You got to really watch it when you go to BP.
Yeah, it wasn't a BP, and it was I need to be paying attention. It really doesn't matter about the color.
Yeah, the numbers are right there for you.
Tough.
Yeah, it was just an idiot bonehead thing to do.
That's the
Still won't see the video.
Yeah, 866. You want to just look at it and dog yourself?
Yeah,
what are you doing? You going in and grabbing a nozzle?
I need to replay it in my mind.
Bo, Sweet Home, Alabama. Bo, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Okay, guys, thanks a lot. And I really appreciate you playing that tribute to the 9/11. It was great, but we can never pray enough tribute and say thank you enough to you and Bubba, because on that day, few people remember this, but you stayed on the air practically all day. And you don't know what a comfort that was to the rest of us out here, because we need someone to give us comfort and give us promise, and you did it, and thank you so much.
Well, you're kind, Bo. We
were all in it together, listeners and host. That's for sure.
Yeah, it did not feel like going off the air was remotely the right thing to do, and we really stayed on until we felt like it was okay to take a break.
At least, stabilized to some point.
Eric, Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Eric, go ahead.
Morning, boys. How are y'all?
We're good. We're good.
22 years ago today, I was in my 7th grade math class. I remember the teacher walking in, having a shocked look on her face, and she kind of said that, the World Trade Centers had been hit by 2 planes, and all the kids didn't really understand the severity of it. And, us swapping classes all day, we did no work all day. And one thing that stood with me is one teacher said, "You will remember this day for the rest of your lives."
And you have, and you will. Yeah, no doubt about that. Wade, Muscle Shoals, WLAY. Wade, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Real quick, 2 things. I want to hear Frank Caliendo do impressions of all of you guys. And then, Rick, could you please bless us and do Beth Moen as a New Yorker?
Oh my goodness! How in the world?
Look, we got to keep Beth on Friday. We don't want to dull that segment down, do we? Huh?
What you want to do is take the A train over there.
Yeah, that's kind of hard to do.
That's almost Mike Tyson.
That's it. You kind of go into Mike Tyson, don't you? That's funny. Yeah, I think Caliendo has attempted to do Bubba and me. But he's never really dialed it in. I don't think he's ever tried any of the other guys. Did he try Speedy once? Is that ringing a bell?
I don't remember. It's been a while since he's been in studio.
Yeah. Tim is traveling, and he's going to join us now. Timmy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I'm a 57-year-old man with a lot of experience in life, and but I just need for Bubba to know that there are people out there just like him. When I was 18 years old, back in that time period, you could get a bus driver's license when you turned 18. I think it's a little older than that now.
Well, you're right. Speedy's dad did that.
My church.
Well, we'll never know. But I think Speedy, you talked about your dad did that. He was able to get a bus driver's thing at 18 back in his day, and he actually did that for money. But I think that you have to be older now. But 866 We Be Big. Cowboy joins us. Cowboy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Morning, guys. My question is, you have all these health, wealth, and prosperity preachers. Do you think that that's what they were taught, so they actually believe that, or do you think they're willingly speaking on deceiving people in that gospel?
I think you got a combination of both. I do believe that there are some that are just charlatans. They don't believe in God at all. I mean, if they did, they certainly wouldn't be saying what they were saying. But I do think there are some that are misled. I don't know how they were misled because of the amount of scripture you have to ignore to believe it in its purest sense. I'm not saying that God never blesses people. Of course He does. But the way they present it. Like we said, even on the podcast this past weekend, when Jesus says, the foolish man and the wise man, one builds his house on the rock, one builds his house on the sand, the rock, of course, being Jesus, and then the storms came and the floods came and the rains came. And Jesus clearly says that those things hit both houses, even the ones on the rock. And then if you just go read 2 Corinthians 11, when Paul gives the list of all the things that have happened to him, and then when Ananias is told to go talk to Paul about this new ministry he'd been given, and God Himself tells Ananias to tell him all the things he must suffer for him, Paul can't get the thorn in his flesh removed and says that he prayed about it 3 times and pleaded with God, and God said no because it keeps him from being conceited and it keeps him right with God, and in his weakness he is actually strong. And there's so many more. So I don't know how they get away with being unchecked. But I think to answer your specific question, I think some of them are just charlatans. That's all they are. But I think there's others that are just misled. I think it's a combination.
Well, I think the human nature, we want sometimes the scriptures to say things we want them to say.
Correct, yeah.
And you start, when you go in with that, as opposed to just taking it on face value, I think you can go to a lot of places you don't need to go.
Yeah.
And you see that now going on.
Yeah. And you got to read the Bible from the beginning to the end. You can't just pull out Scripture and ignore what was said before and after. That's pretty dangerous as well. We'll be back, bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
involving, obviously, the big illegal immigration and the southern border. Cher has had to quickly go on offense when she put out a tweet that was suggesting that she thinks something must be done about illegal immigration because it's unfair to American workers. And then Trump, wasting no time, said, look, I agree with Cher on this. Well, Cher now realized that she was supposed to be an anti-Trumper and didn't realize she had aligned with him, so she quickly has come back and called Trump an ignorant thug with a lizard brain that guarantees his survival above all else. I guess, what does that mean?
Does Cher agree with his immigration policy or not? I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? You can't be a sanctuary city and then not welcome in people who you say you're wanting to welcome.
So Trump says, I finally agree with Cher on the original tweet, which we're looking at now on our YouTube broadcast. I understand this is Cher, I understand helping struggling immigrants, but my city, Los Angeles, isn't taking care of its own. What about the 50,000 citizens who live on the streets, people who live below poverty line and hungry? If my state can't take care of their own, many are vets, how can it take care of more people? So Trump,
I think that's a very logical statement on Cher's part. So I don't say that much.
So Trump comes in and says, I agree with Cher. Well, now Cher has to come back and say, yeah, I hate Trump, even though we agree on this. And her, of all people, talking about people surviving. How many jokes have we made that if we get hit with a nuclear bomb, Cher will still be there?
Yeah. Cher and cockroaches will survive.
They will. So anyway, but
I'm gonna have to add members of the Rolling Stone to that.
Well, but one of the things I love about President Trump is how he is willing to get down in the gutter with the Democrats and make them reveal who they really are, because we know the life truth we've shared for years on the program. What people do is what they actually believe, not what they say, what they actually do. So what he's doing, which I love this. I love this. He's telling these sanctuary cities that refuse, by the way, to follow the law of the land. They're going to harbor illegal immigrants. He said, well, if that's what you guys want to do, then
I'll help you out.
I'm going to help you out. All the illegals can go to your cities, and we'll let them in, but you got to take them. Mm-hmm. And, of course, they're pushing back. Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, no, wait. You said that there's no concern about illegals. We shouldn't be concerned about that. We're mean.
About safety, about health issues,
shouldn't
about
care.
disease.
Now, all that defies logic, but you said that, you think we ought to have just a flowing southern border, and who are we to judge and be mean and deny, and we're going to create sanctuary cities for these people. Okay, well, I'm going to be sure. We'll just start sending them to you then. And, see, I love that. And, of course, they're backpedaling, which means what? What are they concerned about?
Yeah.
So they're saying maybe their city doesn't need an influx of people that are unvetted. We don't know where they came from. We don't know what shots they've had. We don't know what their intention of being here. Is that what they're saying? Because can I let everybody in on something? That's why we think there should be legal immigration.
There you go.
Right. And we love legal immigration, and we can make that better and smoother. And that's where we should be concentrating on once we stop the leaks and get everything organized. Mm-hmm. But so I heard this was very, very funny. Yesterday I was listening to Limbaugh, and undoubtedly there's a former writer from Johnny Carson that he's friends with. And he was telling them that Trump ought to come out with a full-blown, like we do with Compassion International, like we've done in the past with World Vision, like Sally Struthers has done, and let liberals sponsor an illegal alien, and he had the silver package, and this is that he had the gold package, the platinum. Now in the gold package, silver package is you just fly them in just on the lowest airline there is, but at least they get in.
Right. Mm-hmm.
He said then on the silver package they actually get that business class where they have more room for their feet. He goes, and then of course platinum, you put them up there in first class, and you can sponsor them, and since you think that these people need to be taken care of, then we'll offer a sponsorship program, and liberals can sponsor an illegal, but they have to take them in. I mean, they can't just they got to fly them here, they got to get them here.
You can't just talk. You got to walk.
They got to feed them. They got to give them housing, and we do it just like we do everything. We even talk about it's about $1 a day for you to sponsor an illegal. Now the problem is these children in dire poverty around the world, they don't cost as much.
Right.
To bring an illegal in, you're probably going to have to do more than $1 a day. I mean, just the airfare alone is going to hurt you.
Sure. That's going to set you back a few hundred.
But so this is one of those moments where you tell somebody, okay, let's give you exactly what you want, and then magically they don't want it. So what does that tell you? It tells you that this is probably more politically motivated than a bleeding heart for those who just want a second chance. They 35 minutes now past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. If you haven't caught this weekend's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, go ahead and do that. And look for it wherever you get podcasts. Also, coming up later in September, I'm excited to be in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Save a Life, what a great organization they are, and important work that they do. And I'm honored to be asked to come and speak it with their fundraiser coming up on September the 25th. That'll be in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. If you need details and you'd like to join us for that, I look forward to speaking to you guys that night and raising money for a great organization. Just go to rickandbubba.com, look under upcoming events, and look at September the 25th, and click on that, and all the details are there. All right, so Bubba, let's talk about Joe. How you say it? Djokovic. Djokovic.
There's no H on the end, but you sound out the
Djokovic.
H.
And of course,
the D is silent.
I learned from you guys. I don't follow tennis, so I don't know what's going on, but I did know from you guys that he is the number one male player in the world. And I do know, because I was all in on this, that he was being denied access to certain countries to play in tournaments because they mandated that he take a vaccine. He did not want to take a vaccine for risks to his health on side effects, and did not like. He felt like a lot of us, that he was healthy enough that COVID was not as dangerous to him as the vaccine potentially could be.
Yeah, the unknown of that.
Yeah, and so he faced some flack about that. And then something happened this week. He was able to come to the U.S. Open this year.
Yeah, right. He was denied access last year.
Right.
And, Rick, he's won now 24 Grand Slams, which makes him, on paper, the greatest male player of all time.
Right.
And he's actually tied the record, which was Margaret Court, who played in the 20s, who's a female. And he will probably break that record next year. He won 3 out of the 4 Grand Slams, so he's had a great run. I've been fortunate enough to see him play a couple of times. He's an outstanding athlete and does a good job with it. But this was funny. This was funny because they were and I think this is the clip because we were watching it at home. We were laughing about it when they did it. They recap the shot of the match, and it's brought to you by Moderna.
That's hilarious.
Who he refused to take the shot and prevented him from coming in, and now they have to give him that shot, and it's in the background. It's just funny. The whole
pun
thing,
intended.
the irony of the whole thing is just funny.
That is good.
Well, we'll take you to the Moderna shot of the day, and it was saving the match point.
The
match point to get to number 24. There were a lot of shots that were highly impactful. But here's the final one.
Brought to you by Moderna.
The Moderna shot of the day.
And I'm going to
Djokovic.
Skip ahead here.
Yeah. That is hilarious.
So the shot of the day brought to you by Moderna.
So the shot of the day, this guy famously didn't want the shot from Moderna.
Right. You can tell Chris went brought to you by Moderna.
Now is it brought to you by Moderna? Now, are we on the podcast this week talking to the Babylon Bee guys?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So they've got a new book out on gender, which I can't even imagine the fun they're having. Now they can go. They don't. It's no holds barred with them.
Right.
And I don't know if you hear me telling Bubba their headline on Djokovic.
Yeah. Yep.
They claimed that he won the U.S. Open because all of his opponents died of heart attack.
Goodness.
And I was like, wow, they'll just go right there, won't
Yeah,
they?
it's the Babylon Bee Guide to Gender.
Yeah, so we're interviewing them about that on the podcast this week. It's a new book they put out.
Yeah. I always intrigued by these things. You heard Chris Fowler on the call. He was also on the Texas-Alabama call. What an interesting life.
Yes, very interesting.
But he pointed out as well, you don't get to see it, but Matthew McConaughey was also at the Texas-Alabama game. And then you look up Sunday, he's sitting in Djokovic's box. And when Djokovic wins, McConaughey is the first person he greets in the box, and they give this big hug. And I'm like, when did Novak and Matthew McConaughey become buddies?
I'll tell you one thing,
It's the strangest thing.
And I'll tell you that it was a 2 hour and 20-minute flight for him to get there. I'll tell you that after the game.
Well, I think Fowler pointed out that he had better transportation than he did.
He did. Yeah, he was joking about it.
Yeah, that's funny.
He said, "All right, all right, all right."
How fired up was Matthew McConaughey with the Texas win? I bet he was.
Oh, it was. I saw. Yeah, there was
So can Texas handle this, or will it be like last year when they ended up going 8-5? You know, they hit a skid last year after looking pretty good early too.
Well, that was actually discussed after the game between Herb Street and Fowler.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Oh, yeah. So we'll see how it goes. Because really they played Alabama within 1 point last year, and then still finish 8-5.
Yep.
So we'll see.
It's tough out there. I've noticed, we were talking about it watching some of the games this weekend. I think the NIL has really had a leveling effect on things.
Yeah. No question.
A lot of these teams that used to be second tier have some first tier athletes, and they're a threat to beat you on any given
Look
Saturday.
how easy it was. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from the coaches' influence.
Right.
But I'm sorry, the coaches they don't catch a pass, they don't throw a pass, they don't tackle anybody. And I'm going to tell you this: one thing it helped Coach Sanders, it helped him get players too. He brought 25 new players in there through the transfer portal and NILs. And
I thought he had more than that.
I thought it was 25 starters, right?
Well, maybe starters
that play.
Starters,
yeah.
I think that 80-something new players.
Right. Yeah. But 25 of them play.
Play.
Yeah. So
something returner that's a starter is a safety.
And we keep hearing, hey, they were 1-9 last year. No, those guys are all gone.
Yeah, the 1-9 team hadn't played yet.
No, they're scattered all over the country now at Division II schools.
I don't want this to go unnoticed either. Saturday, the women's final of the U.S. Open, Coco Gauff won. And 19-year-old young American, she's been very outspoken about her faith. And after she won, she did the whole go see everybody, go see my dad, go see his. She's claimed her dad cried for the first time. By the way, I thought of you, Rick, when she said
funny
that.
too. She's got a great sense of humor.
She has a great sense of humor, but
no, I cried too. I bought groceries
before the trophy presentation. She went over to her seat and kneeled down and just started openly praying in front of everybody. And it was, and the announcers even acknowledged it. They were like, "She's very spiritual. Look at her. This means a ton. Her faith means a ton to her." And I just thought it was kind of, it's one thing to see it, but then the announcers acknowledging what was going on in her deep-rooted faith was pretty impressive.
Do you have that clip, Adler? Can you find it?
We actually have a written story about that today in our prep, but it says Super Bowl champion has to correct anchors that she was praying or whatever. Do you know who was on the at the anchor desk when they were talking about it or whatever?
It was
because I guess they didn't know what she was doing.
Which one? Brad or
no,
the other coach?
It's not
the other
BG. It's the guy that's he's not from America.
Darren Cahill.
No, wasn't him either. Dick Enberg. Was it Dick Enberg? Is there an Enberg? No, not him. Anyway, he was on the call with, I think, but there she is, and she's clearly praying.
Yep. All right, so did Dungy? Oh, he wrote this. Okay, Dungy wrote this, Speedy. I thought he said it.
All right.
He wrote it. I hate to break this to you, Sports Center, but Coco Gauff was not soaking it all in at this moment. She was praying.
Yeah.
She's been very open about her faith
that
in
makes
the past.
more sense.
It seems pretty obvious what she's doing here. So I guess he wrote that maybe as a comment.
Okay. And she was. You could tell her heavenly. You could read her lips as she's sitting there walking through that prayer with a different angle. And they did. They acknowledged it that's what she was doing from the broadcast booth.
Couple of other things out of football. Bubba, you were telling about this video 10, Adler. So an offensive lineman picks up a fumble and threw a touchdown pass.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, Colorado Mesa taking on San Diego.
Yeah, I don't know what level this is.
But I mean,
it's funny to see this.
So an offensive lineman throws a touchdown pass. Yeah.
And
So
Colorado Mesa tried a trick play. Ball came loose.
Oh my gosh.
On the line of scrimmage, it is
How good is
for
that?
a touchdown.
Oh my gosh.
What a heads-up play.
They're trying some kind of reverse. It gets blown up in the backfield. The ball's rolling around. An offensive lineman who's pulling just scoops it up and takes off running with it, and then he sees a receiver standing downfield by himself.
What a heady play.
I'll tell you what was happening. The I guess the receiver that was coming in motion behind it, he's supposed to throw to the quarterback who's releasing to the right corner, and it never happens.
Right.
So you got the quarterback hands it off. Now he's going out. Now this is supposed to go to number 19.
Right, yeah.
And it just does not
By the way,
work.
there's a hole by 66.
Big man
bad
said,
hole.
"I won't throw it."
Right, yeah. But they don't call it. And it was still a great play.
In all the confusion, the receiver gets left alone.
Right. By the way, look at 66. I mean, it's a bad hold, too. And,
What about the audio with this color guy?
there.
Touchdown.
Watch 66 right here, how bad he's holding. Look, I mean, it is awful.
Oh, yeah, he mugged him.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I think the officials
pulled him
And a little jersey on the way out.
I think the officials are saying if an offensive lineman picks up a phone and throws a pass, don't ruin it.
Do not bring it back.
Do not call that back.
We got to let this be on sports.
Right.
Yeah, they got to see it.
By the way, it was Cliff Drysdale.
Okay.
Dick Enberg died years ago.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
I didn't know
guy
if he
used
was
to do
dead.
When I
football.
said it, I was like, I know he's dead.
I didn't know he was dead.
It would have been amazing if he had called it.
Well, he actually did.
But we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up as we wrap up another hour. We'll hit some things that we might have missed when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I know that, all kidding aside, there are people mixed in this that truly is their only motivation.
Yes, I understand.
The problem is we don't know which ones are which.
Yeah.
And that's why you
process.
And there's just a limit. I mean,
Right.
you can only get, so many beans in a bowl, and we're at a limit on how many people we can take in.
But do you love that he's saying the sanctuary cities? I tell you what, we can solve this right
Absolutely.
now.
Take care of them.
Y'all just take them.
Look, y'all have made this declaration. He didn't make that declaration. So
You said you're a sanctuary
you said
city?
you want that. We're going to help you out.
Right.
So
Here you go.
We're going to point them to you.
Yeah. I think it's a great idea. I don't know why they're objecting.
You know how you see people who are farmers and they'll set up these things where they bring cattle in or whatever, but they guide where they can go.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
they make them go where they want them to go.
Yeah.
We take the illegals and we just guide them to all the sanctuary cities.
Yeah.
There you go.
And that's where you
Like
have to
a chute.
Yeah. But the sanctuary cities are saying no thank you to that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how you can, on one hand, say we're a sanctuary city, and then on the other hand, go, no, we don't want any illegals here.
Well, the sanctuary city means that anybody who can get there gets to stay, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I
it.
mean, I hate to go-
and Rick, they don't just say that. They won't report. They won't allow their police to report people who are not citizens to ICE and all these other things, breaking federal law, of course.
I hate to go Notre Dame here, but
Yeah.
isn't that exactly what the Hunchback was trying to get done? He gets inside that cathedral
Sanctuary.
and starts ringing that bell, screaming sanctuary, right?
Yeah.
And I mean nobody can do anything to you. I'm here.
That's
You
right.
ever seen
Doesn't
Greg
apply.
act that out?
I have.
Yeah.
That was earlier today.
I sadly have seen it. Yeah. But so the president is saying to those that love the idea of an open border, will put your money where your mouth is.
Open on up.
And they're they're getting a little pushback there.
Mm-hmm.
Even Cher doesn't think it's a good idea until Trump said he agrees with him.
But Rick, you can't say I think it's a good idea to have sanctuary city, and we don't want any people moving in here. I mean, what is that? That doesn't even make sense.
You ceased to be.
You're
a
either
sanctuary.
in or you're out on it.
Right. You now have ceased to be a sanctuary city.
Yeah.
I tried for sanctuary and you shut me down.
You're just a city with some clever saying that you think looks sharp.
And if you think they're of no danger and no concern, then okay, we'll use you as our pockets to where we'll let them go. Because you said we shouldn't be concerned about it.
I don't follow it.
Where's all this concern that you told no one else to have? So that deal is done. Also, we have this dog. And I know, Greg, I know you've probably already been all over this story.
Oh, yeah.
Because the movie's coming. You know the movie's coming.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And by the way,
Rover at sea.
I'm not a big fan of watching animal movies.
I'm not either.
Like, hey, this is my puppy came home.
Homeward Bound.
That's a
all
shocker.
those.
Yeah.
Look,
and then the
let's face it.
worst.
I mean, they're okay.
We were all scarred by Old Yellow as
You're
a
right.
kid.
Well, and
We
then-
all thought somehow he was going to get better. When they shot him, we couldn't believe it. When we first saw it, first time you saw it, you go, they just shot
I couldn't
Old
believe it
Yellow.
was happening. I remember telling myself, I can't believe this is happening.
This can't be real, which it wasn't, but it was in the movie.
I can remember, and I think I had some.
The old yellow dog.
And I think I had something. I think I had something sticky on my face, but I just can remember. I can remember like the way my head kind of tilted to the right. My mom was on the couch, and my head sort of tilted to the right, looking to her for some reassurance that what looked like was about to happen was not going to happen.
You know what I thought?
I kind of looked over her like, Mom, not surely not.
When you heard the shot, I thought maybe maybe he didn't shoot him. He shot up in the air or something, or he missed him.
Yeller got better.
How about this? I'm writing.
Yeller got better.
I'm writing a story about a dog and the boys that loved him. Oh, it's a great idea. So tell me about it. Well, we're going to do this, do that. Oh, that sounds fascinating. So this is really something. So tell me how it ends. Well, they shoot him with a shotgun. He's got rabies, and they gun him down. I'd be like, can we work on the ending? Can we beat that?
Well, I love that movie.
Didn't the little kid do it? Didn't he say it was my dog? I'll do it.
Oh yeah.
Didn't he take the gun away from his mom?
The boy did.
Not the littlest one.
Not the littlest one.
Yeah, but the one.
Travis.
The one that had that like a man because his daddy was away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Travis, wasn't it?
Travis, yeah. Arliss was the one that always had horny toads and all that.
Careful.
Yeah, it was just
night.
He did.
Yeah. Hey, you know what?
You can't say something
Travis
like that.
got hot cut. Don't forget about
room.
Travis getting hot cut.
Yes, he did get hot cut. He did.
Hey,
Are we sure about that, or did that happen with the red fern groves?
I don't know.
That was another day in time.
I think you got red fern.
I think Travis got hot cut.
Didn't them hunting dogs? Didn't he get some
No,
hogs?
the dogs got hot cut in that.
That's what it was.
did.
And
back to the original
that
story.
was another side.
yeah, red fern grows is sad too.
I had it at one time. I lost my paper.
So we have a dog that an oil rig has rescued.
There it is.
And the dog,
Look at him looking
the dog
up.
was out there swimming at sea. Now people are trying to claim that the dog was swimming 135 miles out in sea.
Yeah.
I'm going to bet the dog fell off a boat.
Yeah. Now that
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us.
Day without him, brother.
All right, so a couple of things from the weekend. I know we talked earlier about Colorado and Shedeur Sanders and Deion Sanders and all this, but there, we heard earlier there was this controversy about before the game that the Cornhuskers met on the Buffalo's logo on the 50-yard line, and it was all of this, and Sanders talked about that, but we have another.
Do y'all put a lot of
no.
Does that fire y'all up? Somebody
No.
stand on your logo?
especially if I beat that rump when it's over.
Yeah,
you go stand on it again.
Those kind of things actually, when I played, actually just motivated me. I actually liked it because if you did that kind of stuff, to me, any lack of focus I had, I now have back. It just motivates you to go out there and say, we're about to make y'all look real stupid for stepping on our logo. But anyway, but apparently there was more. Because Shedeur, is it Shedeur? Shedeur Sanders, that he is actually saying that Coach Matt Rule actually had been saying things in the offseason about his dad in the program.
Yeah, they were pretty critical about how his dad went about changing the roster out.
Getting rid of the entire team.
Well, that's a long list.
Well, Coach Rule's an idiot then. Yeah. I mean, of course you can get rid of the players that can't play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Didn't he do that at Nebraska?
Yeah, I think he was critical not only of Colorado, but I think Rules.
Yeah, the overall.
Yeah, just overall with it. And I will give Rule credit, and it may just be the big can of shut up juice he got during the game, but he did have very complimentary things to say about Sanders in the program after the fact.
Yeah, so but players are always looking for motivation. So here's Sanders.
Sometimes you really have to mine it, though.
Yeah. Shedeur Sanders, the quarterback for Colorado, after the game. Here we go.
It was extremely personal. We go out there, warm up. You got the head coach for the other team trying to stand in the middle of the buff. Like, it's okay if like a couple players do it. It's fine, Like, just enjoy the scenery. But when you got the whole team trying to disrespect it, then I'm not going for that at all. So I went in there and disrupted it. So they knew off rip, like, the Buffaloes mean a lot to me. And personally, that's what I was saying pregame. And that's when I knew it was just extreme disrespect. And that's why it was the coach said a lot of things about my pops, about the program, but now that he want to act nice, I don't respect that because you hating on another man, you shouldn't do that. So it was just all respect was gone for them in their program. Now I like playing against their DC, I like playing against them, but the respect level it ain't there because you disrespected us first.
So So I guess that was what you're talking about. He had said some negative things, saying
y'all. There's one thing. Let's say if somebody goes out there and stomps on your logo or something during pre-games, coaches and players have to get in the middle of the field.
You kind of meet at a halfway point.
Yeah, but he was having a team. He was having a team meeting on the logo.
Well,
so I mean, I'm just saying that's what happened.
A lot of teams have
I
a team
see that
meeting
every week.
in the middle of the field. Yeah,
Shador needs to lighten up on that.
I think you're kind of mining for something to be mad about. I mean, whatever you have to do to motivate yourself.
And I think
if the logo is that precious, you might want to take it off the field. And don't anybody stepping on it.
And I think he hit on what really was bothering
exactly
him. And that was everything that was said about Pops, and then you come stand on the logo, and then the huge rivalry between the two, Nebraska and Colorado. You have all that, so that's probably what it was.
It's just football stuff. What he's really mad about is the thing with his dad. That's what he's really mad about.
Mining for motivation.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we all do it. I mean, if you're a coach, you're just desperate for anything, for something like that you can play off of.
Imagine him going back in the locker room going, hey, man, they're standing on our logo out there.
I remember, look, I had coaches work me into a frenzy about things that weren't even true. I mean, I remember, Greg, you remember that we went to play a team one time. We were from a smaller town, about an hour from Birmingham, and anytime we go play a Birmingham team, we'd be told that they laugh at where we're from, and they don't even know where we are from, and they're already looking ahead to the next game, and then we go over and beat them by like 40 points, and you realize the team wasn't even any good,
right?
And they really never said that. And as a matter of fact, they were terrified of us, but they couldn't let that get in your head, and then it was. So this is all, part of the whole thing. But did you notice though? Speaking of trash talking, and it was something I picked up on the broadcast. Did you notice that Texas, when they thought they had Alabama and like it was over, started chanting SEC?
Oh yeah.
Like they we'll join SEC. So looks good to us.
Those end of the game chants.
They're so
you
good.
better win, or you gonna hear them.
TheraBreath has been with the Rick and Bubba show for so many years, and we just love these products, and I know a lot of you do too. You can find them at over 100 different retailers nationwide. But if you get there and you go in, and because of the limitations of shelf space, let's say you go in, and this has happened to me before, where I see the mouthwash and I see some of the other products, but I can't find the lozenges because they don't carry them anymore.
Lozenges,
yeah, and lozenges. So one of the things you can do is just go to TheraBreath.com, and all the products are there. All the products are there. Just look for the bright orange cap if you're in the retail store, but if you're online, just go there and pick out the ones that you want. I do a little bit of both. Sometimes I grab it from a retailer, and if they don't have it, I'll go home and order it and have it sent to the door. So you will love these products. There are no products out there dealing with bad breath and healthy gums. No one's whitening. All of their products are just superior to all the other competition. So look for those. Also, rickandbubba.com's got that under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, I know that you'll be upset, too, on the political side. NBC's Chuck Todd has officially stepped down as host of Meet the Press, and I know you must be distraught today. Huh?
He's been there a while.
Are you okay?
I'll be honest with you, I hardly ever see the show. Sometimes I'll catch clips the next week, but I haven't. I don't really. I'm usually not at home during that time, so I don't see it.
Yeah. So yeah.
But they're all. I just when you say that, I got tickled because of the late great Rush Limbaugh that used to call it Meet the Depressed.
Oh yes, he did, and he also had a name for Chuck.
Yeah,
Todd.
he did. Yeah, we had some extra initials there. Threw me off one time, but it's
you have to be careful with it.
That's pretty funny. Who's going to take over? Do we know?
Who knows?
And what's Chuck going to do?
How about this? Somebody else boring. Do you? I think on Meet the Press when they're interviewing you, you could not get the job because they say you're just not quite born enough.
Right.
You're just a little too lively.
It's the closest time of the week I think that NBC gets to NPR as they can be and not change over.
Yeah. It's not pretty. So I know that upsets you, and I hope that you'll be okay today.
I'm good, Rick. I'm good. I wish. Do they say who's going to take over? That's probably a pretty coveted spot.
I didn't even read the story because I just saw the headline. And I thought
a young lady's going to be taking over.
Oh, really?
Krister Welker. I'm not familiar with her.
I don't know.
Wes Welker's sister.
That's funny. Well, you put a female on there, and you know it's going to be lively some of the time. So I mean, you got that. But speaking of that, does Whoopi ever come back from her?
I don't know. I don't know.
Her journey,
I guess we'll see today.
Her battle with COVID. Has she ever made it back? and I know that all of us just wait on that.
Yeah.
I guess it's Monday, so maybe they just let her finish out. Today should be the day for all you Whoopi fans out there.
Today's the day.
Why don't you think that she's probably back today? Probably wearing about 8 masks.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, will she have a mask on trying to do the show?
You might not be able to hear her because she'll probably have 8 masks, and she'll let Joy give her the latest booster. So there you go. Thanks for being with us. Boost. If we're wrapping up our time together, now is the time to get that done. But some of you are just catching the show and you're catching other stuff. So if you want to find out how to get all the Rick and Bubba content, you can by simply going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com, and you never have to miss a minute, even on your own time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.